Chapter 1 of Longshanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Warren Bergman. Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. Chapter 1. Down the last long hill into Wheeling Town came the stage, its 4 lean horses at a canter and its brakes squealing under the heavy foot of Long Bill Mifflin. The early April sun, which had been promising spring all day, was gone now, and a chill rose with the dusk from the river. The boy on the seat beside the driver pulled his cloak around him. "Let's see now," said Long Bill, unwinding the lash of his 16-foot whip. "You say you hain't got no friends in the town here, but I reckon you got plenty of money. So it 'pears like a public house is the thing." "Which one?" "Well, there's 3 or 4 good taverns. The one we put up at is the General Jackson. Then there's the Injun Queen, and Burke Howard's place. Only I wouldn't counsel you to go there. Good liquor, good beds, and bad company. Most all of them will be full now, though, with the steamboat leaving tomorrow." Tad Hopkins thanked the driver for this information and looked down from his perch with interest as the big coach lurched through the ruts of Wheeling's main thoroughfare. Soon they came to a stop in the yard of the General Jackson Inn. Tad climbed down, pulled his portmanteau out of the great leather boot at the back of the coach, said goodbye to his comrade of the past 2 days, and went into the tavern.
"No beds, not even half a bed,"
said the innkeeper with a gesture of finality. Tad went down the street, jostling his way through crowds of rivermen, backwoodsmen, drovers, and traders. Occasionally he passed an elegantly dressed dandy, but for the most part the people he saw were rough and uncouth. Wheeling, he now realized, was a frontier town of the Great West, and he felt a tingle of excitement at the thought that he had come to the gateway of his adventure. Finding a place to sleep in this alluring outpost seemed a difficult matter, however. The landlord at the Indian Queen was as short in his refusal of lodgings as the first man had been, and at 2 other taverns where he inquired, Tad was met with the same answer. Then, down close to the riverfront, he saw a big white-painted frame building with a crude sign that bore the letters HOTELL. Lights blazed in the downstairs windows, and a sound of music came from within. Tad trudged up the steps and entered a large room with a sanded floor. 2 fiddlers were scraping away diligently at the farther end of the place, and a crowd of 30 or 40 men stood drinking and watching a raggedly dressed old fellow do a buck and wing dance. At one end of the long and busy bar lounged a big red-haired man in shirt-sleeves. Tad crossed to him. "Could you put me up for tonight?" he asked. The man eyed him shrewdly. "I've got a cot in one of the rooms, but it'll cost you dear," he answered at length. $2 for the night, and I doubt you've that much money." "Yes," said Tad. "It's high, but I can pay it." "Let's see your cash," the other replied coldly. Tad hesitated a second, then pulled a purse from under his belt. The big handful of government notes and silver which he held up seemed to satisfy the tavern keeper. $2, in advance," he said with a nod. "That'll cover supper and breakfast." Tad paid him and was stuffing the purse back into its place when he saw a tall, dark man who had come up during the conversation and was standing a few feet away, leaning an elbow on the bar. He was a rather handsome fellow of 24 or 25, with a sweeping dark mustache and restless, sharp black eyes. His clothes, beautifully tailored and expensive, seemed to have been worn a little too long or too carelessly, but it was his hands that Tad noticed first of all. They were white and slim, with extraordinarily long fingers, and on the middle finger of the right hand was a queer-shaped silver ring with a dull green stone. The man shifted his gaze quickly as Tad looked up, and the next moment he was ordering a drink from one of the bartenders. "Here, you, Rufus!" cried the landlord to a Negro boy who emerged just then from the kitchen. "Take this feller up to number 4. Lively!"
"Yes, sir, Miss Burke,"
was the reply, and Tad, hearing the name, remembered the stage driver's warning. Burke Howard, he thought. Yes, that was the name, but I've got to sleep somewhere, and at any rate I'll keep my eyes open. The darky led him upstairs to a large bare room with 2 beds and a small cot. One of the beds was already occupied by a snoring guest, and the other had a shabby pair of boots beside it. Tad left his satchel under the cot and returned to the lower floor. In the great kitchen just back of the bar he found a long table at one end of which a few rivermen were noisily finishing their supper, and sitting down at the other end he was soon served with hot beef stew and potatoes. The long cold ride had made him hungry. He did full justice to the meal and arose feeling better. The fiddlers were still playing when he returned to the main room. He watched a while, then took his cloak and went out of the stuffy atmosphere of the bar into the cool night. A few steps down the hill brought him to the riverfront, and just below was the big gray shape of a steamboat tied up at the landing. There were a few lights aboard her, and an occasional rumble of barrels came from the lower deck where sleepy stevedores were loading the last of her cargo for the long voyage downriver. Tad saw a small lighted office at the landward end of the dock and picked his way through and around the scattered piles of freight till he reached it. "I want to take passage to New Orleans," he said to the sour-visaged clerk. The man continued to write an entry in his book, scowling importantly. Then he cast a slow, scornful glance in the boy's direction. "To New Orleans," he replied. "The fare is $45. $45. With your stateroom and meals, that is. I reckon you mean Cincinnati, or maybe Louisville, don't you?" "No, New Orleans," Tad repeated patiently, and drew forth his wallet. "Here's 50. The name is Thaddeus Hopkins of New York." Subdued, the clerk gave him his change and his receipt, and Tad climbed the hill once more to Burke Howard's place with a great sense of being a man of the world. It was not until a half-hour later, when he lay in his cot in the big dark bedroom at the inn, that his lonesomeness returned. The man in the farther bed snored steadily with a purring sound, and Tad could not go to sleep, try as he would. Instead, he lay there thinking of the events of the last few days and of the journey ahead of him. It was amazing to realize that less than a week had passed since he received his father's letter. Back at the Academy for Young Gentlemen in southern Pennsylvania, where he had spent the last 2 winters, it had seemed 5 days ago as if the long routine of lessons would never end. And then, one morning had come the long envelope from New Orleans, addressed in his father's big, bold hand, and in it had been news. It was in the breast pocket of his coat now, but he did not need to look at it, for he knew it by heart. "Dearest Tad," his father had written, "I hear from Master Lang that you have been doing well in your work. Otherwise I would hesitate to suggest the plan I have in mind. As it is, I believe there can be no harm to your education in leaving the school before the end of the term. I shall be sailing for England in a short time, to look after some business, and it has occurred to me that it would make a pleasant vacation for us both if you were to accompany me. There is now a steam packet leaving Wheeling every fortnight for the South, and I wish you to make ready as soon as possible so as to sail by the next vessel on the 6th of April. A draft on my bankers is enclosed, which Master Lang will cash for you, and this should provide ample funds for the journey to New Orleans. I am looking forward with great joy to our voyage together, and shall be waiting for you at the levee on the arrival of your steamboat. Lovingly, your father, Jeremiah Hopkins. March 12, 1828. Tad's preparations for departure, watched enviously by the other boys in his form, had filled the next 2 days, and at daybreak of the third morning he had boarded the Baltimore to Wheeling stage. Crossing the mountains on the great creaking coach, listening to Long Bill Mifflin's stories, and watching the road ahead for signs of the deer and bear and mountain lions that the driver assured him filled the woods, all this had made it a journey he would never forget. And now he was in Wheeling, with the mighty river running past not 100 yards from his bed, and the steam packet Ohio Belle waiting to carry him on the long southward slant of 1,900 miles to New Orleans. Tad was genuinely fond of his father, though they had seen little of each other for the past 2 years. Jeremiah Hopkins was a New York cotton broker of considerable wealth. His interests frequently took him into the South and to Europe, and after Tad's mother died, he had left the boy in the care of schoolmasters. The prospect of a whole long spring and summer spent in voyaging with his father made Tad's heart thump joyfully. He was just drowsing off, with rosy thoughts of the future filling his head, when the door of the room was opened quietly. A tall figure entered and crossed the room with slow steps, lurching a little as he walked. There was no lamp in the place, but a ray of moonlight reflected from the wall lighted the man's face dimly. As Tad watched, he moved a few paces toward the cot and stood motionless, looking down at the boy with a somber expression, as if he were deep in thought. Tad looked up from under lowered lids, pretending to be asleep, and after a moment the figure turned away and went over to the vacant bed. It was the gentleman with the long white fingers he had seen below in the bar. For some reason he could not quite define, Tad was frightened. Surely there was nothing strange about the man's actions. A little drunk, perhaps, but incidents like that were to be expected in a riverfront tavern. He watched him partially undress and tumble into the bed, where presently his snores began to mingle with those of the first sleeper, and not till then did Tad draw a full breath. Stealthily he felt beneath his pillow for the purse. It was there, safe and sound. He wound the leather thong tightly about his fingers and lay quiet, too much disturbed to sleep. An hour crept by. Somewhere off in the woods back of the town a fox barked, and hound dogs answered with a frenzy of baying. A tipsy roisterer went past, mouthing a river song. Then, gradually, the noises of the night subsided, and Tad dropped off to sleep. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Bright April sunshine streaming in the window of the room flooded the bare walls with matter-of-fact daylight. It shone in Tad's eyes, and he woke up with a start. The steamboat! It left at 8. He reached for his big silver watch under the pillow, and found to his relief that it was only a few minutes after 6. At the same time he discovered the purse, still firmly attached to his hand. The terror of the night seemed ludicrous now. He chuckled at his own timidity and began dressing rapidly. The 2 other occupants of the chamber were still heavily asleep when Tad doused his face and hands in the wash basin, strapped his traveling bag, and went out. In the front bar there was only a single customer, a humorous-faced little Irishman in brass-buttoned blue clothes, who sat beside a table with a glass of hot toddy in one hand and a pipe in the other. He looked at Tad jovially. "Bedad, and it's glad I am the last barrel is aboard," he said, quite as if they had known each other for years. "Are you one of the steamboat men?" the boy asked. I am that lad. First mate of the Ohio Belle, and a terrible tired one. We've been taking cargo for 2 days and nights on end, and now I've got a half-hour ashore while they're a-getting up steam." "Does she sail in half an hour?" asked Tad. "Or sooner," replied the Irish mate. "The old man's a driver when his cargo's once loaded. If it's breakfast you're thinking of, wait and have it aboard with me. I take it you're bound downriver. I've bread and butter and a cold chicken in me locker, and we'll get coffee from that black son of ham in the galley. The passengers ain't supposed to be getting their meals aboard till dinner time, but we'll have a breakfast or my name's not Dennis McCann." The plan sounded like a good one to Tad. He waited while the mate finished his glass and paid his score, then, shouldering the bulky portmanteau, he followed him down the hill. "You see," said McCann, "this steamboatin' is only a bit of a change like for me. Me real business is deep-water sailin', as you may tell by the roll of me legs." Already, by twos and threes, and singly, people were going aboard. Tad and his companions shouldered through the crowd that had assembled to witness the great event of the week, and crossed the gaily painted gangplank. Instead of climbing the broad stairway to the deck above, McCann led the boy forward through a narrow alleyway just inside the paddle box amidships. A blast of heat struck them as they emerged, and Tad found himself facing a row of glowing doors where sweating darkies fed the boiler fires with cordwood. "That's prime seasoned hickory," shouted the mate above the roar of the fires. "Don't take long to get ahead of steam with wood like this. But wait till you see the dirty green stuff they give us down along the lower river." They went through another passage where the heat was almost stifling and came out on the forward cargo deck, solidly piled with merchandise. Climbing a steep, ladder-like companionway, they reached the main passenger deck. Higher still, Tad could see the Texas, or upper deck, with the pilot house perched atop, and just aft of it, the 2 tall stacks with clouds of smoke pouring from them. "Rest here a while, me lad," said McCann, "whiles I rustle that breakfast." Tad sat down on his portmanteau, close to the rail, and watched the spectacle below. The passengers made a colorful assemblage. There were plain pioneer folk in linsey-woolsey and butternut cloth, going back to their homesteads in Indiana or Illinois. There were wealthy planters from the cotton states, resplendent in fine raiment and attended by retinues of colored body servants. Small tradesmen, drovers and the like, from the nearer river towns, made up a fair proportion, and Tad saw 2 or 3 lonely-looking hunters in buckskin, with their long rifles and little packs of provisions, bound for the wild western country. One oddly dressed man with an eyeglass, who was constantly asking questions and jotting down notes in a little book, Tad decided must be an English tourist. There remained a little group which he found it harder to identify. 3 or 4 men in fashionable frock coats, their pearl-gray beaver hats cocked at a rakish angle, and clouds of smoke rolling up from their cigars, idled and jested by the landward end of the gangplank. Either they had no luggage, or it was already stowed aboard. Tad did not care for their looks, and he liked them still less when he saw them joined by a companion, the tall dark fellow whom he had already encountered twice in his brief stay at Wheeling. The friendly mate returned just then with a steaming pail of coffee, and led Tad off to his bunk in the officer's cabin. Breakfast over, McCann rose and put on his mate's cap. "There goes the all-ashore call," said he. "I'll take you down to the purser, and you can get your room from him." Tad found the stateroom assigned to him and put his bag inside. It was a tiny cubicle with a single bunk, its window opening on the deck far aft. Outside, the boy joined a group of passengers at the rail. The last hurried arrivals had rushed aboard, and final preparations for departure were now in progress. Negro deckhands stood by the mooring ropes at bow and stern. At a signal from the pilot-house, the cables were cast off, and the darkies burst into song as they hauled them in and coiled them down. Bells rang sharply in the engine room. With a creak and a splash, the tall paddle wheels began to turn, and the steamboat, catching the swift current, swept grandly out into the Ohio. A long bellowing blast of the whistle bade farewell to the waving throngs astern. That day and those that followed were full of experiences for Tad. Hour after hour he sat by the rail or stood on the Texas with his friend the mate, watching the valley unfold. The river was running bank full, fed by the April freshets, and added to the 8 or 10 miles an hour of which the steamer was capable, the strong current gave them a speed that seemed almost dizzying. They shot past dozens of loaded broadhorns and keelboats drifting down with a single long steering oar directing their course. The boatmen would cheer the Ohio Belle or curse her, depending on their humor and whether or not their craft misbehaved when her wash hit them. Some of these rude arks held all the worldly possessions of a family, homesteaders setting out to conquer the wilderness in Missouri or Iowa. Many of them had chicken coops on their half-decks, and once Tad saw a yoke of red steers chained to a post amidships and watching the water with rolling, frightened eyes. He tried to imagine what sort of life the people led aboard those homely, slow-moving boats. Almost he envied the freckled youngster he saw fishing over the side of one weather-beaten broadhorn. If he weren't going to New Orleans to see his dad, well, he couldn't help thinking what a lazy, carefree, interesting voyage one could take in an Ohio River flatboat. To Tad, raised in the more thickly populated country along the Atlantic seaboard, the forest-covered hills that rolled back from the river as far as the eye could see were satisfyingly wild and mysterious, and yet he was surprised at the feeling of bustle and activity that pervaded the valley. Little settlements of new log houses were continually appearing along the shore, and in many places sheep and cattle were grazing in freshly cleared pastures. Ferryboats, rowed by lusty rivermen, plied back and forth between the West Virginia and Ohio villages. Trading scows, loaded with calico, tools, and manufactured goods from the East, put in at the farms and hamlets to exchange their merchandise for produce. "This is a great country, lad, a great country," Dennis McCann would say. "Some day, belikes, 'twill be almost as great as Ireland." Tad watched the pilot spin the huge wheel to left and right as the Ohio Belle splashed her way down through the shallows. There was plenty of water and fairly easy steering, but the skill of the gray-bearded old keelboat man in the pilot-house seemed uncanny nevertheless. He could sense a sunken snag farther away than Tad could see a floating one, and he seemed to mind steering at night no more than in the daytime. They stopped at Marietta and later at Parkersburg that first afternoon, and as darkness fell, the chief pilot came up to relieve his assistant, who had had the wheel most of the day. Tad, before he turned in that night, had the thrill of standing in the pilot-house and watching the old-time riverman take his craft down through the inky blackness, swinging the bends like a racehorse. The little stateroom was clean and comfortable in spite of its tiny size, and the boy slept so soundly that not even the hoarse wail of the whistle awoke him. The Ohio Belle made a stop of several hours at Cincinnati to load and unload freight the morning of the third day, and again the following forenoon at Louisville there was a long delay. The weather, which had been fine up till then, turned cloudy with spits of rain that morning, but Tad, as usual, spent his time on deck with the mate. The river was high enough to make the passage of the falls a possibility, and the Ohio Belle, shallow of draft like all the river steamers, took the whitewater safely. The rain increased in the afternoon, and Tad was finally driven inside out of the wet. He had paid very little attention to his fellow passengers on the voyage so far, but now, for something to do, he strolled down the inside passageway to the main saloon. It was just before he reached the cabin companion that he passed a door standing ajar and heard men talking angrily. Suddenly, one voice rose to a shout, and a chair was pushed back with a violent scraping noise. Then the door opened, and in it, with his back to Tad, stood a tall man in shabby, well-cut clothes. The fellow swayed a little and caught the door jamb with one hand. With the other, he flung a pack of dirty playing cards back into the room. Then he spoke in a thick, choking voice.
"You've cleaned me," he said. "You've got my last cent, curse you. But I'll be back, and don't you forget it."
As he turned to leave, he almost fell over Tad, and the boy was startled by the look of ferocity on his white, drawn face, a face he knew and had begun to fear. With long strides, the man reached the end of the passage, then checked himself in the act of turning the corner, and glanced back at Tad as if he remembered something. An instant later, he was gone. The other gamblers in the stateroom were silent for a moment after his departure. Then one of them burst into a loud guffaw.
"So he'll be back, eh?"
he cried.
"That's a good 'un. Who lent him a plugged nickel on board here?"
They resumed their game, and someone slammed the door shut. Restless, Tad roamed about the interior of the vessel, went down to watch the darkies firing the boilers on the lower deck, watched the Indiana bluffs to the northward slide past in the rain, ate supper with the other cabin passengers, and finally went back to his stateroom. When he had undressed, he bolted the door, opened the window a few inches for fresh air, and went to bed. Lulled by the steady beat of the rain, he was soon asleep. It must have been hours later when he woke, for the downpour had ceased and a gusty wind was blowing. Was it the wind rattling his door that had wakened him? Rubbing his eyes, he rose on one elbow and peered over the edge of his bunk, and there, just climbing through the window, was the black looming figure of a man. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. For 3 or 4 seconds, Tad was too terrified to move. Then he recovered his presence of mind and scrambled up, drawing a deep breath to shout for help. But before he could utter a sound, the intruder had dropped cat-like to the floor of the stateroom and was on him in a bound. A powerful hand closed on his windpipe, and a gag of some sort was stuffed into his mouth. Tad, strong and wiry for his 15 years, fought back at his tall antagonist savagely, but it was an unequal struggle. With a swift skill that argued previous experience, the prowler pulled a cord from under his coat, and twisting the lad over on his stomach, he caught his wrists in a tight hitch behind him. 6 quick passes of the cord, and Tad lay trussed up on the bunk, helpless as a baby. Then the man rose leisurely, produced a tinder box from somewhere, and lit a candle, which he stuck on the lid of the box and set down on the floor. Tad, getting a good look at him for the first time, saw that he was masked. A black handkerchief with holes cut in it covered the whole upper part of his face. With quick fingers, the fellow went through Tad's clothes, taking his father's letter, his watch, and a few other trifles, and putting them in his own pocket. The boy, struggling desperately to get his hands free, had to lie there in anguish and see his treasures taken. At last, as the robber paused, baffled for a moment, Tad felt the knots that held him slip a little. He bent his knees up to loosen the tension between ankles and wrists, and worked his arms cautiously back and forth. One hand slid through, then the other, but he lay still and gave no sign. The man had opened the portmanteau and was rummaging through it swiftly, but still he did not find what he was after. As he rose, the candle's beam shone full on his right hand, and Tad had a momentary glimpse of a ring, silver with a dull green stone. It was the gambler from Wheeling, who had seen him open his purse to pay for his lodging. Would he give up the search and leave as he had come? It was a foolish hope. At that very instant the fellow turned and stepped over to the bunk, his slim, sure fingers feeling under the pillow where the purse was hidden. Tad could restrain himself no longer. With a cry muffled by the gag, he pulled his arms from behind him and leaped upon the thief. Together they went sprawling across the tiny cabin. The candle was kicked over and extinguished, and the struggle went on in the dark. Suddenly the gambler shifted his position, and Tad felt an arm tighten about his head with a grip like a vice. His ears began to sing, and all his senses were numbed by the pain of the headlock. He was powerless to move. Then he became dimly aware that his antagonist was using his other hand to open the door. A draught of cold air struck him, and he was pulled out upon the deck. With a suddenness that gave him no time for terror, he felt himself swung up and outward over the rail, and then, as in a bad dream, he was falling. The shock of the icy water brought him out of his stupor. For a second or two his whole energy was concentrated on getting back to the air again, for the 15-foot drop had plunged him deep. As he came up, choking, he pulled the gag out of his mouth and tried once more to call for help, but the stern of the Ohio Belle had already gone past, and there was nothing around him but watery blackness. What should he do now? He was a good swimmer, but the water was almost as cold as in winter, and he knew he could not last long in it. The steamer had been running close to the Indiana shore most of the day, and he had been thrown from the starboard side of the vessel. Something told him to try for the north bank. With the river sweeping down upon him at 5 or 6 miles an hour, it was easy to keep his sense of direction. He struck out almost at right angles to the current and swam steadily, saving his strength. The task seemed endless. As far as he could tell, he might still be miles from land, and he was numb with cold. Twice he had such an attack of shivering that he could not take a stroke for several seconds. His short cotton nightshirt was not much of an impediment to swimming, but the trailing cord was still tied fast to one of his feet, and he used up some of his strength in a vain effort to get rid of it. Some last reserve of pluck kept his arms and legs going despite the achy weariness that was in them. He thought he saw a blacker mass rising in the blackness ahead, but it seemed to draw no nearer, and he lost hope. Then his toe struck something soft that frightened him. He lashed out desperately to get away from it and struck it again. It was mud. He could stand up, half out of water, and wade. The looming bulk ahead of him must be trees. In another minute or two he was crawling up the bank, so nearly exhausted that he seemed hardly able to move, yet filled with an indescribable sense of happiness at being alive. Another attack of shivers made him realize that he must try to get warm. Rising, he half stumbled, half ran along a sort of path that followed the top of the bank. And a moment later, to his joy, he saw a small cabin set in a clearing ahead of him. Hurrying forward, he approached the front of the shack and was about to rouse its inmates by knocking on the door when 2 huge dogs came running around the corner and rushed at him. They growled and snapped so viciously at his bare legs that Tad made a hasty retreat, beating them off with the cord which he had removed from his ankle and was still carrying. "Hello, the house!" he cried. But the people inside either could not or would not hear him. and after a moment of hesitation, a renewed attack by the dogs caused him to keep on his way westward along the bank. The damp twigs and briars slapped and scratched his naked legs, but he was past paying any attention to such trifles. If only he could find a sheltered corner of some sort where he could curl up and rest without perishing of cold. The path opened after a while on another clearing, bigger than the first, and he made out the shapes of 6 scattered houses off to the right, away from the river. There was something depressing in their silent blackness, and after his experience at the last place, he had little heart to approach them. Instead, he followed a deeply rutted road that led forward to the bank of what seemed to be a good-sized creek flowing into the Ohio. Tad groped his way to the door of a log shanty which stood by the water, a storehouse of some kind, he thought. But here again he was disappointed, for a heavy padlock secured the latch. As he stood there, shivering and desperate, his eye fell on a long dark bulk beside the landing stage. It was a boat, a clumsy broadhorn of the kind he had seen drifting down the river. He drew closer and saw a roofed shelter covering the after part. It looked warm and dry. Surely there could be no harm in resting there until daylight. He would come ashore before the owners appeared, he told himself, and a moment later he was scrambling aboard. There were rough, warm burlap bags and a heavy tarpaulin in the shelter. Shivering, he made a place for himself in a deep, snug corner and pulled the canvas cover about him. After a moment or two, his body began to warm the nest, and a heavenly peace seemed to soothe his weariness like a drug. Before another minute passed, he had fallen into a slumber far too deep for dreams. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Hard upon the beach shore she moves too slow, all the way to Shawneetown long time ago. The song came sifting into Tad's consciousness pleasantly, to the accompaniment of a snapping, sizzling noise and a most appetizing smell. He opened his eyes and tried to think where he was, but everything was dark around him, dark and strange. He put out a hand and felt bags close by. Then he remembered in a flash all the details of the catastrophe that had brought him there. With a start, he sat upright, looking out over the tops of bales and boxes. It was not only morning, but bright, broad daylight, and the boat was moving. He could see the line of trees on shore marching past. Painfully, for he was very stiff and sore, he changed his position so that he could look out ahead. There in the waist of the Broadhorn, just forward of the shelter, was a small fire blazing cheerfully on a rough clay hearth. Over it crouched a young man in a cap and store clothes, holding a frying pan full of bacon, which gave forth the pleasant aroma he had already noticed. The tuneful cook resumed his song, adding a verse that took his crew on the next stage of their journey, and Tad, looking beyond him, discovered that there was still another person aboard the flatboat. Up on the half-deck, forward, a big, loose-jointed young fellow of 19 moved back and forth. In each brown fist he gripped the handle of a 15-foot sweep oar, trimmed out of an ash sapling, and pulled steadily and powerfully, walking 2 steps forward and 2 back at each stroke. He was dressed in a coarse butternut shirt and fringed leather hunting breeches, which made a quaint contrast to the more pretentious costume of the man by the fire. He was a tremendously tall youngster, as tall as anyone Tad had ever seen, and his gaunt, big-featured, homely face, with the quirk of humor at the corners of his mouth, attracted the boy instantly. He had a mop of tousled, rusty black hair and deep-set gray eyes that were fixed, at that moment, on the Kentucky shore. The singer's voice ceased abruptly, and Tad, glancing in his direction, found the man's eyes looking straight into his own. "Well, I'll be teetotally," he began, and rose, almost dropping the pan. "Looky here, Abe. Leave go the Moors and come a-runnin'." The young giant in the bows landed amidships in a single long jump. "What is it, snakes?" he cried. For answer, the other pointed a finger at Tad as the boy crawled out of his hiding place. The look of open-mouthed astonishment on the cook's face had changed now to one of outraged wrath. "See here, you dirty thieving skunk," he blustered. "What in the nation do you think you're doing aboard of our—" His voice was drowned by a roar of good-natured merriment from his tall companion, and Tad, looking down at himself for the first time, realized what a grotesque appearance he presented. The brief nightshirt he had worn when the gambler entered his stateroom had been torn to ribbons in the fight which followed, and after being covered with mud and further ripped by the briars, it was no longer recognizable as a garment. From head to foot he was smeared with dirt and dried blood, and his hair was matted with twigs. "All right," he grinned. "I don't blame you for laughing, or for thinking I'm a thief either. But you don't have to worry. I just crawled in here to sleep last night and—" "What do you mean by making free with other folks' property?" began the smaller of the two boatmen. The one called Abe put a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Shut up, Allen," he said. "Let the boy tell his story. You're cold, ain't you, son? Here, wrap yourself up in this." Gratefully, Tad pulled around him the heavy blanket which was offered, and proceeded to give them an outline of his adventure, while Allen continued cooking the breakfast. Grunted that individual, still sourly, when Tad had finished. "How much was you robbed of?" "Not quite $200, answered the boy. "Ha ha!" chuckled the doubter. "That's a likely yarn." "Wait a minute, Allen," Abe interrupted. "I don't know how much money he had and don't care, but I do know when a boy's telling the truth. What's your name, sonny?" "Thaddeus Hopkins," answered the boy. "People generally call me Tad." "All right, Tad," the tall young backwoodsman continued. "I reckon the first thing you're interested in is breakfast. After that, we'll see about dressing you and make some plans. Now, Allen, if the viands are prepared, you may serve our frugal repast." There was such a comical dignity in his stiff bow as he made the last remark that both his hearers laughed in spite of themselves. Without more ado, they attacked the smoking pile of bacon and cornmeal johnny cake, and Tad thought no food he had ever eaten had tasted quite so good. There had seemed to be a prodigious lot of it when they started, but the giant sweep oarsman had an appetite quite in keeping with his huge gaunt frame, and in 15 minutes the pans were empty. "Thar," said Abe as he wiped the last of the bacon grease from his tin plate with a piece of cornbread. "Now maybe we can give some attention to navigating a good ship Katie Roby." He winked at Tad as he pronounced the name, and Tad, glancing at Allen, saw him flush with embarrassment and turned quickly to the business of cleaning the breakfast utensils. Abe looked at both banks to make sure the Broadhorn was drifting on the right course, and rummaged in a pine box under the shelter astern. From it he pulled forth presently a pair of woolen breeches, worn and shrunken, and a clean white cotton shirt. "These may fit you a bit long," he said to Tad, "but rolling up the legs and sleeves won't hurt a thing. Maybe you'll grow into 'em." Tad was really touched, for he could see that the gangling young boatman had given him his own best clothes. "Thanks," he said. That's mighty good of you, and if you don't mind, I'm going to wash before I put them on. There was a length of new rope for mooring, tied to one of the bow posts, and when Tad had stripped off his rags, he threw the rope over the side and let himself down into the river. In the bright morning sun, it felt warmer than the night before, but there was no temptation to stay in long. He scrubbed off as much of the grime as he was able, holding on by one hand, and then clambered back aboard. 5 minutes later, he was warm, dry, and decently clad, at least according to the simple standards of the river. "Now, Allen," said Abe, resting on his oar handles, "what are we going to do with this young rooster?" Allen was frowning in perplexity. "Got any folks along this part of the river?" "No," Tad said. "I don't know a soul between here and New Orleans. But if you want to put me ashore, I suppose I could get something to do and earn my keep until Father comes for me." Abe shook his head. "That don't seem to me exactly reasonable," he said. "We're going down to New Orleans ourselves, and we could maybe use a spare hand. What do you say, Captain?" Allen seemed a trifle dubious. "Think the rations will hold out?" he asked. "Sartin they will," Abe replied. "We can make it quicker'n we planned by running nights sometimes, and with a real dead-shot rifleman like you along, we ought to just about live on bar and turkey meat anyhow." The other member of the crew was somewhat mollified by these words. "Well, maybe so," said he. "I reckon we can't help ourselves. What can you do, boy? Cook?" "I'm sorry," Tad hesitated. I don't think I can, but perhaps I could learn." "I believe Allen here would condescend to give you a lesson," put in Abe seriously. Said Allen. "Can you catch fish or chop wood?" "I never tried," answered Tad, "but I'd like to." Abe, who had been rowing hard during this questioning, leaned on his oars again. "Now see here," he said. "You don't have to worry about this here boy. Any youngster with the spunk to wrestle with a robber and be dropped off a steamboat into cold water at midnight and swim across the Ohio River and run 3 miles naked with mean dogs after him can look out for himself. He'll be cooking, fishing, and chopping wood long before he gets to New Orleans." With these words, Tad was officially admitted to membership in the crew of the homemade flatboat Katie Roby and set forth on one of the strangest and most interesting adventures that ever befell a 15-year-old schoolboy. All that fine April day they made steady progress down the swollen river. Part of the time Abe and Allen worked at the oars, adding a mile or two an hour to the speed of the current. Part of the time they loafed in the sun on the half-deck, asking Tad questions about the politer world of the eastern cities and swapping yarns about their own great frontier country. "You mean to tell me they all wear shoes in New York?" asked Abe incredulously. "Yes," said Tad. "All but a few poor children. I've never gone barefoot since I was a baby." "Gosh!" the lanky backwoodsman exclaimed. "Look at my feet." He pulled off his moccasin and showed a sole covered by a single vast callus. "Outside of about 5 months in winter when I wore hide boots, I never had a shoe on my foot till last year. Pap always figured it was cheaper to let me grow my own leather," he added, with the twinkle in his gray eyes that Tad was learning to expect. Piecing together what the 2 boatmen told him and what he picked up from their conversation, he learned that Allen Gentry was the son of a merchant living in the settlement at the mouth of Little Pigeon Creek, where Tad had first sought shelter in the flatboat. His father, James Gentry, was the owner of the craft, and was sending Allen to sell the corn, pork, and potatoes which made up its cargo in the great produce market of New Orleans. Abe, as he himself told Tad, was merely a hired hand, sent along to do the heavy work and to take care of Allen. but it was quite apparent that the long-limbed country boy with his quaint humor and his common sense was the real leader of the expedition. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. When the lingering spring sunset came, the flatboat was bowling along so merrily that Abe decided to make a long day's run of it. He left the bow sweeps and stretched his long bulk on the little afterdeck with the steering oar under his arm. Alan pulled out a homemade banjo from some mysterious hiding place and proceeded to strum it softly. His pleasant tenor voice, floating out across the reaches of the river, was joined by a bass bellow from another broadhorn astern, and for several miles they drifted to the mellow harmony of Skip to My Lou, Weevily Wheat, Down the Big River, and Wabash Gals. The afterglow dimmed out of the sky, and bright stars filled it, and Tad, yawning drowsily, was sent to bed. Rolled up in a blanket on the hard deck planks and lulled by the murmur of the river, he slept as soundly as he ever had in his life. The sun had already risen when he woke, and he was surprised to see the budding branches of a big sycamore overhanging the deck of the flatboat. Abe was up on the bank chopping wood for the breakfast fire, and Alan was casting off the stern mooring rope which had been fastened around the tree. Tad threw off his blanket, pulled up a bucket of water from over the side, and hastily performed his morning ablutions. By the time he had finished, the boat was well on its way again. "Well, youngster," chuckled Alan, "how's this? You awake and ready to eat again?" The truth was, Tad did have a fine appetite for breakfast, and he admitted it with a grin. "I feel as if I ought to work for it first, though," he said. "So you can," Abe put in. "Here's the axe. Suppose you split some of this wood up in nice fine kindlin', while I go up forward and persuade her a little with the oars." Tad, willing enough, picked up the axe and started clumsily to hack away at the chunk of pine. By dint of hard work, he managed to split away a cross-grained sliver from one side and was attacking the larger piece again when a smothered choking sound reached his ears. There lay Alan, rolling on the planks and holding his sides with laughter. In a country where children learned to use an axe almost as soon as they could walk, and supplied the house with firewood before they knew their ABCs, the sight of Tad's awkwardness was enough to provoke any man's mirth. But Abe did not laugh. He left his oars and came down to Tad's side. "Watch," he said. "You'll get the knack of it in no time." And swinging the axe one-handed, with no apparent effort, he cleft the log cleanly through the center, then into quarters. His arm rose and fell steadily, and in an amazingly short time there was only a neat pile of slender pine splints lying by the hearth. As they breakfasted, a big keelboat piled with farm implements and furniture, and with half a dozen lively-looking children swarming over and through everything, steered close to them. "Movers," said Alan. A bearded man with a cross, discontented face appeared at the gunwale of the keelboat and hailed them.
"Where are we? Can you tell me?"
he shouted. "This is the Ohio River," Abe replied cheerfully.
"Yes, but whereabouts? What part?"
fretted the mover. "Just now," said Abe, considering, "you're in Indiany. But in 5 more minutes, your bow end'll be in Illinois. There's the Wabash now." He pointed to the right bank a mile or so below, and Tad saw a wide river emptying into the Ohio from the north. The bearded man muttered something that might have been thanks and went back to the tiller of the keelboat, while Abe resumed his breakfast. "They'll make a mighty valuable addition to the population of whatever place they're going to," he remarked between mouthfuls of Johnny cake. "Must be Illinois," put in Allen. "That question sounded just like a sucker." The latter scornful epithet, Tad discovered, was universally applied by the Hoosiers to their neighbors on the west. Although hundreds of families were moving from Indiana into Illinois every year, and the people of the two states were often blood kin to each other, there was a vigorous rivalry that did not always confine itself to calling names. Something of this feeling Tad was soon to see, for they made a landing at Shawneetown on the Illinois shore sometime during the forenoon. One of the first things he had asked his new friends was how he might send word of his safety to his father in New Orleans, and it had been agreed that they should stop at the first town where steamboats touched and mail a letter. There were no writing materials aboard the Katie Roby. When Abe and Allen had calculations to make, they did it with a burnt stick on the deck planking. So, leaving Allen to guard the flatboat and her cargo, Abe and Tad climbed the muddy hill from the landing stage and sought a place where paper and ink might be bought. One of the first buildings they reached was a rambling log house with a wide porch in front, which turned out to be a general store. They entered and made their purchases, and Tad started to write his letter, using the head of a barrel for a table. Briefly, he described the attempt to put him out of the way and how he had made his escape. Basing his estimate on the average speed of the Katie Roby, he wrote that with good luck they would reach New Orleans within 2 or 3 weeks. He was just signing his name to the message when he heard a commotion of some kind outside. The group of loafers who had been hanging around the door when they entered now left the porch with a clatter of boots. A loud voice was raised tauntingly.
"Well, you long-legged, slab-sided, lousy Hoosier, want to see how it feels to get thrown?"
it asked. Tad hastily pocketed his letter and went to the door. In the midst of a ring of spectators outside, a big, stocky riverman was brushing the dirt off his hands, while a crestfallen youth in torn homespun lifted himself out of the mud. Abe's long, awkward figure towered above the group of bystanders. Evidently, the champion's invitation had been addressed to him. He strolled forward into the ring. "Don't care if I do," he said. There were roars of laughter from the Illinois men.
"Them leather breeches is to scare off the varmints,"
one cried.
"What do they feed you on, Longshanks?"
asked another.
"Suckers,"
answered Abe with a grin, and pulled his belt a notch tighter. The riverman was broad-shouldered and powerful, with short, thick arms like a bear's. He pounded himself on the chest with a huge fist and roared.
"Here I am. I'm Thick Mike Milligan of Kaskaskia. I can drink more liquor and walk straighter, chaw more tobacco and spit less juice, break more noses and swaller less teeth than any man on the rivers. I eat wildcat for breakfast and alligator for supper. I'm a raging hyena. I'm a terror to snakes. Look out, for I'm a-comin'."
As he shouted the last words, he jumped in the air and clapped his heels together. Then, with a rush, he charged at Abe. There was nothing awkward about the tall Hoosier now. He took a quick sidewise step, springy as a cat on his moccasined feet. One long arm shot out and caught Milligan by his thick neck, spinning him about so that he dropped on one hand and one knee. The riverman was up in an instant, roaring like a bull, but now he came on more warily, trying to get in close, where he could come to grips with his opponent. Abe, circling and retreating constantly, held him out of reach with those long, sinewy scarecrow arms of his. The onlookers began to hoot and jeer.
"They call that wrastlin' in Indiany?"
yelled one. and another edged close to Abe to trip him. "Look out!" cried Tad, but his warning was unnecessary. The lanky young flatboatman had seen the movement out of the corner of his eye, and instead of falling over the outthrust foot, he suddenly leapt backward, seized the tricky bystander by the collar, and hurled him through the air straight at Milligan. Then, without the loss of a second, he was after the two of them. Catching the river bully off his balance, he lifted him clear of the ground and slammed him on his back, piling the dazed and gasping meddler on top of him before either could collect his wits. Thick Mike picked himself up angrily, while the crowd howled its desire for the best 2 out of 3 falls. Abe seemed to have undergone a change. He was mad now, mad clean through, and his gray eyes blazed as he trod lightly forward to meet Milligan's attack. The riverman tried a new plan. Waiting till Abe was close, he suddenly plunged in low, hoping to get a crotch hold and upset the lanky Hoosier. This time Abe wasted no time in dodging. Before the other's hands were fairly on him, he had seized him with both arms around the middle and whirled him, feet in air, over his shoulder. Milligan landed heavily on the small of his back, and with a panther-like spring, Abe was on him, pinning his shoulders flat. There was no longer a question as to which was the better wrestler, and the stocky Kaskaskia man was the first to admit it. He rose, still a little dizzy from the force of his fall, and shook Abe's hand.
"They ain't many can do that," he grinned. "How tall air you, lad?"
6'4", said Abe.
"And how old?"
19, answered the flatboatman.
"Great sufferin' catfish!" the other exclaimed. "You'd oughter be a good-sized feller when you grow up."
The crowd of loafers did not seem disposed to take the champion's defeat quite so good-humoredly. As Abe and Tad went back to the store to post the letter, these hangers-on followed at their heels.
"Huh! Wrastle, sure he can, that ain't nothin'," said one of them. "But what'd he look like in a real ruckus? Knock down and drag out."
The tall youth turned on the top step and deliberately rolled up the sleeves of his shirt.
"Listen,"
he said quietly, "one Hoosier to one sucker ain't a fair fight. But if any 2 of you want to tackle me at once, I'll be pleased to accommodate. Step right up here, boys." His words produced an immediate hush. For a moment he stood there, eyeing them scornfully, while they shuffled their feet and looked sheepish. Then he entered the store. "Come on, Tad," he said with a wink. "We'll be a-goin' now." The boy gave his letter to the postmaster, got that worthy's assurance that he would mail it on the steamboat Nancy Jones from Louisville, likely to stop at Shawneetown in the next day or 2, and followed Abe down the hill. Allen, who had heard the shouting, was filled with curiosity. "What do you see, boys? A fight?" he asked.
"No," said Abe. "It was just a demonstration."
And chuckling, he went about the business of getting headway on the boat. Allen, however, was not satisfied till he had got a glowing account of the wrestling bout from Tad. "That's right," he nodded. "This year Abe is the powerfulest critter ever I see. He can outrun, outwrestle, and outfight any man in our country back home. Yes, and outtalk any woman. He's as fast as greased lightning and tougher'n a white oak post." It was early afternoon when they passed the broad mouth of a cave on the Illinois bank. Allen, who had once been as far as Paducah on the steamboat, pointed it out and told the gruesome story of the Wilson gang, a notorious outlaw band which, 25 years earlier, had made the cavern its stronghold. "There was more'n 100 of 'em," said he, "and they used to rob boats and travelers all up and down the river. They say there's a sort of chimney going up from that cave into another one over it, and after the gang was cleaned out, 60 skeletons of murdered folks was found up in that secret cave. Tad gazed at the place in awe as they drifted past. It looked peaceful enough now. The sun slanted brightly across the gray face of the rock, and a flight of twittering swallows darted in and out of the dusky opening. They fished and talked, sang and whittled with alternate spells of the oars all afternoon, and toward sunset sighted a black cloud of smoke beyond the next bend.
"Steamboat comin'," remarked
Abe. A long, mournful whistle blast came up the river, and they saw a man at work in a stump-filled clearing suddenly drop his plow handles and run down to the shore. He leaped in the air, waving his hat frantically as the tall stacks and shining upperworks of the craft appeared around the bend. His horses eyed the approaching monster with alarm, snorted, reared, and would have dashed off if the plow had not buried itself and anchored them. The steamer passed within a dozen yards of the flatboat, and they read her name, Amazon, in gilded letters across her paddle boxes. The big wheels thrashed and churned with a mighty uproar as the vessel forced her way up against the current at all of 4 or 5 miles an hour. The foamy wake that rolled out from her paddle wheels caught the Katie Roby at an awkward angle and made her pitch like a steer. Bracing his feet, Abe pulled on the oars with all his strength to keep the craft from swinging sidewise. A roar of laughter went up from the deck of the Amazon, where 2 or 3 of the crew were gathered.
"Hold her, Beanpole!" shouted one of them.
Abe dropped the oars, picked up a 4-foot stick of firewood, and sent it whirling after the steamer, already many yards away. He threw so hard and so true that the billet bounced off the rail a foot from the fellow's head, and the steamboat men retreated hastily. Abe grinned as he handled the sweeps again.
"I'm willin' to take their wash," he said, "but not their sass."
That night, when Allen was tuning up his banjo, Tad went aft to lie by the steering oar with Abe. He looked at the long, easy frame of the backwoods youth and thought of that morning's wrestling match. "Jiminy, but you're strong," he said admiringly. Abe shifted his position, looking off at the low stars.
"That's nothing," he said gruffly. "I was born big. There's no credit in that. What I'd like is to be able to sing and play the banjo like Allen. I can't carry a tune any more than a crow. Or I'd like to go to an academy like you. I bet you've read a power of books."
Tad was truthful. "Not such a terrible lot," he said. "They've got a whole library full at school, but when you have to read them, there's no fun in it." "Gee," murmured Abe, and was silent for a little. Then he turned toward the younger boy, his rugged, homely face serious in the starlight. "I couldn't get much schoolin' back where we lived on Little Pigeon," he said, "but I've read some. Books like The Life of Washington, and The Fourth Reader, and the Bible, and Aesop's Fables, and The Laws of Indiana, and Pilgrim's Progress, and Robinson Crusoe, and the Almanac. Guess I've read about all the books I could borrow from anyone round Gentryville. Of course, I learned to write and cipher in the log school, and I used to work out the accounts for folks, neighbors, and write letters for 'em if they had to send news off. I fixed me up a quill pen out of a turkey buzzard's feather, and the ink I made out of blackberry briar roots and copperas. I'd rather have book learning than all the muscle in the world. They say there's a new university going to open in Indiana next fall. If I was rich, maybe I wouldn't go up thar in a hurry, but I guess I'll likely stay working around on farms and boats." "I should think you'd want to," Tad put in. "If I was as big and husky as you and could do the things you can, I'd never go back to school." "Thar," chuckled Abe. "You've put your finger on it.
I seem to be a born cornhusker, and that's all right, too. I like an axe. I like to work with an axe, splitting rails, building things. And I like to plow and hoe and take care of cattle. Only, he paused, frowning, some way that ain't enough. And for many minutes thereafter, he sat buried in thought, his chin in his hand. Tad, respecting the stern, almost sad expression on the older boy's face, rose quietly and joined Alan up forward. Alan finished his song and greeted him. "What's the matter? Abe got one of his silent spells?" he asked. "Don't mind him. He's all right, just shiftless and dreamy sometimes." And striking a chord or two, he launched into the stanzas of Old Aunt Phoebe. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. They were peeling potatoes for the noon meal on the 4th day of the flatboat's voyage when Tad chanced to look off to the southward and stood up suddenly with an exclamation of wonder. Above the Kentucky bluffs a cloud was rising swiftly, a living cloud of beating wings. "Pigeons!" said Abe, and Alan, springing to his feet, ran back under the shelter to get his fowling piece. The great flight of birds came swiftly. Before Alan could finish loading the long-barreled shotgun, the first of them were winging over, 2s and 3s and 50s, and then thousands, so many that they seemed to cover the sky. A vast vibrating hum of wings filled the air. Alan rammed home his charge and lifted the gun. Taking aim was hardly necessary. He pointed where the flock seemed thickest and fired. At the loud report, a sort of eddying movement went through the nearer part of the cloud of birds, but there was no change in the speed or direction of the flight. Then bodies of dead and wounded pigeons began dropping like feathered hailstones into the river. They sent up little splashes of water. There must have been a dozen at least. Only one pigeon fell aboard the Katie Roby. Tad picked up the warm, plump body and held it, watching the eyes glaze. The sleek, brownish-gray feathers were ruffled, and a shot had carried away part of the long tail. Alan was grumbling. "One pigeon. I hit plenty, but they all fell in the water. We'd oughter have a dog along to fetch 'em." He was reloading rapidly while he talked, and raised the gun again, looking for the likeliest place to shoot. Abe's voice came from the bows. "Don't kill any more of 'em, Alan," he said, with something like a command in his tone. "Supposing you should get 1 or 2 more to fall in the boat. It takes more'n 3 pigeons to make a meal for this crew. You ain't just shooting 'em for the fun of it, are you?" "Well, why not?" replied young Gentry with a scowl. "There's millions and millions. Look at 'em." He waved his arm in a wide arc. "They're so thick they're most a nuisance." "No, sir," Abe answered. "They never harm crops, do they? And they're pretty, and have a right to live. They're being killed off too fast as it is. My pap says when he was a boy in Kentuck, there used to be 4 or 5 flights every year when the pigeons would make the sun dark for a whole day. You don't see that now. This flock here is most over now. That's what comes of killing 'em by the bushel just for the sport of it." Even as he spoke, the rear guard of the flock swept over, leaving the sky clear once more. The dark cloud of beating wings drew away rapidly to the north, and in a moment the only traces of the event were the stiffening body in Tad's hand and the acrid smell of burnt powder as Alan sulkily set about cleaning his gun. When dinner was over, the long-legged backwoods boy rose, stretched, and climbed to the forward deck.
Before picking up the oars, he shaded his eyes with his hand and looked away southward. "Boys," he said, "unless I'm mighty mistook, we'll pass Cairo and be sailing down the Mississippi before night." "Ha!" snorted Allen. "What do you know about it? This ain't the headwaters of Little Pigeon Creek you're a-navigating." "Reckon I'm as wise an old barnacle as any aboard this packet," Abe replied with a twinkle. "Where do you figure us to be, Cap'n Gentry?" "Well, let's see now," said Allen. "We sighted Paducah just before noon. Now, I forget how many miles it is from there, but it seems like they told me it was a full day's run, that time I was down there I told you about." The argument went on spasmodically for the balance of the afternoon, but Abe, as usual, was right. An hour after sunset, in the calm blue dusk, they floated out of the Ohio with the broad current of the Mississippi sweeping down in a resistless muddy tide from the northwest. They knew the power of that flood a moment later when another broadhorn, just below them, was caught in an eddy and whirled end for end like a twig in a brook. Abe pulled with might and main on the starboard oar, and Allen swung the steering sweep to bring them over toward the Kentucky shore. "We might's well stay this side where it ain't so yaller, long as we can," said the big bow oarsman. "I feel sort of more at home in water that might have come down from Little Pigeon." They tied up to the Kentucky bank while it was still light enough to find a good mooring place. Not much singing or hilarity aboard that night. Something of the vast, brooding mystery of the river had got into them. Tad didn't feel afraid or even lonesome exactly. He just wasn't in the mood for talking. The immense distances, the wildness of the country, the hurrying, watery sounds of the mile-wide flood, perhaps it was none of these, or all of them combined, that weighed down their spirits. "Spooky, ain't it?" said Allen, shaking himself uneasily, and he went to his blankets without taking out the banjo. Tad followed soon and left Abe sitting hunched in dark silhouette against the stars, his big hands gripped around his knees and his eyes on the shadowy line of willows and cottonwoods across the river. He was used to spells of sadness. This one seemed no worse than usual. Morning made a difference. The sun shone on budding leaves of tender green and sparkled on the dimpling surface of the water. A perfect riot of birdsong filled the air. In the big trees that overhung the mooring place there must have been hundreds of warblers, finches, and song sparrows, and several times Tad caught the red flash of a cardinal among the branches. Allen sang and Tad whistled intermittently while they cooked and ate breakfast, and even Abe hummed something that might have been Turkey in the Straw, and danced a homemade double shuffle on the foredeck as he cast off. "Make the most of it, boys," he laughed. "This is all the spring we're going to see. By day after tomorrow, we'll catch up with summer at this rate." The sun was warm enough that day to give truth to the tall boy's words. They passed islands where the dogwood, at the height of its bloom, made a white canopy almost to the water's edge, and in fields along the shore they were barefooted children running about in calico frocks. The river did not seem lonesome in daylight. Above and below them they could see busy specks that were keelboats and barges. They overtook one of these toward noon, a shabby old trading scow. On its afterpart was built a little house, or caboose, from which a length of rusty stovepipe projected, and a dingy bit of what had once been bright cotton print waved in tatters at the top of a pole. Despite the forlorn appearance of the craft, cheerful sounds came from it as the Indiana flatboat drew alongside. A squat, broad-shouldered old man with a bushy gray beard and merry eyes was sitting on a box forward of the caboose, scraping away lustily at a backwoods fiddle. and thumping time with one foot on the deck. And sitting facing him, apparently entranced by the hoarse squeaking of the fiddle, was a fine red setter dog. The old fellow finished his tune with a flourish and swung about on his box.
"Howdy, boys,"
he cried.
"I'm Moses Magoon of the Big Sandy, peaceful trader and musician by choice, but a bad 'un when raised. Maybe you've heard of these half-horse, half-alligator fellas. I'm 1/3 horse, 1/3 alligator, and the other third mixed catamount and copperhead. What do you find yourselves in need of today? I've got calico, buttons and sewing thread, extra fine pantaloons, shoe leather and wheaten flour, pots and pans, powder and lead, candles, salt, nutmegs, and red pepper."
All this had been said in a loud, hearty voice and without any apparent pause for breath. Mr. Magoon was about to continue when Abe interrupted by laying an oar across the bow of the trading boat and pulling the two craft together, side by side. This maneuver was not to the liking of the setter, which jumped up, growling, teeth bared for action.
"Be still, Fanny,"
said the old man quietly. With a dexterous motion, he pulled an old-fashioned horse pistol out of the box beneath him and laid it across his knees. At the sight of this weapon, fully 18 inches long, Abe's jaw dropped comically.
"Hold on!"
he exclaimed, and hastily withdrew the foot he was about to set aboard the scow.
"'Pears like we'd better introduce ourselves, too. We're the law-abidingest, softest-spoke flatboat crew betwixt this and the Falls of the Ohio. We're 2/3 fishing worm and 3/4 turtle dove. All we want's a chance to trade some good salt pork and taters for a pair of them extra fine pantaloons. Boy size, 'bout big enough for young Tad here. If you'll just put away that blunderbuss and explain the purpose of our visit to Miss Fanny, we'll come aboard and do business."
Magoon's whiskers parted to display a set of strong, even teeth. He tipped his head back and roared with laughter.
"So you shall,"
he said at last, and wiped the tears from his eyes with the back of a weather-browned hand.
"Derned if I ever heard such a brag as that on any of the rivers," he chuckled. "But I'll guarantee the fishing worms and turtle doves can take care of themselves when they have to."
He rose, thrust the pistol back into its hiding place, and limped over to the gunwale with outstretched hand.
"Make yourselves to home," he said.
They lashed the two boats loosely with a length of rope, and Allen stayed aboard the Katie Roby to steer while Abe and Tad made their purchase. They picked out a pair of serviceable brown homespun breeches from the merchant's stock, and for them traded 2 flitches of bacon and a barrel of apples. Allen, with an eye to the profit of the voyage, started to raise some objection, but Abe merely answered, "I'll pay for 'em when I get my wages," and went on rolling out the barrel. When the transaction was completed, the genial trader looked up at the sun and whistled.
"What about dinner?"
he asked.
"I've got a big catfish here, more'n Fanny and me could eat in a week. Suppose I make some hot coals and we'll broil 'em on a plank."
The Hoosier crew were in hearty agreement with this idea, and while Abe relieved him at the steering oar, Allen set about making cornbread as their share of the feast. Tad, who had no special chores to perform, stayed aboard the scow and got better acquainted with Magoon and the red setter. The old riverman had an ingenious sort of Dutch oven built into the wall of the caboose. Adding dry wood to his fire, he soon had a brisk blaze roaring up the chimney. Meanwhile, he proceeded to clean and split the catfish and peg it out on a piece of plank which had evidently been used before for the purpose. "That pistol," said Moses Magoon. "M'old pap towed it over the mountings from North Carolina in '79. It's old and rusty and ain't been fired for 15 year. 'Tain't even loaded now, but I keep it handy to persuade some of these thieving river toughs with."
I've been cruising up and down the Mississippi and the Ohio ever since I was a young feller, and I've run afoul of 'em all, one time or another. Just last week here, the big keelboat with half a dozen men on deck came up alongside, something like you did. It was little Billy and his gang, from up the North Fork of Muddy Run, and I figured I was in for trouble. But this year little Billy has only got his eye out for two things, money and whiskey, and I don't carry neither one of 'em. I let him come aboard and look, and he never laid hand on any of my goods, just as polite as you please. Well, says he, long as you ain't got no Kentucky red-eye, what do you take for the dog? Sorry, mister, I says, and I was scared. She ain't no ways for sale, I says. She'd break her heart and die if I let her go. And little Billy, he just grins and says, right, I had a good dog myself once. And with that he steps back on his keelboat and off they go. I had a bad time a couple of years back with Mike Fink, him they call the Snag, the old trader went on. I landed at New Madrid one night and went up to the store. When I come back with my arms full of provisions, I see another boat tied up close above, and just as I was going to step aboard mine, 8 or 10 men that had been laying low under the bank stood up thar in the dark. One of 'em says, all right, stranger, we'll take care of this, and he grabs the provisions. Then they march me aboard my own craft and tell me to show 'em where my money is and no monkey business. I acted like I was plumb scared to death, teeth a-chattering and knees a-shaking. All right, I finally whispers. I'll show you where it's hid, only there ain't room for but 2 to go in. Mike Fink swings round to his gang. Get back on shore, you lousy varmints, he bellers. When they're all up on the bank, he pulls out his knife and holds it in his teeth, and I lead the way into the caboose here. It's a right dark night, and Mike, he strikes a light and holds up a candle, while I'm rummaging around in the corner. Pretty soon I undo the catch of this little trap-door down here in the bulkhead and open her up. Where's that go? Says the Snag. That's my secret hiding place, I says. Want me to go first or you? And I'm still letting on to be trembling so I can hardly talk. You, says Mike, and by the old tarnation, I'll cut you into stewing meat if you try any tricks. So I crawls through the hole on my hands and knees and waits for him to follow. Magoon opened the little trap-door as he spoke, and Tad laughed when he saw a 2-foot ledge of deck and then the river beyond it. Well, the old man went on, Mike didn't come through right off, and I tell you I was scared. It was so darn dark outside, I knew he couldn't see, but he stayed there and tried to figure if I was up to anything. Finally, he says, bring the money out here in the cabin. I'm working at the mooring ropes all this time, and now I make a noise, like I'm tugging and lifting. Can't, says I. It's too heavy. That fetched him sure enough. Here he comes on all fours, with a knife still in his teeth. I gives the rope one last pull, and it comes away, and then, for he rightly sees where he is, I catches him by the scruff of the neck and heaves him overboard. You can bet I didn't wait to see whether he was drowned, neither. I give a big shove with the oar and got out of reach of the bank, and then I stood by the gunwale with an axe, ready to cut the hands off anybody that tried to swim out and climb aboard. It must have took Mike a few minutes to crawl out and get organized again. Anyhow, they never follered me. The last part of the story had been told out on the open deck, and Abe and Alan were listening with rapt attention. Is that the same Mike Fink they call the snapping turtle up our way? Asked Abe. That's him, the old man nodded. He's called that above the Wabash. Both names is too good for him. Well, boys, how's the dinner coming along? Tad's mind was filled with questions about the river pirates,
but he postponed asking them long enough to do full justice to the planked catfish. When the meal was over, he perched himself on the gunwale of the trading boat and waited for the grizzled riverman to get his cob pipe going. "Mr. Magoon," he said, when the blue smoke clouds were rising at last, "who do you think is the worst outlaw you ever ran across?" The old man puffed in silence for a moment.
"I reckon the worst I ever see with my personal eyes was old Jericho Wilson of the Cave Gang," he replied at length. "Him and Black Carnahan and Earless Jake Rogers was a bad bunch. They had more'n 100 men to back 'em up, and kept the whole Ohio Valley scart for a while. When that posse of upriver hunters wiped 'em out, I know mighty well we all breathed easier. But listen to me, boy. For real, cold-blooded, cutthroat deviltry, nobody on any of the rivers can touch this man John Morrell. He and his gang hang out on an island somewhere down beyond Natchez. He started as a gambler, hoss thief, and murderer, but his main trade nowadays is stealing niggers. They say he's killed 28 men himself, and gosh knows how many the rest of the gang have put away. Mostly he works along the lower river, but once in a while, when things get too hot around the plantations, he stays out of sight for a while, maybe up the Ohio or over in Alabama."
"Did you ever see him?" asked Tad.
"Not me, and I hope the day don't come soon," said Magoon fervently. "They tell me he's a tall, pale-faced sort of feller, with dead black hair, like a Frenchman. But the chances are you'll never run afoul of him. He don't bother with flatboats much. He's out for bigger game."
He got up from his box and looked over at the eastern shore, shading his eyes with his hand. Someone on the bank was waving a white cloth to and fro.
"That's a signal for me to land," he said. "The folks along the river know a trading scow by the calico flag, and wave to us when they want us."
Tad got back aboard the Katie Roby, and they cast off the tie rope.
"Well, so long, Hoosiers," said Magoon. "I reckon I won't see you again, less'n I catch you in New Orleans. Take care of yourselves. Ho, ho! Fishing worms and sucking doves. Ha, ha!"
And he was still chuckling over Abe's words and repeating them to Fanny the setter as the two boats drifted apart. Tad watched the odd little craft until its owner was no longer visible in the distance. Then he looked down at the coarse, homely pantaloons that covered his legs. In spite of himself, he could not help a little smile as he thought of the spectacle he would present to one of his carefully attired schoolmates. Abe saw the smile, and his face lit with pleasure. "Like 'em, Tad?" he asked. "You bet," said Tad stoutly. "But listen, Abe, you oughtn't to do this for me. How much does Mr. Gentry pay you, anyway?" "That's all right," replied the big backwoodsman, grinning proudly. "I get $8 a month and my steamboat passage home." And with that he vaulted to the foredeck and picked up the oars. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The current set over strongly toward the Kentucky shore that afternoon, and soon they found themselves swinging around the outer side of an immense bend. At noon they had been heading almost due south. By 3 o'clock they were running northwest, and an hour later they were carried over to the Missouri side as another great sweep began, this time to the left. "That must be New Madrid," said Allen. "The river makes a big S, and the town lays right in the second bend." They saw a settlement of 20 or 30 houses sprawled along the bank, with a white church rising from trees above the landing. The river ran fast around the bend, and Abe had left the oars to man the steering sweep. "Want to land?" he shouted. "Guess we don't need nothing," said Alan. "After hearing what happened to that traitor feller at New Madrid, I'd just as lief sleep farther down." They shot past the drowsy town and swung southward again with a hurrying brown flood. Instead of the wilderness of willow-clad banks and reedy marshes past which they had been drifting, the Missouri shore stretched away here in broad acres of plowed ground. At sunset they saw ahead of them a big white-painted house set among trees on a knoll. A broad rolling lawn stretched down from it to the river, and there were barns and outbuildings half hidden by shrubbery at the rear. Beyond the expanse of lawn and nearer the river was a less pretentious house, flanked by a row of trim cabins. There were a dozen or more of these, each with its small garden and a curl of blue smoke coming from the chimney. "Golly," said Abe, "ain't that a pretty layout? Suppose we could get some good clear water here? I'm all clogged up with yaller mud drinking this river water. Let's land anyhow." He steered inshore and tossed a snubbing rope over one of the piles at the end of the little landing. When they had made the Katie Roby fast, Abe and Alan went up the path toward the smaller house at the end of the line of cabins. A big man in riding boots and a wide-brimmed black hat was sitting on the veranda. He had a long, drooping mustache from which a black cigar protruded at a ferocious angle. Altogether, he did not look particularly hospitable. Abe stood awkwardly at the foot of the steps. "Evenin'," said he. "I reckon a place as fine and handsome as this must have a good well of water. If it ain't too much trouble, we'd like to fill up a keg or two." The man got up and took the cigar from his mouth. Under the huge mustache he smiled, and his whole expression grew more friendly.
"No trouble whatsoever, stranger," he answered. "We have to watch out down here on account of these river scalawags that steals our shoats and chickens. But now I know you ain't that breed of varmints, for they won't drink nothing but straight Mississippi water, 1/3 mud and 2/3 liquid. Bring your barrel right along up, and make yourselves free of the landing, if you're staying all night."
They rolled their big water keg up to the plantation well, where a couple of grinning darkies filled it for them. As they came back past the row of slave shanties, a pleasant smell of bacon and corn pone drifted out to their nostrils. Half a dozen Negroes, strapping black field hands in cotton shirts and trousers, lounged on the grass in front of the cabins. One drew weird minor chords from a homemade banjo, and the others were patting juba as they swayed and sang. Rolling bass and rich husky tenor blended in a throbbing harmony that sent shivers of delight up and down Tad's spine. It was the first time he had ever heard Negroes singing a plantation song. After they had reached the landing and were getting supper aboard the flatboat, the words still came drifting down to them.
"Oh, I long for to reach that heavenly shore, to meet old Peter standing at the door. He said to me, oh, how you do. Come sit right yonder in the golden view."
"Gosh," said Abe, "those boys sure can sing." Alan nodded. "You ought to hear 'em when they get really worked up to it," said he. "That time I was down to Paducah, there was a big gang of 'em aboard the steamboat being took down to New Orleans. Sing! Boy, you'd thought they was going on a picnic." "Poor things," said Abe. "Aw, shucks," Alan laughed. "There goes your tender-heartedness again, Abe. 'Tain't no use feeling sorry for 'em, no more than cattle going to market." Abe shook his head thoughtfully. "It's not exactly the same," he said. "They ain't cattle, no matter how much folks say so. You take it on a plantation like this one, and they look to be well kept and happy enough. But suppose this owner dies, or gets a new overseer. Right off, maybe inside a week's time, they're being starved or whipped or sold down the river. Families broke up. Everything changed. Misery comes to white folks too, but at least they've got something to say about it. Looks like we have to have the slaves to raise cotton, but we ought to make it more of a square deal. Oh, well, yawned Allen. What's the use of arguing? 'Tain't likely any of us will ever be bothered about it, one way or t'other. They followed the overseer's suggestion and spent that night tied up at the plantation landing. The last thing Tad heard before he dropped off to sleep was a broken strain of that barbaric music, a low, sobbing croon, inexpressibly sad, borne down on the night wind from the slave quarters. The crew of the Katie Roby were up betimes next morning. "We're running slow," said Abe. "Gotta do some rowing or we won't be in New Orleans on schedule. Come on thar, cooks and cooks' helpers, get that fry pan hot." And he bent his long back to the oars with a vigor that made the ashwood creak. Within an hour they had left civilization behind them again and were slipping down through the wildest-looking country they had yet encountered. There were many islands, some hardly more than sandbars, where the twisting, gnawing river was depositing the tons of yellow mud it had eaten away farther up. Jungles of tall cane lined the banks, and often, when the current bore them through a narrow cut, they would pass so close that the cane rattled along the side of the boat. They were just entering one of these channels, sometime in the middle of the afternoon, and Allen and Tad were speculating as to whether they were yet in Tennessee, when Abe held up his hand for silence. "Listen," he said after a moment. "Dogs barking down in the canebrake. Maybe we'll see what they're a-hunting." The others climbed to the foredeck and stood quiet, listening. Soon they too heard the savage baying of the hounds away to the south, and as the current brought them nearer, they watched the banks intently. The sound was much closer now, and seemed to have changed in tone. There were short, breathless barks, and an undercurrent of fierce snarling. "They've got something, sure," said Abe. "And if they ain't too far back from the river, we'll come in sight of 'em in a minute." "Look!" cried Tad. As he pointed, they saw a gaunt black bear with 2 cubs running at her side dash across an opening in the canebrake not 20 yards away. Close on their heels came the dogs, big mongrel hounds that leaped abreast of the hindmost cub and pulled him down with murderous jaws. The old bear had started into the cane on the far side of the opening, but turned at a scream from her luckless baby. With a rumbling growl, she rushed back into the tangle of dogs, knocking them to right and left with vicious blows of her great forepaws. The other cub had taken to the water and was swimming strongly out across the channel. "Back water with the oars!" shouted Abe from the stern, and lifting the long sweep from its chocks, he thrust it down into the mud like a setting pole. The flatboat slackened speed and came to a stop. Leaning far out over the gunwale and stretching his long arm downward, Abe gripped the young bear by the scruff of the neck and hauled him aboard, tripping and gasping. Meanwhile, events had developed swiftly on the shore. There was a noise of running feet, and a hunter in deerskin burst out of the cane. As he appeared, the mother bear left her dead cub and plunged into the river. The next second the man came bounding after her with no weapon but the long hunting knife he gripped in his right hand. The bear saw the flatboat, hesitated, and doubled back to the left, only to meet the hunter, who sprang to bar her last path of escape. With a grunt of rage, the great black beast surged up on her hind feet and faced this enemy, standing chest-deep in the water before her. There was something deadly about the slow advance of the bear. Her head sunk between hulking shoulders, and her lips curled back savagely over her great keen eye-teeth. Cool and tense, the man pulled off his coonskin cap with his left hand, and at the moment when the bear lunged toward him, He waved the furry headgear with its big flapping tail almost in her face. There was a great splash of water as the enraged brute struck downward at the moving object, and so swiftly that the boy's eyes could scarcely follow it, the hunter's foot-long blade was driven home behind her left shoulder. A vivid spurt of crimson tinged the water, and the huge animal made for the shore with a convulsive bound that swept her adversary off his feet. He was up the next instant, shaking the water out of his hair, and with the knife held ready, he followed his victim up the bank. There was no need for another blow. Halfway out of the water, the bear had coughed and stumbled, and when he reached her, there was only a limp, furry bulk at the edge of the cane. The crew of the flatboat had watched this encounter, speechless except for a shout or two of encouragement. Now, as the victor drove off the dogs and stooped to examine the slain cub, Alan looked around with a grin of admiration.
"Phew!"
he breathed. "No wonder they call him half a horse and half an alligator. Chase a bar cross country, catch up with her, and kill her with a knife in 4 foot of water. Glory be!" The man wrung some of the water out of his fringed buckskin shirt, then turned toward the Katie Roby. Abe was still holding the boat against the current, bracing his weight on the long steering sweep. It was to him that the hunter now addressed himself.
"Wall, stranger," he said, "who does that 'ere cub belong to, you or me?"
He spoke without heat, in a clear, drawling voice that had a steely ring in its undertone. Abe was silent, looking back at him appraisingly. The man was big-framed, powerfully muscled, lean as a stag. He had straight black hair, worn long after the fashion of the Tennessee hunters. His strong, fearless face with its big hooked nose looked like an Indian's.
"You see, bar scalps is worth $1 apiece in Nashville," the hunter proceeded. "The olden skin'll bring mebbe $4 more, but I've been tracking these 3 for nigh a week. That's how I make my living mostly."
Abe looked down at the cub, which squatted between Tad's knees, licking its fur dry with a long pink tongue.
"'Pears like the leetle feller got away fair and square," he replied. "He'd have made the other bank if we hadn't been thar to pick him up, and I reckon the boy here would like to keep him. Tell you what I'll do. I'll wrestle you for him."
The man on the bank shot a keen glance at Abe.
"Huh,"
said he.
"Good enough. Quick as I can get this job done, we'll slip on down to the next cleared spot and see about it."
With that, he stooped and deftly cut a circle around the head of the dead cub, lifting off its scalp with the ears attached. Then he set to work on the big bear, and in an incredibly short space of time, he had stripped off the heavy pelt and rolled it up, hair inside. From the haunches he cut some chunks of meat, which he pierced with a sharp stick and swung over his shoulder. And whistling to the hounds, he picked up his rifle and powder horn and set out along the bank. Abe kept the boat within sight of him, except when the high cane occasionally swallowed him up. The lanky Indiana boy had little to say as he worked the boat slowly down channel.
"What about it, Abe?" chattered Alan. "Think you can throw him? He looks powerful stout to me. Don't you count on keeping that bar too darn much, Tad."
But Tad, looking up into the weather-tanned countenance of the steersman, saw a twinkle deep in the gray eyes that reassured him.
"Why,"
said he to Alan,
"you told me yourself he could throw anybody on the river."
"On Little Pigeon, that was," Alan amended. "I didn't say nothing about the Mississippi." Below them, a sandy point thrust out from the Tennessee bank, where the river was making land faster than the rank growth could cover it. There the hunter paused and waved to them to come ashore. They tied the flatboat to a stump a little way above, where there was water enough to land, and strolled down to the sandbar. Tad led the cub by a piece of rope knotted about its neck. The stranger was already stripping for action. He pulled off his leather hunting frock and his inside shirt of wool and stood forth naked to the waist, his big, muscular arms and mighty chest gleaming in the sun. Abe made similar preparations. To Tad's joy, the long-limbed Hoosier appeared no less impressive than his rival. There was a look of whalebone toughness in the tall lad's physique that made up for any difference in bulk. As they faced each other, the hunter seemed to swell visibly like a ruffling rooster. "Whoopee!" he crowed. "I'm the high and mighty boss bar killer of the Tennessee Bottoms. When I open my mouth, all the big bars and little bars for 100 mile up and down the river start skedaddling. I'd rather wrestle than eat, and I give you warning I'm gwine to get that cub, or my name ain't Davy Crockett." He accompanied all this with a droll flapping of the arms, and as he shouted the last words, he launched himself through the air at his young adversary. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. That was a wrestling match that Tad never forgot. Abe met the opening rush of the Tennessean with an old trick, but a good one. Crouching just at the right time, he caught the hunter around the knees and lifted him, letting the momentum of his charge carry him on over Abe's shoulder. Instantly, the young Hoosier spun about and gripped his rival's body almost before it touched the ground. But Crockett broke the hold with a great writhing twist and rolled over to light on his feet like a fighting cat. After that, they came together more cautiously, each seeming to realize that he was dealing with an opponent beyond the common run. They stepped in and out with a swift patting of moccasined feet, their hands sparring for grips. Twice they went down together, with Abe underneath, for he was finding his antagonist tremendously fast and strong. But the lanky flatboatman could turn quickly too, and he refused to stay under long enough to have his shoulders pinned to the sand. Minutes went by, and still the two kept up their furious pace. It was hot in the sun. Sweat streamed from their bodies, and they panted hoarsely each time they came to grips. But there was no easing off in the ferocity of their attack. To Tad, watching breathlessly and shouting encouragement to his champion, came the thought that here perhaps Abe had met his match. A sudden lightning-like shift of the hunter's grip and a sharp heave of his shoulders brought the tall youngster to earth yet again, and the watchers could see that this time Abe was hard put to it to defend himself. He was on his right side, with the powerful Crockett partly on top of him, struggling to turn him with a half-Nelson, a hold in which the hunter's left arm was used as a lever under Abe's left arm and around the back of his neck. The Hoosier's long legs were spread in a wide V to brace him, and he seemed to be making a last desperate resistance against a defeat he could not avoid. "Gosh!" groaned Tad as he saw Abe's shoulders slowly giving. "Hold on," Allen breathed. "He ain't done yet." And almost before the words had left his mouth, the whole complexion of the bout had changed. With a sudden, tremendous twist, Abe rolled over to his right side, breaking the hold, and as he turned, his long, strong legs wound themselves swiftly about the hunter's middle. "Hooray!" yelled Allen. "I was waiting for that. Watch now when he puts the clamps on." The Tennessean strove fiercely to break loose, but those fence-rail legs of Abe's were as tough as hickory. He locked them at the ankles, and as his knees straightened, the hunter's breath came in short, hard gasps, and slowly Abe began to turn him over. As the minutes passed, Crockett's endurance ebbed. He made one final try, fighting with the fury of a wildcat to escape from the vice in which he was gripped. Then, as his muscles relaxed, his young antagonist pressed him downward with his shoulders squarely on the ground. Say enough, panted Abe. But Crockett had no breath to speak. He moved his head in a weary gesture of assent. The Indiana boy unwound his legs and got up stiffly, reaching out a hand to the defeated bear hunter. Crockett stumbled to his feet and stood, feeling gingerly of his ribs. Yeah, you keep the bar, he gasped, when enough of his wind returned, and a sort of rueful grin wrinkled his leather-browned face. The wrestlers were both in such perfect condition that they were soon feeling as fit as ever. Abe turned from his playful mauling of the bear cub to speak to his late opponent. We didn't say at the start-off whether this year match was one fall or best 2 out of 3, he said. What say, want to try another?
No, sir, replied the hunter promptly. That's mighty square of you, but I reckon I know when I'm beat. I've wrestled with plenty of good ones and never been thrown till now, but I never tackled a feller as strong as you, nor as long. All arms and legs, iron legs at that. Well, boys, he cried, what are you, hungry? How about some bar steak, cooked fresh Injun fashion? The sun was getting low, and all of the flatboat hands had good appetites. They went to work with a will, therefore, brought in dry wood by the armful, and soon were broiling the meat on green sticks over a hot fire. It was Tad's first taste of bear, and he was not at all sure he liked it at the start. But soon he was eating it like the rest with gusto. Allen brought a pan and some cups down from the boat, and they finished with a round of tea. Crockett smacked his lips over the steaming beverage. Boy, howdy, said he. I ain't had a cup for close to a month. This bar hunting is a good trade, but it makes you give up a lot of refinements. You know, he said, and hesitated, blushing a little, I was up to Washington for the last term of Congress, sent up to represent the folks in this part of Tennessee, but I never could get accustomed to city ways. I'd get to feeling just about starved for a mess of bar's meat every once in so often, and it's the same way now I'm back home here, roaming through the woods and the canebrake. I get a hankering sometimes for jelly cake and tea. Ever thought about going in for politics, Longshanks? It was Abe's turn to blush. I've thought about a heap of things, he answered gruffly. Politics, for one, because I like to make speeches and get a crowd to listen to me. What I'd like to be most, though, is a good lawyer. Allen haw-hawed loudly at this confession, but Davy Crockett listened with respect. I'll wager you'll get thar, he nodded, though I don't hold much with lawyers myself. They're too slick, always up to some crooked business. Abe warmed up at once. That's exactly the reason, said he. I want to be a good enough lawyer to beat some of the smart ones at their own game. A good lawyer can be a powerful lot of help to folks that's in trouble. He settled down again in his place before the fire, crossing his long legs and chuckling reminiscently as he looked at Allen. Puts me in mind of old Jeff Slocum, said he. A lot of us boys saw him lying side of the road one blizzardy night. He'd been thrown out of the tavern an hour before and started for home too drunk to stagger. We all thought 'twas just a log of wood or some brush that the snow was beginning to cover, but I wasn't dead sure and went back. Thar he lay, half drifted over and right on the edge of freezing. So I threw him over my shoulder and lugged him home to his cabin. I got a fire going and rubbed him with snow and finally thawed him out, and thanks to all the red-eye he drunk, he was round in a week, right as ever. But come summer, he got in trouble again, and that time I couldn't help him a particle. Seems like some of his shoats got into Newt Paget's bean patch and dug things up pretty general, and Newt, being the meanest man on the whole creek, hauled Jeff into court.
He got a judgment for more'n Jeff ever owned, spite of the fact that the trouble all rose from Newt being too mean to keep his fences up. I sure wished right then that I was a lawyer, Abe finished. I believe I could have saved Jeff's bacon. You got the right idea, said the bear hunter. Where the land is being settled up so fast, there's bound to be more and more law, and with it more lawyers. And this country sure needs the kind of lawyers that you aim to be, 'stead of the other kind. Speaking for myself, I don't care so much about law as I do about independence. When I've got the old rifle along, I don't need laws to protect me. Here in Tennessee, it's getting most too civilized now. I don't take no comfort when I shoot for fear I'll hit someone. I've been thinking some about going up the Missouri or down Mexico way. As long as there's more bars than people, I can stand most any sort of country. But soon as the folks catches up on the bars, I figure it's getting too crowded. Crockett rose and stretched his powerful frame. Sun's a-settin', and I've got most 10 miles to travel back to my camp, he said. Much obleeged for your company, and for the wrestling lesson. If you aim to push on tonight, you'll be out of this cut within 2 mile, and it's open river for quite a ways below. They bade him farewell, and saw him slip into the tangled cane silently as an Indian, the big dogs trotting at his heels. Then they boarded the flatboat once more and pushed off. Tad, searching among the gear in the Katie Roby's hold, found a light chain which he substituted for the rope about the cub's neck, and fastened him to a staple amidships, with a pile of dry grass for a bed. The little black fellow pulled comically at the chain with his paws, tested its length by prowling back and forth a few times, and finally curled up in his nest for a nap. Tad left him snoring and tiptoed forward where Abe was pulling at the oars. The tall Hoosier worked a while in silence, his face somber in the gathering dusk. Then a grin twisted the corners of his big mouth. Lucky thing for me this Crockett feller didn't take me up on another fall, said he. I was closer to getting my deserts that time than I ever remember. He'd have thrown me shore, I reckon. Golly, what a man! Tad stoutly pooh-poohed the idea that Davy Crockett, or any other human, could take the measure of his hero, but Abe smiled and shook his head. "'Tain't just that he was strong," he explained. "There's plenty of big, powerful men, but I never hooked up with one that was faster on his feet or had more grit." Night had fallen when they reached the end of the cut, and they could see little of the river below except a wide shadowy expanse of water with indistinct lines of shore receding on either hand. "Sleepy, Tad?" asked Abe. "If you ain't, we'd better keep a double lookout for snags and sand reefs. I'm a-going right on till Allen wakes up and spells me." The boy took up his position squatting in the bow, his gaze straining into the dark ahead. There was no noise except the lap of the hurrying river around the flatboat's sides, and the occasional soft creak of the thole-pins. The deck heaved slightly, with a steady breathing motion, as Abe's moccasins trod backward and forward, and the long sweeps pulled through the water. Tad, his fancy thrilled at first by the vast loneliness around them and the sense of mystery and adventure in their silent downward voyage, began to feel sleepy after an hour or two. He shifted his position again and again to shake himself awake, but his head would not in spite of all his efforts. Suddenly there came sounds from the left bank, half a mile away, that made him start bolt upright, wide awake and listening. A shout carried across the water, menacing and sharp. There was an interval of a few seconds, and then an eager whimper reached them, followed by a deep bell-like tone, the baying of a hound. Lights appeared, glimmering in jerky movements along the shore. Another shout or two followed, and then everything was quiet. The lights disappeared one by one, and the desolate, brooding dark settled once more over the face of the river.
"What was it, Abe?"
whispered the boy. "Dunno," said Abe. "No way of tellin'. But it sure did give me the cold creeps. Didn't it you?"
"Yes,"
shivered Tad. He was no longer sleepy. With every sense on the alert, he watched the dim banks and the dusky water ahead. Thoughts of the terrible Morel and other cold-blooded rogues of the river crossed his mind. For nearly half an hour he expected momentarily to see danger of some kind develop. Then, just as he was lulling himself into a sense of security, another startling thing happened. Directly in their path ahead, Tad thought he made out a dark object drifting with the current. He scrambled to his knees, peering fixedly at the spot, and Abe stopped rowing.
"What do you see?"
asked the big oarsman in a low voice.
"Just a floating log, I think," Tad whispered. "Only I thought I saw it move."
The dark object was only a dozen yards away now, and they could distinguish the outline of an uprooted tree trunk. Abe was just changing the flatboat's course with a vigorous pull on the starboard oar when Tad gave a sudden exclamation. A part of the log had seemed to separate from the main trunk and had slid off with a considerable splash into the river.
"Look!"
cried Tad, pointing to the other side of the floating snag. A dark round object which had been drawing rapidly away to the right disappeared under water at the boy's exclamation, and though they watched intently while they passed the log, and for many minutes after, they had no further glimpse of it.
"That must have been a man swimming,"
said Abe at length.
"Too big for a muskrat or a turtle. Didn't look like a panther nor a bar. Runaway slave, I reckon. Well, the poor devil needn't have been so scared of us."
Allen came forward, wakened by the talk, and heard their story. "That's probably what the commotion on shore was about," he said. "You fellers is both tired, so I'll take her down a while, just driftin'. Won't need a lookout that way." And Abe and Tad, going aft to their blankets, were soundly sleeping within 10 minutes. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The little bear took very kindly to his new home. He slept well and rose to stretch himself hungrily when the first beam of sunlight came over the brown water. Softly he padded about the half-circle of which his chain was the radius, but there seemed to be nothing to eat within reach. Rolled up in a blanket nearby, however, he found one of the queer-smelling two-legged creatures that had been kind to him the day before, and being of an inquisitive turn of mind, he immediately thrust a moist little black snout between the blanket and the sleeper's neck. Tad, awakened by the touch of the cub's cold nose, let out a squeal and rolled violently over onto Abe, who woke in his turn and scrambled up, reaching for an axe.
"Ha!" roared Allen. "Ha ha ha! Might think the old scratch himself was arter you. Well, he got you up anyhow."
Abe and Tad rubbed their eyes and joined sheepishly in the laughter, and the cub, after looking at them all solemnly, returned to his investigation of Tad's blanket.
"This little feller's got to have a name," chuckled Abe. "He acts like he's adopted us for keeps, and if he's going to be a full-fledged hand, we'll have to call him something."
"Let's christen him Poke," said Tad. "He's always into everything." And Poke was his name from that moment on. Allen had tied up to the shore after midnight and risen to start again at dawn. Now they were drifting steadily down the middle of a reach where there was no immediate occasion for steering, and Allen sat down with the others amidships at breakfast. He was weary and cross from his vigil at the sweep. "See here," he demanded, as Poke looked up hopefully after his third helping of Johnny Cake. "How in tarnation are we ever going to feed this brute? We ain't provisioned for but 2 hands, and this bar eats more'n a grown man." Abe went on calmly with his breakfast. "I didn't save him and wrestle for him just to throw him back in the river," he said. "Here, he can have mine." And placing his own piece of cornbread in front of the greedy little bear, he rose, whistling, to take up his morning's labor at the bow oars. "Tad," he called from the foredeck, "you're the rightful owner of this bar. Suppose you get out that hand line and bait it, and see if you can't save the rations by putting us on a fish diet for a day or 2. The boy was only too glad to try. He had done some fishing farther up the river, but without any notable results. "Ought to bite good today," said Allen, sniffing the breeze with a knowing air. "Feels like it's coming on to rain soon. Tonight, maybe. That'll bring 'em up." Tad dropped his baited hook over the side and sat down comfortably, prepared for a tedious wait. But scarcely had the length of the line run out when he felt such a tug on the other end that it nearly pulled him overboard. He held fast, bracing his feet, and shouted excitedly for aid. Allen took hold with him. "Ah!" he grunted. "Must be snagged, I reckon. Well, we can't afford to lose the hook. Nothing for it but to pull her in." Together they hauled the line aboard hand over hand. There seemed to be a heavy, inert weight attached to it. "Golly," growled Allen. "All this work just to turn loose a derned old waterlogged root or something." But Tad was still pulling manfully. "Look," he cried. "It's no snag, it's a fish, a catfish. Great jumping catamounts, what a fish! How are we going to land 'em?" Allen gave one astounded glance over the side and dashed for the bucket hook, a stout sapling with an upward forking branch at the lower end. While Tad held the nose of the big fish at the surface, Allen thrust down the wooden hook and brought it up under one of the gills. "Now," he cried, "both together, heave!" And out of the water came a great grizzled mudcat, so heavy that it took all their strength to haul him over the gunwale. The big fish thrashed ponderously about for a moment, and then lay quiet. "He's more'n 4 foot long," estimated Allen. "And he'll tip 75 pound if he will an ounce. By gum, that's the biggest old catfish I ever caught." "You caught!" snorted Abe, ambling aft to view the prize. "All the claim you've got on this fish is that you're going to cook 'em. This is Tad's fish." He looked the catch over with an appraising eye. "Pretty fair-sized catfish for such a young one," he remarked. "He's only about 40-year-old. You can tell by the whiskers. His ain't even turned gray yet." "Humph," grunted Allen suspiciously. "Course," Abe went on, "you ain't had the opportunities for observing catfish that I've been favored with. When I was working on the Anderson Creek Ferry up on the Ohio, there was an old fisherman that used to set thar in his boat day after day. He had 2 half-inch hemp ropes over the side. One was his anchor rope, and the other was his line. He never caught any small fish because on the end of his line he used to hook off an ox chain baited with a half a ham. One day, he let out a holler we could hear clear across the Ohio, and we saw him waving his arms and working like all get out. Then, by and by, he come a-rowing over our way. It was slow pulling, and the stern of the skiff was way down in the water with the bow half out. When he got alongside, we saw a real fish. The old feller had hauled him in till his nose was up against the stern, and then lashed the rope to a thwart and hit him in the head with an axe. We helped them reach the landing and rigged a tackle and fall, and with 2 teams of horses we managed to get the critter on shore." "Eh? What did he weigh?" "Well,
Now, I don't just quite recollect, but it was either 485 pound or 584. My memory don't run to figures. The real interesting part was his age. Riveted to his tail was a brass plate marked with a man's name and the year 1705. Seems like this old fisherman's grandfather had caught the fish way back more than 100 years ago and marked him and turned him loose. Talk about whiskers! Why, this one had a full beard just as white as snow. And I reckon his eyes had gone back on him in his old age, for he wore a pair of heavy-bowed spectacles. "The fish?" asked Tad, gaping with astonishment. "No," chuckled Abe. "The grandfather." And he returned to his oars. "Pumph!" said Allen again, this time with a real snort. "Where you ever got the name of Honest Abe is more'n I know. Honest! Why, there ain't a bigger liar from the Falls of the Ohio to the Gulf of Mexico." They skinned the huge mudcat and cut it in two, putting the larger part in a cool place wrapped in wet weeds. Tad was just building the fire preparatory to cooking the rest of the fish, when Abe spoke suddenly from the forward deck. "Look astern there, boys," he said. They stood up, their eyes sweeping the river to the north. There were the usual 2 or 3 flatboats in the distance, and the smoke of a steamer above the last bend. But less than a quarter of a mile behind them, and drawing rapidly nearer, they saw a big rowboat with oars flashing in quick rhythm along its sides. As the craft approached, it swung out a little to one side, and they saw that it was a good-sized barge rowed by 6 powerful Negroes. 4 white men sat in the stern sheets, cradling shotguns in the crook of their arms. They drew up alongside the Katie Roby, perhaps 20 yards distant, and at a word of command the blacks rested on their oars. For a moment the occupants of the 2 boats studied each other in silence. The white men aboard the barge were dressed in the elegant, careless fashion of Southern planters. Their faces were unsmiling, very polite, very hard-eyed. One of them nodded.
"We're out after a runaway nigger,"
he said in an even tone.
"Maybe you can tell us where he is, sir."
Abe straightened up, towering from the foredeck like a young Goliath. His voice had the ring of steel in it, and his speech, as always at tense moments, was singularly free from the slipshod backwoods dialect. "He's not aboard here," he answered, "and as far as we know, we haven't seen him." There were whispers among the men in the barge. Then the spokesman, with another look at Abe, made an impatient gesture to the rowers, and the craft was speedily under way once more. "What did I tell you last night?" said Allen, when they were out of earshot. "That's what all the noise was about on shore. They must have tracked him to the river with bloodhounds. Gosh all fishhooks, Abe. I figured they was going to search us, sure. Did you see them guns?" "Yep," said Abe. "They could have done it fast enough if they'd wanted to." The Katie Roby held her course all day, proceeding at the leisurely gait that seemed so well suited to her buxom lines. The sky grew more and more overcast, and by afternoon a steady drizzle of rain began to fall. There was little to do but stay under cover as much as possible, swap yarns, and play with Poke, now apparently quite at home in his new surroundings. It was during Allen's trick at the oars, when Tad and Abe were lying under the shelter of a tarpaulin, that the younger boy brought up a subject always close to the surface of his mind. "Abe," he said, "how long ought it to take that letter of mine to reach New Orleans?" Abe put down the tattered copy of Shakespeare's tragedies he was reading. "Let's see," he pondered. "That was a week ago yesterday we went ashore up there. Suppose the steamboat happened along right off the next day, like the storefeller said. That would give a week, sartin sure. That's time enough for him to get to New Orleans easy. I'll just wager your paw is a-reading that letter and congratulating hisself right this minute." "Gee," sighed the boy, "I'll feel better when I know for sure that he's got it and isn't worrying any longer." It was well on in the afternoon, and the dismal sky was bringing an early dusk when they sighted the barge once more, returning upstream. It passed fairly close, the oars still beating in brisk time against the current, but this time there was a fifth figure among the armed white men in the stern. A big Negro, his naked back and shoulders gleaming darkly in the rain, crouched in the middle of the group. They could not see his face, but there were terror and despair in every line of his cowering body. As they watched the boat, they saw it veer over in the direction of a small island they had passed in midstream a mile or so above. "That's where they'll fix him," said Allen grimly. "What do you mean, kill him?" asked Tad. "Not a mite of it," the other replied. "You don't catch them fellers throwing away $1,000. They'll make him wish he hadn't, though. The way I've heard tell about it, they'll likely start a bonfire thar on the island, and take a gun barrel, or maybe a regular iron made for the job, and burn a big mark to his chest and arms. Arter he gets well, that brand'll allers be on him, so the overseers can watch him extra keerful and give him a double dose of the whip if he looks sideways." "Yes," said Abe, sober-faced. "As fur as he's concerned, he'd be a heap better off dead." They tied up to a big cottonwood on the Arkansas side that night, and Tad lay a long time awake, listening to the ceaseless thud of the rain on wet planking and dripping canvas. The thought of the runaway Negro, captured after his break for freedom and dragged back to the torture, seemed to haunt him. At last the monotone of the rain was broken by a shivery squall, the cry of a wildcat somewhere back in the brush. Polk roused himself with an uneasy grunt, and Tad rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter about him. "That you, Tad?" came Abe's low voice. "I can't get comfortable neither. That poor devil getting caught that way 'pears to have upsot me. Well, there ain't much we can do about it. Let's go to sleep." And whether Abe was successful himself or not, his suggestions seemed to be all that Tad needed, for he dropped off at once into deep slumber. The rain continued falling steadily for the next 2 days, and with it the water began to rise. They watched it climb inch by inch as they drifted south, till the yellow tide was swirling halfway up the tree trunks and broadening into vast lakes in the lower lands. It was difficult, often, to pick out the course of the main river, for except where lines of cottonwoods fringed the banks, it was all one dreary expanse under the sullen beat of the rain. Everything was wet: clothes, blankets, food. Even Allen's banjo was temporarily out of commission. The boys' spirits flagged, and if it had not been for the antics of the little bear and an occasional story from Abe, their party would have been glum indeed. At last, in the late afternoon of the second day, there was a shift in the wind, and the clouds began to break, with hazy shafts of pink and gold streaming through. In the midst of their jubilation, Allen, who had the steering oar, pointed a finger toward the Tennessee shore. "Look!" he cried. "A steamboat landin', and houses. That's Memphis, boys, sure as you're born." And leaning heavily against the sweep, he swung the flatboat's bow over toward the town. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Memphis in 1828 was little more than a raw hamlet straggling along the river. It had a big landing stage for steamers and a series of smaller wharves where the arcs and keelboats from upstream could tie up. There were 100 craft of all sorts and sizes hitched to the mooring posts when the Katie Roby drew alongside, for nearly every flatboat crew made a stop of a day or a night at Memphis. It was the largest town between St. Louis and New Orleans and handled a considerable commerce with the backcountry. The boys worked the boat's nose in between other broadhorns until they could get a rope fast, and Allen retired to the shelter amidships to shave and spruce himself up. "Reckon I'll step ashore and see what prices they're offering for corn and pork," he remarked, endeavoring to part his hair with the aid of a piece of broken mirror. "Yes," said Abe, "and don't forget to take note of the number of purty gals and the color of their dresses. Tad and me, we'll stick along here and teach the snow-count Poke some new tricks." They cooked supper, and as Allen did not return at dusk, they ate it, sitting together on the edge of the foredeck. There were numerous boatmen, joking, swearing, and passing the time of day in the craft about them. Several of the crews were familiar to them from earlier meetings along the river, and there was much cheerful banter about Abe's towering frame. He took it all with his customary grin and gave them as good as they sent.
"Say, Hoosier!"
yelled one jolly-looking, red-bearded keelboat man.
"How long are them shanks of yourn, anyhow?"
"Just the proper length," Abe returned. "They're just exactly long enough to reach the ground." Gradually, the talk and laughter quieted down as darkness fell. By 9 o'clock, the riverfront was quiet, except for the gurgle of the high water sweeping past and an occasional burst of song from roisterers in the town. Abe waited patiently until sometime close to midnight. Then he nudged the drowsy Tad awake and told him to mind the boat while he went ashore after Allen. Tad succeeded in propping his eyes open for half an hour, and at the end of that time he saw a huge dim shape lurching along the dock. As it reached the bow of the Katie Roby, it became recognizable as Abe, carrying a limp body over his shoulder. Tad leaped up, startled. "What is it? Is Allen hurt?" he whispered. "No," Abe replied quietly. "He's drunk." They took off some of his clothes and wrapped him in his blanket. Then Abe stretched his big arms and spat over the gunwale disgustedly. "There's no law to stop a feller from making a fool of himself," he remarked. "Only you'd think plain common sense ought to tell him." And with that they went to bed. Allen made a very unheroic figure next morning. His complexion was a sort of greenish yellow, and he refused all food, with groans. "What about prices on the cargo?" Abe asked him. "Want to stay and unload some?" Allen shook his head. "Too cheap," said he. "Let's hold the stuff for New Orleans and get there as soon as we can." Whereupon he rolled over once more and lay in a miserable heap, while Abe and Tad made preparations for departure. They needed sugar and white flour, and before casting off, Abe made a hurried trip up into the town to get them. When he came back, his face was grave. "They say there's a heap of damage from the high water all along below here," he told Tad. "We'll have to watch sharp and help folks out where we can. And then I heard another piece of news. They say this outlaw John Morrell is back from upriver, and him and his gang are starting to make life miserable for the planters betwixt here and Natchez. The storekeeper wanted to scare me, I reckon. He claimed Morrell would sink a flatboat and drown the crew for a $10 note. But I don't pay much heed to that sort of talk. And anyhow, if he wants our $10, let him try it. I'd sort of like to see Mr. Morrell for myself and find out if he's such a terrible feller." Tad was not quite so sure he wanted to test the notorious outlaw's mettle, but he agreed that it might be thrilling to get a glimpse of him. They got off before the morning was far advanced, and soon overtook some of the other flatboats which had started before them. Abe took a keen delight in overhauling them, one after another, and tossing back a jibe or two at each vessel they passed. At length there was only one craft left in sight ahead of them, a long, trimly built keelboat with lines that were almost graceful compared to those of the Katie Roby. She was making good headway due to the efforts of a husky bow oarsman, but Abe's extra-long sweeps and the tremendous power he put into his stroke were rapidly eating up the distance between the two boats. Just as the bow of the Broadhorn drew even with her rival's steering oar, another figure sprang to the foredeck of the keelboat. It was the big, red-bearded riverman who had asked Abe about the length of his legs. He swung an arm in vigorous gesture, and his voice roared out across the water.
"Get down from there, you lousy swab!" he cried to the oarsman. "Let somebody pull that knows a sweep from a shovel."
The rower hastened to surrender the great clumsy oars and scramble down out of the way, and then indeed began a race. The slenderer lines of the keelboat gave her a slight advantage, which Abe had to overcome by the sheer force of his stroke. During that moment, while the oars were changing hands, the tall Indiana boy quickened the beat of his swing and succeeded in pulling up till he was a shade ahead of the other craft. From this point he could watch his rival without turning his head, while the Redbeard was forced to crane his neck in order to see what Abe was doing. So they went side by side for the best part of a mile, the muddy water churning in yellow foam behind them. The other 4 men in the keelboat's crew bellowed constant encouragement to their mate, and one of them seized the steering sweep, sculling from side to side to help them along. Tad saw this maneuver and promptly matched it by doing the same thing with the Katie Roby's stern oar. At the end of 10 minutes, the furious pace began to tell on the red-whiskered rower. He was wilting visibly, while Abe, who had been at it for more than an hour, was still pulling as strongly as ever. One of the keelboat men climbed to the foredeck and held a whiskey jug to the lips of his champion. This measure seemed to put new vigor into him for about 10 strokes. Then he stumbled and caught a crab, and the race was over. Abe pulled far enough ahead so that there should be no doubt about it, then waited, resting on his oars. He was panting hard, but his grin made him look anything but exhausted. As Tad came forward, he mopped his forehead with his sleeve. "Son," he said between breaths, "don't ever let the other feller know you're as tired as he is. If he thinks you're still fresh, he'll quit." After that, they drifted for a while, and toward noon the big keelboat dropped down abreast of them again. The ruddy-bearded captain steered close enough for conversation and grinned sociably as he spoke.
"Where you from?"
he asked. Abe told him, and came back with a similar question.
"We're bringing a load of furs down from St. Louis," answered the keelboat skipper. "Old man Caroline, he's scared to ship by steamboat, afraid they'll blow up, so he still sends his furs this way. More'n 1,000 prime beaver skins we've got, and plenty of other kinds besides. That'll be a haul worth even John Morell's time, eh? I've got 2 extra men in the crew, just count of him and his gang."
"They tell me he's back," said Abe.
"Sure thing," replied the other. "He was laying low for a couple of months upriver, but this last week he's been seen riding the roads on that 3-stacking hoss of his. Him and Bull Whaley and Sam Jukes. That means there's some sort of devilment a-bilin'."
"Well," Abe answered, "just so he stays on horseback and don't come meddling with the river folks, he'll maybe keep a whole skin." The keelboat left them some distance astern while Abe was getting dinner, but later in the day they sighted it again and for the next 48 hours the two craft were rarely more than a few miles apart. Alan did not wake up until nearly dark, and even then he had little stomach for the sizzling hog meat that Abe was frying. Next morning, however, he was feeling like himself once more, and was even ready to brag about his experiences ashore in Memphis if Abe's cutting sarcasm had not quieted him. They went down swiftly on the floodwater, twisting and turning through new channels and dashing through chutes where the river had straightened its course and ran like a mill race. Occasionally they saw the roofs of submerged cabins, and once or twice, when there seemed a chance that people might be left in them, they stopped to see if they could be of any help. In one house, floating with a gable end thrust up at a crazy angle, they saw the body of a drowned woman caught by the clothing to a window frame and trailing pitifully in the water. But aside from that, they found no human trace in all the desolate welter of the river. On the third day after leaving Memphis, they passed the mouth of a great river, the Arkansas, a raging tide that bore witness to heavy floods in the backcountry. For miles below, the surface of the Mississippi was littered with gruesome debris. There were limbs of trees, parts of houses, bloated bodies of farm animals. A huge flock of buzzards circled and settled on tilting black wings, and a stench of death filled the air. Once, when Tad was perched high astern, swinging the steering oar, he caught sight of the carcass of a pig a little distance off, and even as he watched, it was suddenly yanked under, leaving only a gurgling eddy in the stream. The St. Louis keelboat was not far away, and her red-bearded captain called across to Tad.
"Did you see that?" he cried. "Big alligator done it. We'll find lots of 'em below here."
Sure enough, as they cast off next morning from the high bank topped with cottonwoods where they had spent the night, a row of gnarled gray logs below them came alive, turned with a swish of tails, and went lumbering into the water. "Don't reckon we'll be so keen to go swimming from here down," Abe chuckled. There were other signs that told them they had come into the real South. Cotton plantations replaced the woods and squatters' farms on the higher ground. Broad, stout levees held the river in check for miles along the steaming bottomlands. The weather was uncomfortably hot, even in the scanty costumes which the boys wore. They kept out of the sun as much as possible during the heat of the day, but their faces, arms, and ankles were burned the color of an Indian's. Abe, who had been reading Othello, told Alan solemnly that he looked like the Moor of Venice. 3 days after they passed the Arkansas mouth, they sighted Vicksburg, a white town nestled in the crook of a bend, with water above the top of the landings and washing over the lowest street. Alan was ready for another adventure ashore, but Abe prevailed on him to wait.
"You don't figure the price of pork has gone up much since we left Memphis, do you?"
said the lanky bow-oarsman scornfully.
"After the spectacle you made of yourself up there, I should think you'd want to look the other way if a town so much as came in sight."
"That whiskey must have had poison in it," Alan muttered, but he had very little more to say until they had left the landing astern. "Oh, well," he remarked at length, "we'll be down to Natchez in another day or two, and I reckon we'll need some more provisions by then. Natchez under the hill." He pronounced the name of the town with a certain relish. "The toughest landing on the whole river. I sure aim to see the sights of that place." "The toughest sight you'll see," said Abe firmly, "will be the flat of my hand, unless you behave yourself mighty well from here down." The crest of the high water had passed, and the river was gradually receding as they drifted southward. Along the bluffs on the Mississippi side they watched a panorama of cotton plantations, half screened by glossy-leaved magnolias in the gardens of the big white houses. This was a rich country, a land of fabulous ease and prosperity, it seemed to the two Hoosiers. Even Tad, who had seen plenty of wealth in the eastern cities, was amazed by the glimpses they got of the luxurious planter's life. Once they passed a barge trimly painted in green and white, with cushions and trailing silks over the stern. It was rowed by 4 Negroes, and its passengers were a lovely lady in a flowered bonnet, a big, jolly, fair-haired man, and a little girl with golden curls. The barge stopped at a private landing where a shining barouche with 2 high-headed bay horses was waiting. Other horses, saddled and held by Negro grooms, stood near, and an elegantly dressed gentleman and lady strolled down to the landing to greet the visitors. The crew of the flatboat, drifting out of sight, caught a chime of fairy-like laughter that followed them around the bend. "Jiminy," sighed Allan. "This is the section to live in, all right. Niggers to wait on you, and fine hosses, and summer all the year round." "I don't know," said Abe thoughtfully. "It's grand for the folks that owns the niggers, but how about these poor whites along the bottoms and back in the brush? They ain't as well off as you and your pa by a long shot. The South is fine, but it's no country for folks that ain't born rich." There were 2 more drowsy, uneventful days of drifting, and then at dusk they came in sight of Natchez. It was the beginning of an experience that Tad was never to forget as long as he lived. There was a terrifying beauty over the river that night. A strange green light had overspread the sky after sunset, and in it every detail of the bank and the bluff stood out with unearthly clearness. The air was sultry, with no hint of the breeze that usually ruffled the water at evening. From a reedy place, shadowed by moss-draped live oaks, a pair of great white egrets rose and winged silently away to the northward. They saw a church spire above the trees at the top of the bluff, and then, low in the shadow along the waterside, the outlines of shacks and houses, with a swarm of flatboats moored to the levee. A thin tinkle of music reached their ears, and as they drew closer, it resolved itself into the squeak of fiddles and the throb of banjos. They found a place to tie their craft down at the lower end of the line, near the steamboat landing, and hardly had they made the ropes fast when a growl of thunder drowned out the music. A wind sprang up, blowing from the south, and the sky grew dark with scudding clouds. A sudden foreboding filled Tad. From that instant, he had a dread of Natchez under the hill. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The storm struck hard, lashing the muddy water high along the levee and tossing the broadhorns at their moorings. After the furious wind came rain and a deluge that drenched the boys under their hastily erected tarpaulins. And after the rain, a pitch-black, sodden night. A few lights glowed feebly in the town, and the music struck up again after a while, but even Allan was too damp and dispirited to feel like going ashore. They got a fire started on the wet hearth, and huddling around it, finally went to sleep. The sun was shining in the morning, and all along the waterfront a bustle of activity began. Boatmen clambered across the decks of neighboring craft to buy or sell goods or visit acquaintances. There was a constant noise of laughing, shouting, swearing, and fighting. The fiddles began their monotonous squeaking once more in the levee saloons, and Allan began to cast a restless eye shoreward, but Abe found plenty for them all to do aboard the Katie Roby. They cooked and ate breakfast, swabbed the decks, and spread out their bedding to dry in the sun. They watched the big new steamboat, the Tecumseh, swing into the landing, her bow a bare 30 feet from them when she made her mooring.
"That's the fastest boat on the river,"
they heard a nearby ARC captain say.
"She's got newfangled boilers with more steam pressure on 'em than the Amazon even.
And they say her captain is out to break all records to Louisville this trip. From the speed with which her darky deckhands rolled molasses hogsheads aboard, it could be seen that some of the excitement of her race upriver had got into their blood. A group of fastidiously dressed passengers, thronging her upper decks, looked down with laughing interest at the scene on the landing. The men were holding watches and laying wagers on the time of the steamer's departure. In less than half an hour the last huge barrel was in place on the forward cargo deck, and the mate cried his "All aboard!" as the negroes ran the gangplank in. With a clang of bells, the big boat's paddles churned the water and she backed out, wheeling into the current. Tad, looking up a little wistfully at her gleaming brass and freshly painted upper works, watched her whole magnificent length sweep by. And then, suddenly, he gripped the gunwale of the flatboat and stared open-mouthed. For high up on the hurricane deck astern, he had seen a solitary figure, a big middle-aged man with a beaver hat and a familiar set to the shoulders. The man was just turning to leave the rail, and he was unable to get a good view of his face, but he was almost sure. "Dad!" he screamed, with all the voice he could muster. "Dad!" There had been a feather of white steam up aloft in the Tecumseh's funnel when he started to shout, and as he launched his cry, a deafening blast of the whistle came, drowning him out. Another long-drawn hoot and 2 short ones followed. Before they were finished, the steamboat was 100 yards away, and the man who looked like Tad's father had vanished down the companionway. The boy had a great lump in his throat as he turned away. He stumbled aft and sat down beside Polk, blinking his eyes fast to keep back the unmanly tears. Abe had heard him shout and now came over to stand behind him, dropping a big hand casually on his shoulder. "Reckon that was your father?" he asked. Tad nodded. "I couldn't be sure," he answered, "but it looked a lot like him." "Well," said Abe, "I know how you feel right enough, but don't take it too hard. He'll be back in New Orleans to meet you. Didn't you tell him in your letter that we'd be there next week?" "Sure," Tad replied, "only he must be pretty worried, or he wouldn't be on his way up to try to find me now." Allen had been up on the levee, watching the Tecumseh's departure and chatting with a crowd of flatboat men. Now he returned with the look of one bearing news. "Hey, Tad," he called as he jumped aboard. "What was the name of that boat that was expected in Shawneetown, the one the postmaster said he'd mail your letter by?" "The Nancy Jones," said Tad. "That's what I thought." Allen nodded. "Well, they told me up on the bank just now that the Nancy Jones was blowed up 2 weeks ago in Vicksburg Bend and lost with more'n half her passengers and crew." Tad's jaw dropped. Then Dad doesn't even know I'm alive," he stammered. "No wonder he's on his way up the river." In a few words, Abe told Allen of Tad's momentary glimpse of the man on the steamer. "Now the thing for you to do," said he, turning to the boy, "is to send another letter post-haste to New Orleans so the folks thar can reach him where he's gone." "I'm going ashore," Allen volunteered. "He could come along and fix up to send his letter whilst I transact some business." Abe looked doubtful. "All right," he agreed, finally. But to Tad, as they prepared to leave the boat, he whispered, "Keep an eye on him now, and don't let him go in any places he shouldn't." They clambered to the levee top and walked through the thick black mud up the main street of the lower town. It was nearly noon, and Natchez was waking up for the day's work. Patrons by ones and twos were entering the various bar rooms they passed. Gambling joints were rolling up shutters and dusting off tables. A few women, hard-faced and heavily painted, leered at them from doorways, and the dance hall music droned on unceasingly. A Negro teamster directed them to the post office on a side street a few blocks from the river. "Here you are," said Allen as they reached the entrance, and Tad would have gone in at once if his eye had not been caught by a notice posted in the dusty window. With growing excitement he stood before it, staring at the boldly printed words. What he read was this: "To whom it may concern, a reward of $5,000 will be paid for information leading to the recovery of my son, Thaddeus Hopkins, if alive, or of his body, if dead. This boy is 15 years old, of medium height and weight for his age, with light brown hair, blue eyes, and a ruddy complexion. Disappeared from his cabin on the steamboat Ohio Belle, somewhere between Owensboro, Kentucky, and the mouth of the Wabash River, on the night of April 8, 1828. Anyone having news of his whereabouts should communicate immediately with Jeremiah Hopkins, 26 St. Louis Street, New Orleans, Louisiana."
"Allen!" Tad gasped. "Look at this!"
There was no answer. Swinging about in surprise, he found the street behind him empty. Only a lean yellow dog scratched for fleas in the middle of the dusty road. Tad stared up and down the straggling rows of houses, bewildered at his companion's disappearance. Then his eye lit on 2 saloons across the way, and he knew at once where Allen had gone. With Abe's parting injunction still fresh in his mind, he darted to the other side of the street and stood a moment in hesitation before the 2 doors. There was no way to tell which place Allen had entered, except to go in himself and find out. He decided to try the right-hand building first. The swinging half-door gave easily under his hand, and he stepped into a square, half-darkened room with stained wooden tables and a long mahogany bar. There was no one in sight, and Tad hesitated a moment in the middle of the sanded floor, looking about him, disappointed. Then he caught the sound of voices and low laughter, and saw that the door leading into the rear room stood slightly ajar. He fancied that it was Allen he heard, laughing over having given him the slip. Quickly he crossed the floor, pushed open the door, and walked through. A glance showed him that there were only 3 men in the room, and that Allen was not one of them. At the right of the table was a broad, thick-necked, powerfully built man with a tight stock and a red, angry-looking face. Next him sat a thin, sallow, rat-eyed fellow, with a nervous affection that twitched one corner of his mouth downward into a sneer every second or two. The third member of the party slouched in his chair, a long, slim figure with a dark mustache, the upper part of his face shaded by the broad brim of his hat. Each of the 3 had started slightly at the lad's abrupt entrance, and they now sat watching him with hostile eyes. I beg your pardon," said Tad. "I thought a friend of mine came in here." And he started to back out. Suddenly the tall man with the black mustache was on his feet.
"Wait,"
he ordered in a husky voice that struck terror to Tad's heart.
"Stay where you are, sir."
But waiting was the last thing in the boy's mind. He had caught a glimpse of the man's face and his long, slim hands. It was the wheeling gambler who had thrown him overboard from the Ohio Belle. With a sense of panic, he turned and darted for the door, but he never reached it. A stool came whirling through the air and struck him in the back of the head, and down he went. His mind blanked out in a roaring gulf of darkness. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The next thing Tad knew was a sensation of intense physical discomfort. His head throbbed fiercely, his wrists were chafed, and he lay in a very painful position, face down, across the saddlebow of a galloping horse. When his senses had cleared enough for him to remember what had happened, he tried to figure out where these desperadoes were taking him. But all that he could see, facing the ground, was the packed brown earth of the roadside and the flashing green of undergrowth beyond. He had a vague recollection of having been carried up a long, steep hill, so he supposed they must have climbed one of the roads that ran up along the bluff. One other thing he noticed, and that seemed to increase the hazards of a situation which surely was already serious enough. As he swung, head down, he could watch the rhythmic movement of the horse's legs, both forelegs white up to the knee, one hind leg white above the hock, 3 white stockings. Where had he heard, in the last few days, of a 3-stocking horse? Then he remembered, and it came over him with a sickening feeling that his life was worth very little indeed, for the black-haired man who had once before tried to kill him, and who now had him prisoner, could be none other than the terrible John Morrell himself. There were 2 other horses, one behind them and one ahead. Occasionally one of the riders would speak in a guarded voice, but for the most part they rode hard and in silence. It might have been only half an hour that they traveled after Tad regained consciousness. If so, it was the longest 30 minutes he had ever spent in his life. At last, when it seemed as if he must cry out with pain if he were jolted any farther, his captor pulled the big horse, lathered and champing, to a stop. Without ceremony, he caught Tad by his shoulder and dropped him in a heap on the ground. The boy was helpless, his ankles and his wrists bound tightly, but his brain was still working, and after the first moment of relief he began looking around to see, if possible, where he was. Dense brush and tall trees flanked the narrow grassy track on both sides, and there was no view that would show him how far they had come from the river. The riders had stopped in front of a house that stood at the left of the road, a high, bleak frame building with no trees in front to soften its harsh outline. The shutterless windows leered down like evil eyes on the unkempt, desolate dooryard. An unnatural silence hung about the premises. There was no singing of birds, and in the flat gray light of a cloudy noonday, the whole atmosphere of the place seemed lonely and sinister beyond compare. The riders dismounted and talked together for a moment.
"Here,"
said the tall leader at length,
"we can settle all that presently. You ride back down the road, Sam, and you, Bull, keep watch up the other way till I get him out of sight."
Tad heard the names with a shudder. He had guessed right then. Bull Whaley and Sam Jukes were the chief lieutenants of the famous outlaw. He had heard of them and their cruelty from the keelboat hands on the river. Morrell stood looking down at him for a moment, an ironical smile twisting his pale face.
"I see you recall our having met before, sir,"
he said with his polite southern drawl.
"That's as it should be, for you're going to be my guest for a while. We'll see now if there are any quarters ready to receive you."
He put 2 fingers between his lips and gave a singularly piercing whistle so shrill that it hurt Tad's eardrums. In a few seconds, the house door opened and a gigantic Negro in the rough clothes of a field hand ran down the steps. Morrell looked from Tad to the huge Negro and back at Tad again. He seemed to relish the situation.
"This,"
he explained to the boy,
"is Congo, my bodyguard. He was the son of a great African chief, and when they brought him off the slave ship, he killed 4 men. They tortured him so that he will never hear or speak again. But I rode by at the right moment and saved him from death. At a sign from me, he would pick you up now and tear you into 40 pieces.
The giant black seemed to sense what his master was saying, for he flexed his mighty fingers, and his sides shook with a great silent laugh. Tad, looking into that cavernous mouth, saw that there was no tongue back of the gleaming white teeth, and the Negro's ears had been cropped and mutilated in horrible fashion. Morel gestured toward the house and led the way to the steps, and Congo picked the boy up as easily as if he had been a baby. Through the doorway and along a narrow hall he carried him, and then, at another signal from Morel, he climbed with him up a flight of steep, rickety stairs. Opening a door at the top, he flung his burden down and stood awaiting the further commands of his master. Morel nodded. When the Negro had gone out, he stooped and dragged Tad a few feet into a shadowy corner. Here he picked up a heavy iron fetter attached to a 3-foot chain and clasped it around one of the boy's ankles. With a brass key taken from his pocket, he secured its ponderous lock.
"That and our hospitality," he chuckled, "ought to be plenty to keep you here. I'll let you have the use of your hands to keep the fleas from being too familiar."
So saying, he whipped out a clasp knife and cut the cords that had bound Tad's wrists and ankles, and with an exaggerated bow he went out, closing the door after him. When the sound of his footsteps had died away at the bottom of the stairs, Tad raised himself to a sitting posture and looked about at his prison. In what he saw there was nothing to lighten the gloom of his desperate situation. The room was a long, narrow garret, lighted only by one window at the farther end. Yellow, mildewed plaster was dropping off the walls in flakes. The floor was a mass of filth. Around him in the corner where he sat were dirt and grease and foul-smelling rags, and the whole place had a close, sickly odor that nauseated him. But Tad was not one to give up easily. He had a stubborn sort of courage that rose to occasions of this kind, and when he had conquered his first feeling of illness, he set himself to test every possible avenue of escape. The chain attached to his ankle iron was heavy and strong, a trace chain from a wagon, he judged. At the other end it was fastened to a huge iron staple, driven solidly into one of the timbers of the floor. A tug or two convinced him of the utter futility of trying to pull it out. The fetter, he was quite certain now, had been designed to hold big, powerful men, the stolen slaves who were said to be the special prey of Morel and his outlaw gang. When he felt of the leg iron itself, it seemed large and loose about his ankle, though much too small to allow his heel to pass through. His fingers moved over the surface of the fetter and paused suddenly in a deep, rough notch at the back, near the hinge. With trembling hands, he turned it as far as he could and peered down at it through the dim half-dusk. At some time or other the iron had been partly cut through by a file. Tad's pulses leaped as he made this discovery. For a moment he thought he might finish what had been so well begun by some earlier prisoner, but as he searched about the floor in his corner he realized that there was nothing in sight that could possibly be used as an abrasive. The afternoon dragged by with sickening slowness. The heat of the garret nearly suffocated him, and there was nothing to do but fight the flies and wait. For what, he did not know. An intermittent drone of voices could be heard in the room downstairs. Gradually they grew louder, as the bottle was passed, Tad supposed, and he could even catch occasional words. Perhaps he would be able to overhear some of their plans. Crawling as far as the chain would permit, he stretched full length on his stomach and laid an ear to the floor. As he did so, one of the boards moved a trifle under his hand. He touched it again and found it loose. By working his fingernails into the crack at one end, he was able to lift it. The board was a short one that had been put in as a filler between two longer pieces. When Tad put his head down over the hole, there were only thin lath and plaster between him and the room below. Lying still and listening, he could now catch quite distinctly the louder parts of the conversation. There was a deep, angry voice, which he recognized as that of Bull Whaley, and a thin whine that he thought must come from Sam Jukes. Morel himself seemed to be saying very little.
But $5,000, man. Why, that's the price of 4 or 5 good cotton niggers.
Whaley was roaring.
Don't the notice say dead or alive? He's supposed to have been drowned, ain't he? Well,
he finished triumphantly,
we can fix that part of it easy enough.
That's too risky, Jukes answered. They'd be pretty sure to look into it if he was brought in dead. What I say is, let him be rescued by one of our New Orleans men. The boy won't ever suspect, and his old man will be so thankful that he was delivered out of the hands of the ruffians, meaning you, Bo, that he'll pay the $5,000 without a whimper. Let's see now. Legrand would be the chap to put it through. He's a good Creole and stands well with the police.
Ha!
Whaley grunted.
And what'll Legrand want for the job? Half the reward if I know him. No, sir. Take him in dead, I says. There's more in it for us that way.
Then Tad heard the husky drawl of the chief.
Neither one of your ideas is worth the powder to blow it up, gentlemen, he said. You're used to making small plans and taking small pickings. $5,000 is all either of you can see in this. I aim to get 50,000.
His words evidently left his hearers dumbfounded. For a moment there was no sound. Then,
50,000?
Both exclaimed together.
That was what I said, Morrell returned. This man Hopkins has offered a reward of 5,000. That means he's rich. He could scrape up on his credit all of $50,000, and that is the sum I shall ask him to pay for the safe return of his son. Hold him for ransom, eh? Said Whaley with a chuckle. You win, Jack. I reckon if you sign the letter, they'll know they've got to pay or they'll never see him again.
Yes, that's the plan right enough, Jukes put in. We'll have to fix up a good place for him to bring the money, though, so we can watch out for tricks.
As to that, said Morrell, I've worked out all the details. You know that island?
And here he dropped his voice too low for Tad's ears. The rest of the conversation was evidently held in an undertone, heads close together over the table, for try as he would, the boy could catch only a stray word now and then. The sun had evidently broken through the clouds, for a slanting beam came through the cobwebs of the room's one window, which opened toward the west, and this feeble ray of light chanced to fall just inside the edge of the opening in the floor. It was a lucky chance for Tad. Glancing into the hole as he was about to crawl away, he saw something that made his heart jump into his throat. Quickly he reached down and brought it up into the light. A big 3-edged file. The hole in the floor must have been the secret hiding place used by that other prisoner, who had been taken away before his work on the fetter was finished. Eagerly, Tad felt the edges of the file. It was still sharp. He was just moving to a position where he could get at his ankle iron when a step sounded on the stairs, and he had barely time to replace the tool in the aperture and cover it with the board. As he crawled back to his rags in the corner, the door was opened and the giant slave, Congo, came in. The Negro set down a plate on which were some thick slices of buttered bread and a tin cup full of coffee. Tad waited for him to go, but he pointed down at the food and evidently expected to stay until it was finished. The boy had very little appetite, in spite of having tasted nothing since breakfast. He did manage, however, to eat 2 pieces of bread and gulp down the strong black coffee. Then an idea came to him. He had been wondering how he was to file his leg iron without making too great a noise. If he could save the butter on the remaining piece of bread, he might use it as a lubricant. Picking up the slice, he pretended to take a mouthful, meanwhile pushing the plate and cup toward Congo. The giant black stooped, picked them up, and stood for a moment, grinning that terrible grin of his. Then he drew a forefinger slowly across his throat and rolled up his eyes till only the whites showed, in a ghastly pantomime of death. With this little token of farewell, he slipped through the door and bolted it on the outside. Tad wasted no time in worrying over the meaning of the Negro's signs. As soon as the footsteps had reached the bottom of the stairs, he crept to his loose board and took the file from its hiding place. In the fading twilight he could barely see the notch in the fetter, but it was easy to find by touch, and he soon turned it into a position where he could move the file back and forth comfortably. By rubbing a little butter along the cutting edge, he found that the noise was scarcely audible, certainly too slight to be heard on the first floor. For the best part of an hour he worked, stealthily but with hardly a moment's rest. He could feel the notch in the iron growing deeper. It must be 2/3 of the way through, he thought. And then catastrophe overtook him. He was just reaching for the piece of bread to get more butter, when suddenly it was snatched from under his hand. The biggest rat he had ever seen had seized it and scurried away across the floor. Tad was more than startled. For a moment his nerves were shaken, and he sat there trembling with weariness and fright. Then the ridiculous side of the situation struck him, and he rocked back and forth with smothered laughter. When the spasm was over, he tried to work on the fetter again, and found that the scraping of the dry file was becoming more and more noisy. Saliva would quiet it for a stroke or two, but it dried too quickly. At last he gave up the effort. He put the file away, dropped the board back in place, and curled up exhausted in his corner, wishing desperately for his snug blanket aboard the Katie Roby. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. There may have been worse nights in history than the one Tad spent in that garret, but in all his experience he never was to know a longer or more nerve-wracking one. Rats scampered everywhere, in the walls and up and down the floor. He could hear them gnawing, squealing, fighting all about him. Once or twice, when he drowsed off for a moment, their furry bodies brushed against his skin, waking him with a start. He had heard of rats attacking men in places like this. What if one of them should bite him there in the dark? He sat tense and waiting for hours on end, and shook his chain and thumped his hands on the floor to keep them away. The lesser vermin in the rags about him were not so easily frightened off. He had discovered, almost as soon as he was put in the room, that Morel's mention of fleas was more than idle chatter. Now, under cover of the darkness, they came in swarms to feast upon him. In a way, perhaps, they were a blessing, for they gave him little time to dwell on his graver troubles. Nevertheless, he was haunted all day by the thought of Abe's distress. What had the big flatboatman thought of him when he failed to return at noon? Allen, doubtless, had stayed ashore drinking and enjoying himself, and Abe must have felt that Tad had betrayed his trust. At least, so the boy pictured it to himself. Then he realized that the long-shanked Hoosier would be far more concerned with finding him than with blaming him. Just what would Abe do, he wondered, for he was positive that he would do something. Morel and all his gang went armed to the teeth. If Abe should run afoul of some of them, he would almost certainly be killed. Tad thought of the strong, homely, kindly face of his big friend, and came near sobbing. At last, toward dawn, he was too weary to fight the fleas, and hardly cared whether the rats bit him or not. Tumbled in a heap on the floor, he slept the sleep of sheer exhaustion. The reflected light of a bright morning sun was in the room when he awoke. A clatter of pots and pans and an odor of cooking came up from below. Presently he heard boots thumping and the scrape of chairs, and knew that the outlaws were sitting down to breakfast. Rubbing his eyes, he looked about the dirty room and saw that there was a little heap of iron filings on the floor where he had worked. Hastily he lifted the loose board and swept the telltale gray dust into the hall. He was none too soon, for a moment later he heard the pad of bare feet outside and the sliding of the bolt on his door. Congo entered bearing his breakfast. The meal this time was an unappetizing kind of cornmeal mush without milk. Tad had hoped to get some more butter. He hid his disappointment, however, and ate as much of the stuff as he could, knowing that he would need all his strength if he was ever to escape. There was also a cup of water, which he drank eagerly. When he had finished, Congo took the bowl and cup and paused in the doorway as before, to grimace at him. This time the huge Negro changed his gesture. With one hand he made the sign of a noose about his neck, winding up behind his left ear with a horrible jerk of the head and more silent laughter. Tad, with a sick feeling at the pit of his stomach, wondered what other varieties of sudden death he would see illustrated before he left that filthy place. The morning was well along. It must have been after 10 o'clock, Tad thought, when there was a sound of heavy hoofs galloping up the road and several riders dismounted in the yard. The boy could hear them swearing at the horses and then greeting Morrel and his companions as they approached the door. These newcomers seemed to be members of the outlaw gang, for they spoke freely of Tad's capture and asked the chief what he planned to do with his prize. As they came into the room below, one of them was roaring with laughter. Tad took up the board in order to hear better, and found he could make out nearly everything that was said.
"But the blankety-blankest thing I ever saw,"
one of the new men was remarking,
"was this big Hoosier broad-horned steerer coming up the main street. 7 foot if he was an inch. Yes, sir, and I'm not exaggerating a particle. 7 foot tall. He marches up to the first saloon he sees and asks the barkeep if he knows anything about a boy that's missing. The man gives him some sort of a sassy answer, and next thing he knows, this long-legged river hand has grabbed him by the neck and flung him out in the middle of the road. Fight? No, there was no fight. The Hoosier just goes along and leaves him there. At the next place, the same thing happens. Only the bartender saves his skin by apologizing mighty quick when he sees that long arm coming. So it goes all the way up the street. Finally, he gets to Nolan's place. By this time, there's quite a crowd of flatboat and keelboat men following along to see the fun. And drinking at Nolan's bar is some ark-hand that pipes up and says, yes, indeed, he saw the boy. He was being carried off by 3 men on horseback, riding hell for leather up the South Bluff Road. "What did they look like?" asks Longshanks, and the fellow tells him that the one holding the boy was tall and rode a big sorrel horse with 3 white stockings. At that, half the rivermen in the crowd shout, "Jack Morrel!" and there's a grand howdy-do. The big Hoosier tries to find out where you'd be likely to take the boy, but of course, no one knows a thing. I understand he's gone up to Natchez on the Hill this morning to try to raise a posse.
Tad heard Morrel's lazy laugh.
"Ha!" said the leader. "He won't get far there. What say, Carson, want to have a look at the youngster?"
There was a sound of boots that warned Tad to put the board back in position. He crawled back into the corner where the shadows were deepest and turned the filed place in the fetter carefully under his ankle. When the door opened, he sat there, sullen-faced, picking at the ragged edges of his shirt sleeve with listless fingers. Morrel was accompanied by a big, florid young man in the dapper dress of a planter, who slapped the dust from his boots with a riding whip as he stared down at the boy.
"Ha ha! 50,000 for that?"
He laughed.
"Here, step up, boy, and let's have a look at you."
And he flicked the stinging lash of his whip into the lad's neck. A sudden flush spread over Tad's face, but he sat perfectly still. Angrily, Carson threw up his arm for a full stroke, but Morrell detained him with a sharp word.
"Careful," he said. "He's mine, you know."
For a moment Carson faced the cold gleam of the chief's eyes. Then his own eyes dropped. He gave an uneasy laugh and turned toward the stairs, and after another glance at Tad, Morrell followed him. The time dragged by interminably. Buzzing flies made the daylight hours seem as unbearably long as the night had been. Sometime in the afternoon the boy dozed off and was finally awakened by the arrival of his supper. To his joy, there was bread and butter. He was so hungry that there was a real temptation to gobble all of it, but he saved the last piece, pretending to eat it as before. Just as Congo stooped to pick up the plate, there came that ear-splitting whistle that Tad had heard once before, and the big Negro leaped as if he had been shot. Without even a backward look, he slipped through the door, fastened it, and hurried down the stairs. Other horsemen had arrived, it seemed. Tad heard strange voices below, and after removing the board, caught Morrell's answer.
"If they do come, it'll be in daylight," he was saying. "We'll have to run him back to a safer place in the morning and lie low for a few days."
The boy's heart sank. Tonight, it seemed, was his last chance. If he did not get away before morning, he was to be taken off to some new stronghold where there would be even less hope of escape. Quickly, he took the file out of the hole and set to work. Before darkness had completely fallen, he could see that another hour's labor would sever the broad iron ring. He rested a few minutes and then went on, pushing the file steadily back and forth. This time he took no chances with his bread and butter, but kept it tucked away in the bosom of his shirt. From the noise in the room below, he judged that there must be 5 or 6 men at least gathered about the table. They seemed to be playing cards and drinking, for he heard frequent orders for rum punch shouted at a servant they called Juba. What game they were playing he could not tell, but the stakes must have been high. A loud voice, made thick by many potations, reached the boy distinctly through the garret floor.
"You going to stick along, Morrell?"
the voice was saying.
"You going to stick? Getting in pretty deep, ain't you? That's 1,500 you owe me now. All right, I'm raising it 200 more. What do you say, want to put the boy up? Eh? That gilt-edged prisoner of yours? I aim to back these cards all night, so you better unlimber some cash or else put up the boy."
Tad bent harder to his work, and the sweat streamed from his face as he filed. If they were making him a stake in their game and the cards went against Morrell, his new owner might come up at any moment to claim him. The file was almost through. He gave it a last stroke or two, and the fetter fell open with a sudden clank of metal. Holding his breath, the boy waited to see if they had heard. But it appeared that all in the lower room were too absorbed in what was going on there to notice any such trifling sound. With all possible care, he lifted his ankle out of the broken clasp and stood up, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom. Cautiously, in the darkness, he moved across the room. The door was secured on the outside, as he had expected. He left it and turned toward the window, treading very softly and testing each board with his bare toes. There had been a momentary lull in the voices downstairs. Now, with startling suddenness, someone ripped out an angry oath, and there was a commotion of chairs being pushed back. 2 pistol shots rent the air, close together, and then all was quiet again, except for a single low groan. Tad stood still, trying to control the shaking of his knees.
"He's dead,"
came the heavy voice of Bull Whaley.
"Well, we can't leave him here. Come, give me a hand, someone."
The house door opened and closed again, and then there was a short, ugly laugh, followed by a call for Juba and another round of drinks. Tad tiptoed forward to the window. Where he had feared to find a complicated system of fastenings, There was only a big square nail driven part way into the frame above the lower sash. It was solidly embedded in the wood, but by moving it up and down until it had a trifle of play, he was able at last to pull it out with his fingers. To the boy's relief, the sash was loose enough to raise without too much effort. He lifted it an inch at a time, easing it past the squeaks, and braced it open with a 2-foot length of stick which had been lying on the sill. A young moon, partly obscured by clouds, shed a faint light over the dooryard. Tad could see the ground 15 feet below, with a tangled mass of rank weeds growing against the house. A score of yards beyond was the road, and then woods, black and dense, stretching away to the west. A little night breeze came in the window with refreshing coolness. Tad stood there for a while, wondering what time of night it was and how late it would be before the outlaws went to sleep. He was afraid they might stay a long time over their liquor. Climbing down past the window of the room in which they sat seemed a foolhardy plan, but Tad grew restless at the thought of a long wait. At last, he decided to go back to his hole in the floor and listen to their talk. Treading lightly but swiftly, he retraced his steps. The garret was as dark as pitch, but he believed he knew his way. He must be nearing the place now, and even as this thought crossed his mind, he stepped directly into the opening. There was a crackle of breaking lath and a crash of plaster, and Tad's foot went through the ceiling of the room beneath. He withdrew it instantly and stood there, trembling, his heart pounding with terror and with fury at his own clumsiness. A sound of startled swearing came from below, and through the aperture he caught a glimpse of flushed faces staring upward. For a long moment they stood so. Then the faces disappeared, and there was a rush of feet through the hallway leading to the stairs. Only one course lay open for Tad, and he took it. Darting across the garret, he scrambled through the window and let himself down, his hands gripping the sill till his feet touched the ledge above the ground floor window. Would they see him? He had no way of telling how many had stayed in the room below, but he could already hear shouts at the top of the stairs, and someone was fumbling at the bolt. With a deep intake of breath, the boy let go one hand, swung outward, and jumped. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The 10-foot drop to the ground jarred Tad from head to toe, but did not really hurt him. He was up in an instant, and without even a backward glance at the house, he made for the trees across the road. As he started to run, he tripped over something bulky in the grass, and saw, with a shudder, that it was the body of the man called Carson, still and cold, a ray of moonlight falling on his white, upturned face. Tad sped onward, cleared the road in a long leap in order to leave no track in the dust, and plunged into the brush on the farther side. The dark wall of leaves closed behind him, and he knew that for the moment at least he was beyond the outlaw's reach, but he did not slacken speed. Tumbling over fallen logs, diving head foremost through thickets, dashing forward wherever an opening showed between the tree trunks, he kept on. Weak as he was from scanty food and lack of sleep, he must have traveled a good half-mile through the woods before he fell, too exhausted to pick himself up. For a long time he lay there, panting, till the vast ache inside his ribs grew less painful and finally departed. Then at last he rose on wobbly legs and went forward. When he was a prisoner in the outlaw's garret, he had made no definite plans beyond escaping from the house. But now he saw quite clearly that some sort of intelligent planning would be necessary if he wanted to avoid getting lost or recaptured. To reach the river was his first problem. If he could strike the bank, he was sure he could find Natchez, somewhere a few miles to the north. So he went on, searching for a more open space where he might get his bearings. For what seemed like an age, he plowed through dense timber, where he could see only an occasional gleam of moonlight, much less a recognizable star. But finally the trees opened out in front of him, and he found himself in the edge of a small clearing, full of stumps and brush, but giving a clear view overhead. A few clouds still covered part of the sky, but he made out the dipper, and following the 2 pointers, located the North Star. It was ahead of him and a little to the right, so that he knew his general direction had been good. What he wanted now was to bear toward the left, shaping a westerly course, and so reach the river bluffs. At the farther side of the clearing, he struck into what seemed to be a wood path leading westward. Rough as it was, he found he could walk along it with much less difficulty than through the trackless brush, and as long as it continued fairly straight, he had no fear of losing his direction. For more than a mile he followed this trail, and came at length to a narrow little valley where the path led off to the right along the brink of the ravine. As he paused, undecided, a faint sound of water came to him from somewhere below in the undergrowth. He had been desperately thirsty for hours. In a moment he had scrambled down the bank and was bending above a shallow little stream. Down he went on hands and knees and drank his fill of the clear, cold water. And then, just as he was getting to his feet, there came a sound that fairly froze his heart with fear. Still far off it was, but unmistakable, the deep, bell-like baying of a hound. Until that moment Tad had not thought of dogs, yet it was natural enough that Morrel should have them. In his trade of slave-stealing, he must often find use for bloodhounds. The muffled note rang out again. Was it nearer this time? On his trail. His trail. They were after him, with dogs. For an instant, Tad felt the panic terror that makes the hunted rabbit run in circles. His only impulse was to rush off blindly, somewhere, anywhere. Then some measure of sense returned to him, and he began thinking swiftly. Up to that point, the scent would be fresh and strong, easily followed. His pursuers would make far better time than he had made, thrashing through the brush. From now on, he must baffle them, or he was lost. The stream was hardly more than a rivulet, a few feet wide, but it offered him his only chance to cover his scent. Plunging in, he found it less than knee-deep, with a fairly smooth sandy bottom. He followed it downstream, wading fast, and keeping an eye on the direction it was taking, when the leaves overhead permitted a view of the stars. Once or twice he had to climb out to get around fallen trees, and this gave him an idea. Wherever there was a likely opening on either bank, leading away from the stream, he left the water, ran a few steps into the woods, and returned, as nearly as possible in the same tracks. Then he waded on with all the speed he could muster. Occasionally the wind bore to him the cry of the hound, sometimes clearer, sometimes fainter, but always a sound that chilled his blood. Tad had long since passed the winded stage. He went on steadily, his breathing a succession of gasps that no longer seemed to hurt, a deadness in his legs and a queer ringing in his ears. He had no idea how long he had been running so, when suddenly the brook deepened and his numbed senses were shocked wide awake by a plunge into cold water. He realized, as he floundered up again, that the sky overhead was open. He was standing up to his neck in a broad marshy pool that stretched away to left and right for a long distance. Under the ghostly moon it lay dark and mysterious, wholly silent except for the muffled plash of a heron hunting frogs. Like every boy, Tad had a horror of swimming in strange water at night. He stood there, shivering, trying to make up his mind. The opposite bank was not so far away, but sluggish ponds. Water moccasins. The bay of the bloodhound came to him again, unexpectedly close this time. He waited no longer, but threw himself forward, swimming with all his might. The pool was only 30 or 40 yards across at this place, and in a few strokes he was halfway over. Then a vicious cramp caught at the big muscles in the back of his thigh, twisting him with pain till he almost went under. He managed to straighten the leg and struggled on, kicking only with the other, till he felt ooze under his toes, and crawled out somehow through slimy reeds and lily pads to the soft black earth of the bank. There for a while he lay, his exhaustion so complete that he scarcely cared what happened. Both his legs were cruelly knotted with cramps, and his whole body ached with weariness. Rest he must have if he were ever to reach the river. He crept a little farther into the reeds and lay on his back, staring up at the stars and listening to the intermittent baying of the hound. At last the cramps left him, and he thought he had recovered his wind sufficiently to go on, but just as he was rising to his knees, there came a thrashing in the underbrush near the mouth of the brook, and he heard men's voices. A light breeze was blowing across the pond from them to him, so that he caught some of the words plainly.
"What's the matter with old Red-Eye? Lost the scent again?"
came Bull Whaley's panting bass, and as if in answer the bloodhound spoke, a full-throated, menacing challenge that fairly lifted the hair on Tad's head. Through the screening reeds he could see the beast on the other side of the pool, gray and gigantic in the moonlight, its long ears trailing the ground as it nosed here and there along the bank. Behind, in the shadow, was the broad, squat figure of Whaley, and another man whom Tad did not recognize was holding the hound's leash. A stream of profanity came from this second man.
"Lost him!" he growled.
"Must have swum across. What do you say, want to send the dog over?"
"No use," returned the other. "The boy's most likely a long ways off by now, and even if Red-Eye got over without being bit by a snake, I wouldn't follow him. The nearest place to cross is Cordell's Bridge, a mile away. What I say is, we'd best get back to the horses and make it down to the river road in a hurry. We'd ought to head him off there, sure." They stood there arguing for a while, then turned back into the woods, dragging the huge, unwilling hound. And Tad, feeling that he had at least a momentary respite from pursuit, started toward the setting moon once more. The rest had helped both his legs and his courage. Now that he knew how the outlaws expected to capture him, he believed he had a chance to outwit them, while if he had not overheard their plans, he might have walked straight into their ambush on the river road. The shore of the pond was fringed with a sparse growth of saplings and brush, through which Tad made his way without much difficulty. Beyond it he could catch glimpses of a broad open space, gleaming palely in the moonlight. At first he thought it was water, a larger pond perhaps, and his heart sank at the idea of having to swim again. But when he reached the edge of the trees, he saw that what lay before him was a great cotton field, white with opening bloom. Easily 1/2 mile wide, it stretched back to the north and east, so far that his eyes lost it in the moonlit haze. Crossing the waist-high cotton was dangerous, Tad knew. He veered to the left, skirting the end of the field, and at its farther corner came on a well-defined path leading into the woods. It bore a little north of west in the direction he wished to follow, and he could see from the grass and brush in the track that it was little used. After a careful scrutiny of the cotton field for pursuers, he went forward along the path as fast as his weary legs would carry him. Once the whir of a rattler behind him made cold chills run down his spine and gave speed to his feet. And 1/2 mile farther on he was frightened almost out of his wits when a partly grown razorback boar leaped up, grunting, from its bed beside the path, and dashed off into the woods. When the moon set, Tad had no choice but to stay where he was and rest. He tried to feel his way along in the inky dark, but after he had stumbled against trees and nearly lost the path, he gave it up. There were still 2 or 3 hours till dawn, and he was very tired. A few yards off the path he found a place where he could sit with his back against a tree, and in 30 seconds he was asleep. Fortunately, the cramped position he was in woke him before daylight, and he staggered up, stiff and sore, but with his strength renewed. A faint grayness was beginning to show through the trees, so that now he had no trouble in following the path. He had a feeling that the river could not be far off. A moment later, the cheerful blast of a steamboat whistle sounded, close at hand. Tad's heart pounded with joy, and he pushed forward almost at a run. Within 100 yards he came to a place where he could glimpse the road, brown and dusty in the increasing light, bending south along the crest of the bluff. He abandoned the path and cut into the brush, striking northward with the highway and the river below on his left. He was looking for a good place to cross the road and make the descent of the bluff. Just as he thought he had found such a spot, and was preparing to leave the shelter of the undergrowth, his ears caught a faint clink of metal. He crouched where he was, waiting. Soon the sound was repeated, and with it he heard the musical jingle of a bridle chain. Then came a man's voice, muffled, quieting a restless horse, and a moment later he heard the soft thud of hoofs on grass. 3 mounted men came down the road from Natchez, riding silently in single file, their lathered horses at a walk. They were wrapped in cloaks, and their hats were pulled low over their faces, but Tad knew them. The leader rode a big sorrel with 3 white legs. Almost opposite Tad, they pulled up and talked in low tones for a minute. He could not hear their words, but their gestures were short and angry. Hunched there in their saddles, they looked like ruffled birds of prey. The leader jerked his horse around, motioned to one of the riders to stay where he was, and with the other at his heels, set off down the road. The man who remained looked after them grouchily for a moment, then swung down from his horse, pulled the reins over his arm, and sat down with his back against a stump. As quietly as he knew how, Tad crawled back a dozen yards or more into the woods. When he was sure the rank growth screened him completely, he got up and started northward again, fairly holding his breath in his effort to make no noise. After a while he knew he was out of earshot of the watcher by the road and could move faster. The sun rose, bringing beauty to the woods. He heard negroes singing, and soon a big mule cart creaked by, with 6 plantation hands on their way to the fields, and a white overseer riding abreast. Birds made a background of music for all the other sounds of the waking day. Tad passed a bend in the road and worked himself down into the bushes that fringed the ditch beside it. He looked long and listened carefully in both directions. Then, with his heart in his mouth, he made the dash for the opposite side. 3 seconds and it was done. The brush whipped shut behind him. He waited a little to see if anyone was in pursuit, then turned and pushed his way through the tangle of vines and creepers that crowned the edge of the bluff. There, 100 feet and more below, was the vast muddy tide of the river that had made him feel so lonely and depressed 3 short weeks ago. How he welcomed it now. Spread out in a great sunlit panorama, he saw the little arcs and keelboats go gliding down, no bigger than chips on the yellow flood. And those tiny black figures, like ants that worked at the sweeps or sat about the breakfast fires, those were his friends. He belonged to their brotherhood now. Old Trader Magoon and the jolly red-bearded captain from St. Louis, big, brave, awkward, kind-hearted Abe, and even Allen, with his human failings, they would all fight for him. Something like a sob rose in his throat, and he had to choke it back. What was the matter with him anyway? It must be hunger. He remembered that he hadn't eaten much for 2 days. Well, it was time he was moving. With another look around to make sure no one watched him from the road, he started scrambling down the face of the bluff. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. As he descended, Tad could see the levee below, and 1/2 mile to the northward the huddled houses of Natchez under the hill. There was the big steamboat landing, piled with freight, and beyond it the swarming flatboat fleet, so close now that he almost fancied he could pick out the little Katie Roby at her moorings. Clinging by roots and creepers, sliding from one grass tuft to the next, the boy went swiftly down. At the foot of the steep slope was a narrow marshy tract hemmed in by the levee. There was no road except the footway along the levee top, but a few shanties were scattered here and there, the cabins of free Negroes, Tad thought, and among the evil-looking pools of green water, paths ran from one clump of great mossy live oaks to the next. He followed one of these, skirting a stagnant pond where the whole surface was covered with a weedy scum. An alligator moved lazily, thrusting up its long snout within a yard of Tad's heel, and great swarms of mosquitoes rose on all sides to meet him. He broke into a run. Beyond the first clump of trees, he passed the door of a squalid shack where dogs yapped at his heels, and a frightened black woman wrapped her skirts about a child that screamed when it saw him. After he had driven the curs away with a stick, he went on more slowly. The morning was growing hot, and a desperate thirst possessed him. He thought of stopping at one of the Negro cabins and asking for a drink, but the sight of the unspeakable filth around them decided him against it. After all, he was almost there. He could stand another 10 minutes. As he neared the town, the path ran through a dense clump of scrub willows that reached from the levee almost back to the foot of the bluff. Tad prudently slipped into this willow thicket as he drew close to the landing, and squirmed forward till he could command a view of the big dock, the street, and the flatboats beyond. His first glance told him it was lucky he had reconnoitered, for in addition to the handful of Negroes who were rolling bales and barrels in the sleepy sunshine, he saw 3 horses tied to the rail before a corner tavern, and 3 men with hats pulled low over their faces, lounging in the shadows. One sat on the tavern veranda, watching the street. One patrolled the landing in leisurely fashion, and one stood idly under a tree with his eye on the movements of the flatboatmen. If Morrell was one of them, and Tad thought the tall figure on the landing was he had changed horses since daybreak. The famous 3-stocking sorrel was not among the mounts at the hitching rail. All this was a blow to Tad's hopes. Where he had expected to reach the haven of the Katie Roby in another moment or two, he saw that he might now have to wait for hours. His thirst was becoming almost unbearable. The whole inside of his mouth and his tongue felt parched and swollen. Mosquitoes in myriads came to sing their shrill refrain around his head, and other pests he knew would soon discover his hiding place. At last he could stand the torture of sitting still no longer. He got to his feet, peering through the willow branches. There, not 100 yards away, he could see Allen standing on the forward deck of the flatboat, smoking his pipe and looking up the town's main street as if he were waiting for someone. If only he could signal him in some way. But there were the 3 grim watchers, desperate men as Tad knew, who would not hesitate to use their pistols with a $50,000 prize in sight. It might cost his friends their lives if he showed himself. He had thought of swimming under the landing, but there would still be a 60-foot stretch of water to cross under the hawk eyes of that tall man slouching in the shade of a pile of boxes. Still, he reflected, he could hardly be worse off in the water than dying a slow death by thirst and mosquitoes here. Very quietly he made his way through the willows to the levee. The piling of the dock rose close by, almost close enough to touch. On his stomach he crawled over the top of the embankment and slid like a muskrat into the yellow water beyond. In a few quick strokes he was under the landing and hidden from view. He held on to one of the big cypress piles and gulped a swallow or two of river water to take the edge off his thirst. Then he made his way forward under the shadowy planking of the wharf. Suddenly there was a shout somewhere above, and a pounding of many feet that went by over his head, shaking dust down through the cracks. He stayed where he was, his heart beating fast. Then there came the loud blast of a steamboat whistle, and he understood the reason for the stampede. Alternately swimming and stopping to listen, he made his way to the outer end of the wharf. There, holding to one of the great clumps of mooring piles, he watched the slim white prow of the Pride of the River, the Natchez herself, come sweeping into the landing. With a swiftness at which he marveled, the great paddle swung her into position, and amid the shouts of deckhands he heard the heavy cable drop with a crash on the planks over his head. In another moment the big steamer was moored, side on to the wharf, and the gangplanks were run out. The steady rumble of loading began. From where Tad was, he could see forward under the broad overhanging deck of the Natchez to the low patch of daylight at her bows, and as he looked, an idea came to him. He remembered how the forward end of the Tecumseh, jutting well beyond the landing, had seemed to be almost within arm's reach of the flatboat that first morning in Natchez. Under the shelter of the steamer, he could get many feet closer to his goal without being seen. He let go of the post to which he had been holding and swam out under the boat's deck. It was like being in a long, low-roofed, watery tunnel. The deck was only 2 or 3 feet above the level of the river and was built out from the hull a good 10 feet. It was shored up by a row of diagonal braces, and to these Tad clung, pulling himself slowly along. When he reached the end of the wharf, he could see that his hopes were at least partly justified. The steamer's prow extended at least 30 feet nearer to the moored flatboats, and he was certain that for the best part of that distance he would be well hidden from eyes on the landing. Keeping as far as possible under the projecting shelf, he pulled himself forward by the bracing timbers. Finally, he came to a point where the deck narrowed rapidly toward the bow and no longer afforded any cover. As nearly as he could judge, about 15 yards still separated him from the Katie Roby. He was close enough to see every homely plank and seam of the little craft, even to the familiar marks of Abe's mighty axe on the hewn corner posts. A sudden fear seized him now, a fear that Abe or Allen might appear at the gunwale and see him. That would be dangerous, he knew. Obviously, he could not stay where he was. Something had to be done, and done at once. With desperation in his heart, the boy again measured the distance to the flatboat, then drew a deep breath and took off from the steamer's side in a long plunge. He had swum under water many times before, but never when he was so tired or with so much at stake. 5 strokes he took. 10. 12. With his lungs ready to burst for air, 13, 14, 15, 16. He must come up. 17, 18, and his hand touched the planks. He was there, safe under the flatboat's counter. For a moment he lay with mouth and nose just out of water, gasping in the breaths he so sorely needed. A stray end of rope hanging from the stern gave him something to hold on to. From the tall white Natchez there came a jangle of bells and a thrashing of the water as her paddles turned over. This was Tad's chance. All eyes would be on the steamer for the next minute or two. He took a firm grip on the rope and went up with a kick of his feet. At the gunwale he had just strength enough left to fling up a leg and pull himself over. 5 seconds later, he rolled over the edge of the afterdeck and dropped without ceremony into the middle of Alan's preparations for dinner. If Tad had not instantly signaled him to silence, it is certain that the Katie Roby's cook would have yelled aloud in terror. As it was, he toppled over backward on the planking and sat there, looking comically pale.
"Great! Hallelujah! Fishhooks!" he choked out at last. "I sure never look to see your face again, boy. How in tarnation did you get away?"
"I'll tell you pretty soon," grinned Tad, still too weary to talk. "Where's Abe?"
"Up there in the town, Natchez top of the hill," said Alan. "He's been trying to get him to send a sheriff's posse arter you. But gosh, boy, look at them feet." Tad was bleeding from 6 cuts and bruises that he had got in the course of his flight. Until now he had not even noticed them. His shirt was in tatters, and even the stout homespun trousers, in addition to being heavy with mud and water, had been torn in several places. Gaunt with hunger and fatigue, and wet as a drowned kitten, he looked little like his usual sturdy self. But Polk knew him. The gangling baby bear stretched his chain as far as it would go and licked with a warm pink tongue at Tad's face. Chuckling with delight, the boy rolled over to scratch his pet's inquisitive round ears. And at that moment a long shadow fell across the deck, and they heard the tread of moccasined feet. Abe, still frowning and preoccupied with the business that had taken him ashore, dropped down from the foredeck and almost stepped on Tad before he saw him. "Well, I'll be," he began, but his vocabulary, for once, was totally inadequate to the occasion.
"Quick, Abe!" Tad implored him. "Get down here out of sight if you're going to look like that. There's 3 of Morrell's men watching on the landing." The big Hoosier crouched obediently, but Alan started up with an oath.
"Where's that gun of mine?"
he asked in a belligerent tone.
"Hold on," said Abe. "Don't be a dumb fool, Alan. This is no time to get mixed up in a fight. Now we've got Tad back, our job is to take him out of here safe. Let's see now. Tad, you'd best crawl in under the edge of that tarpaulin just in case of trouble. Alan, you act unconcerned like and go on getting some dinner together. I'm going to shove off. Wait now till I get to looking glum again."
With a comical effort, he twisted his gaunt face into a heavy frown.
"That ought to fool him,"
he muttered, and stood up with a dejected stoop to his shoulders. Slowly he mounted the forward deck, swung over in a long stride to the next craft, and so reached the mooring stakes along the levee. As he cast off the rope and proceeded slowly to coil it over his arm, a keelboat man hailed him 3 or 4 boats away.
"What's up, Longshanks? Going to leave without the youngster?" he asked.
Abe shrugged his shoulders.
"'Tain't no use to try any more," he replied gloomily. "They're all afraid to move up in the town. I reckon we might better be getting our cargo to market."
"Yeah," agreed the other, and spat over the rail.
"It's tough luck, though. Goodbye $5,000, eh?"
An angry blaze lit Abe's gray eyes. He started to speak, then changed his mind. Dropping the coil of rope on the foredeck, he picked up one of the rowing sweeps and planted it on firm bottom. Then, with a heave of his mighty shoulders, he drove the Katie Roby straight out from the levee. As the current caught them, they were swung close to the corner piles of the wharf. Abe put his oars in the chocks and began rowing, strongly but without haste. "Keep hid now," came Alan's whisper. "There's a feller watching us up thar on the landing. Big tall feller with his hat over his eyes. 'Pears like he's mighty interested in what we've got aboard."
"Whoa!"
he called out derisively.
"Think you'll be able to recognize us next time?"
There was no answer from the man on the wharf. "Alan," said Tad, when they had dropped the landing well astern, "do you know who that was you hailed? I do. It was Jack Morrell." Alan's face went pale. "No," he said in an awe-stricken whisper. "You don't tell me. Morrell!" "He'll recognize you all right," Tad could not help chuckling. "He never forgets a face." But as the boy rose from his place under the tarpaulin and looked astern, he wondered if perhaps his jest had been ill-timed. At the hitching rail in front of the waterfront saloon, he could see 3 men mounting their horses. They turned in a swirl of dust as he watched, and spurred away up the town's main street toward the bluff. And wherever they were going, they evidently meant business. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Tad kept his misgivings to himself as the flatboat voyaged southward. Both of his companions were so genuinely happy over his safe return that nothing else really seemed to matter. They fed him and pampered him, dried and mended his clothes, and treated him in general like a long-lost brother. Tad responded with a full heart. He ate the feast of cornbread, bacon, and coffee that Alan prepared, and had no need to feign an appetite. And to the delighted ears of his companions he unfolded, bit by bit, as his strength returned, the tale of his capture and escape. When he described how he first happened to run afoul of the outlaws, he saw Alan redden uneasily, and the baleful glance that Abe turned on the son of his employer told Tad how deeply the matter must have been discussed. He went on to tell of the ride, of the lonely house in the woods, and of the great black deaf-mute who was Morrell's servant. "I've heard of him," put in Alan, his eyes wide with excitement. "Some art can from up the Yazoo said he'd done caught a sight of him once. Most of the keelboat men, though, they say they're certain he ain't no nigger at all, but some sort of a gorilla." Tad did not laugh. The horror of those silent visits that Congo had paid him was still too fresh in his memory. "No," he answered. "He's a man all right. But gosh, I believe I'd rather have a gorilla after me than that big black devil. Ugh!" And he shivered a little in spite of the noonday heat. He told them of the arrival of the strangers at the house, and how he had heard their talk of the doings in Natchez. "That's what I was afeard of," said Abe, with a nod. "Every move I made in the town, I had a feeling there were spies a-watching. I was sure that if we did get a posse together, they'd have wind of it long 'fore we got thar. And added to that, all the head folks in Natchez were either scared to Morrell or else in cahoots with him. I didn't rightly know where to turn next." The tall lad's voice grew gruff, and he shook his head as he looked at Tad. "That surely was a mean 2 days," he said. "All over now, though," replied the boy, with an understanding grin, and he went on with the recounting of his adventures. Sometime past the middle of the afternoon, they were running eastward on the outer edge of a great oxbow bend, where the strong current bit deep into the Mississippi side. Floating swiftly as they were, with the bank only 60 or 70 yards away, Abe was rowing, and Alan was at the steering sweep, watching for possible snags. Suddenly, Abe pointed at the top of the bluff, high above them and a little distance upstream. "Look a-thar!" he exclaimed. "They're out of sight now, but you'll see 'em in a jiffy, past that clump of trees." Tad watched with all his eyes, and even Allen turned to look where the big fellow was pointing. But the seconds passed, and nothing happened. "You ought to have a sunshade," the steersman remarked solicitously. "This heat's making you see things." Abe frowned in puzzlement. "It beats me," he said. "I'd have sworn I saw 3 men on horseback galloping along that road on the bluff. What the nation do you suppose become of 'em?" "Probably thought that long arm of yourn was a gun aimed at him," Allen suggested. But Tad was less inclined to take the incident as a joke. He approved Abe's judgment that evening when the lanky oarsman pulled over toward the western shore. "I sort of feel the need of a change of climate," was Abe's comment. "Reckon we'll find the night air a bit healthier over here in Louisiana." Weary as he was, Tad fell asleep 10 minutes after supper was over and never opened his eyes again until the smoke from the breakfast fire blew into them next morning. But he knew without being told that his 2 friends had stood guard by turns all night. "With a good start this morning," said Abe, cocking an eye at the rising sun. "We'd ought to be most 100 mile from Natchez by nightfall. I reckon we made 35 yesterday. Suits me to get as far away from that our town as we can, and as fast." The rest of the crew being in complete agreement with this idea, they finished breakfast in a hurry and were soon spinning downstream again. By noon they had put another 30 miles between them and the scene of Tad's capture, and all of them began to breathe easier. But in his desire to add to the Katie Roby's speed, Abe pulled a trifle too hard on one of the forward sweeps, and the deeply worn handle broke with a snap. There was nothing to do but land and make a new one. Abe took the stern oar and swung over to the Louisiana bank. After they had tied up, it took the 2 flatboatmen the best part of an hour to find the kind of tree they liked in this unfamiliar, half-tropical forest. When at last they had chosen a good-sized sapling, Abe whetted his axe and hewed swiftly away, first shaping a blade at the butt of the log, then cutting a long, rough handle out of the straight-grained center. Finally, with his clasp knife, he smoothed up the inequalities along the shaft, and before sunset they had a new oar as good as the old one. Tad, looking out across the river while the others worked, saw what he took at first for a log drifting down rapidly along the Mississippi side. It was not until he caught the flash of a paddle that he realized it was not a log but a dugout canoe. Once, when the little craft was silhouetted for a moment against a lighter background, he made out a single dark figure paddling strongly in the stern. The next instant the canoe vanished past the end of an island. If Tad had not been nervously keyed up by what he had been through, it is probable he would hardly have noticed the occurrence. Canoes were not very common along the lower river, but he had seen them occasionally, manned by Indians or white trappers, coming down from the smaller streams. It was not the craft itself, but something swift and furtive in the motions of the paddler that gave the boy an odd feeling of uneasiness. However, he did not even mention the canoe to Abe and Allen, for he was a little ashamed of his vague fears. When the oar was finished, they pushed on for another hour or 2, and Abe was in favor of making up the time they had lost by traveling part of the night. But the sky, which had been clear most of the afternoon, had started to cloud up at sunset, and was now heavily overcast. "She'll be black as your hat in another hour," Allen counseled. "With no moon to help, you'll never be able to steer betwixt all these islands." "All right," Abe agreed grudgingly, "but we'll have to make it watch and watch again tonight if we tie up here." Though Allen could see little sense in this precaution, he finally consented, provided he could take the first turn, and they made their mooring for the night. Tad offered to stand one guard, but the others would not hear of it. Probably he would have made a poor watchman, for as it turned out, he slept again like a log from dark to daylight. "What do you say now?" Alan called cheerfully from the breakfast fire next morning. "Not a sound all night. We just wasted 4 hours of sleep apiece." But Abe, who had gone ashore for more wood, did not reply. He was stooping over something on the ground, examining it intently. "Come here a minute," he said finally, and both the others went to join him, sensing a discovery of some kind. His face wore a curious expression when he looked up. "If I was a real crackerjack at this sort of thing," he said, "I'd tell you just when this year was made, and by what. The way things are, I can only guess." He was kneeling before a little bare patch of black earth. At first Tad thought there was nothing there. Then he got down beside Abe, and when he peered closely he saw, very faint across the firm surface, the print of a naked foot. Alan whistled softly. "Whew! Big bar, ain't it?" he asked. "Look again," said Abe laconically. The track was long and immensely broad, and the impressions of all 5 toes were visible at the end farthest from the river. But Tad, even with his slight knowledge of woodcraft, knew that a bear track would show the claw points beyond the toes. "It's a man, isn't it?" he said almost in a whisper. "If it's a man," Abe answered slowly, "he's got the biggest foot I ever hope to see. It's as long as mine and most half again as wide. What's more, I should say he'd never had a pair of shoes on in his life. Look at them splay toes." Tad saw that the print of the great toe was separated by a full inch from that of the second. Who do you think made it?" he asked. Abe considered a moment. "I think it was a nigger," he said. "Most likely a runaway slave, but anyhow a mighty big feller, one of the biggest. What I really want to know, though, is when he come by here. If 'twas late last night, it must have been in the first few hours, 'cause—" "No, sirree," Alan spoke up indignantly. "Everything was quiet round here on my watch, outside of the noise you made snoring." Abe grinned. "Well," he said, "there's no way I know of to settle it, and he didn't do us much harm that I can see. The sensible thing for us to do is head south and leave him." With a last look at the mysterious footprint, they boarded the Katie Roby once more and shoved out into the current, eating breakfast as they went. "Anyhow," said Alan, casting a sidelong look at the landing place, "he was headed away from us when he made that track." He took a mouthful of bacon, and then, "I hope he keeps on going," he chuckled. None of them felt very talkative that morning. They took their turns at the oars and tiller and kept the flatboat moving at her best speed, which now averaged 4 to 5 miles an hour. The current was perceptibly slower as they went farther south, and the channel seemed deeper, with fewer sandbars. There were numerous jungle-clad islands, however, and in some of the narrow cuts through which they passed, the giant creepers and the long festoons of Spanish moss came trailing across the deck with a cool, slithery sound. At noon they came into the head of a long open reach, and Abe stopped rowing to mop his sunburned forehead. "Whew!" he breathed. "Hotter'n corn-hoeing time up home. It takes something to make me sweat, too. Well, we don't have to work so hard from now on. Let's see." He did some counting on his fingers. "We must be most 110 miles below Natchez right now. We'll be down to Baton Rouge for a night, and I'm told there's good landings all along the sugar coast below thar." They had left the region of pine forest behind them now, and had come fairly into the heart of old Louisiana. On both sides of the river were the great Creole plantations, with their stately white houses and stately French names. Sometimes, when the flatboat ran close inshore, they caught intimate glimpses of lovely formal gardens and verandas, gay with laughing girls. Alan, staring open-mouthed at these creatures of a different world, turned to Abe at length with a wag of the head. "By the old jumpin' sassafras," he said. "I believe Tad was telling us the truth about wearing shoes back east. Did you see them two women folks just now? White stockings and slippers on, right in the heat of the summer." They went past the town of Baton Rouge late that afternoon. Tad remembered, as he saw the landing and the stores, that his letter to his father had never been sent, and asked if he might land. "Sure you can," said Abe, "but we'll be in New Orleans ourselves in another 2 days, maybe as quick as the mail. Why not wait and surprise your pappy now?" The suggestion met a ready response from Tad. He could picture that meeting very clearly, and although he would not postpone his father's happiness even by a day if he could avoid it, the idea of a surprise appealed to him. They came, in the falling dusk, to a low wooden landing stage built out from the levee. There was no house in sight except a long roofed storage shed with a few empty molasses barrels piled beneath it, but a white-painted sign bore the inscription, "La Plantation de Madame Duquesne." Abe ran the Broadhorn in alongside the dock and made fast to a post. "Couldn't ask for a snugger place to tie up than this, could you?" he asked. "Tad, you run up there in the cane a ways and cut us some sugar sticks to chaw. Alan and I'll get the wood and water and start supper." Taking the short hand axe, the boy followed the top of the levee for a little distance and turned in along a raised wagon track that led back into the tall cane. He went on till he found some pieces that suited him, cut 6 lengths with the axe, and shouldering the bundle, started back toward the river. He had almost reached the levee when there was a sudden movement in the thicket behind him, a crashing of the cane and a sound like the thud of feet. Tad did not even wait to glance over his shoulder, but made a leap for the levee and ran along it toward the boat with all his might. When he got to the landing, he looked back. There was no sign nor sound of a pursuer. The peaceful calm of evening lay over the river and the shore. "Who are you racing with?" asked Alan jocosely. Tad recovered his breath and told them in a few words what he had heard. His face was still pale, and he felt a trifle shaky, but he tried to laugh it off. "I guess it was nothing to be afraid of," he said. "Maybe it was a cow." "Or a rabbit," said Alan. "They make a mighty loud noise sometimes in the woods." Abe shook his head. "Sounds more like a bar to me," he put in. "Or it might even be a panther. At any rate, it wouldn't do a mite of harm to have a fire on the levee tonight. That'd keep the skeeters away as well as the varmints." They gathered more wood, and after supper built a slow-burning fire of half-green chunks on the levee close to where the boat was moored. Tad gave Poke a piece of sugar cane to worry, and watched the delighted little bear suck the sweetness out of the stick as if it had been a bottle. They all chewed on the succulent joints of cane till the dark had settled over the river. Then, with the usual good nights, they spread their blankets and turned in. "It's hot tonight," Abe yawned. "I'm going to give you boys more room." And so saying, he took his bed up to the raised deck forward. In 2 minutes everything was quiet aboard, but Tad did not sleep. He was thinking of the footprint they had found that morning, and of the noise in the cane. In spite of all the reassuring things he could tell himself, the thought persisted in his mind that it was not a cow he had heard, nor a bear, nor even a panther. It was a man. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Sleep overcame Tad at last, but when it did, it was a strange, restless slumber, full of dreams. He seemed to be running, leaden-footed, down the bed of an interminable brook, where at every step the deep black mud sucked horribly at his heels. He struggled forward, his heart almost bursting with effort, and always behind him he could hear the fierce, wild baying of dogs. The black swamp grew firmer about him, and there in the surface of the mud he saw a huge track, broad, misshapen, with a great toe that looked half like a thumb. And suddenly the cry of the hounds ended in a whimper, and he was fleeing from a pack of huge black stooping shapes that ran through the woods on their hind legs, more silent, more terrible than dogs. He rushed on, stumbled, tried to get up, and found that all the strength had run out of his body. His pursuers were close upon him now, enormous in the dark, their long arms stretched to seize him. He tried to cry out, but no sound would come from his throat. Then, through the fringes of his dream, he heard Poke give a frightened squeal that turned into a growl, and there was a low, startled oath somewhere close by. And suddenly Tad found himself awake. He was sitting upright on his blanket in the flatboat, clutching what he realized was the handle of the axe. Above him, black against the red glow of a fire, loomed a vast ape-like figure, and there were half a dozen others moving on the levee and in the boat. He found his voice then. "Abe! Allen!" he screamed, and bounded back against the gunwale, lifting the axe as he rose. One swift blow, shortened and cramped by his position, was all he had time to deliver. Then his adversary was upon him, with great smothering paws that gripped his wrists and almost cracked the bones. The axe dropped from his hand, but he continued to struggle, kicking, twisting, fighting for time. And when he looked up, he saw the moon flash on the white, grinning teeth of Congo the deaf-mute. There was a roar and a crash in the forepart of the boat. Abe was in the fight. He had laid hold of a 4-foot oak log and was swinging it at the end of his long, powerful arms like a cudgel. "Allen, bring the guns!" he yelled, and leaped forward, tiger-like, upon the attackers. 2 of them went down under his rain of blows. 3 others closed on him savagely, striking with fists and knives, and for a second Tad could see only a struggling tangle of bodies on the landing. Then Abe rolled free and bounded to his feet once more. He was still swinging the great club, and he put all his sinewy young strength into every smashing blow. His wrath was terrible to see. Never in his life had he fought as he was fighting now. The black marauders broke and fled, stumbling before that onslaught, and Abe followed, giving them no quarter. All these events had taken place in the space of a few seconds. Still gripping Tad by the wrists, Congo had watched the swift, decisive battle between his confederates and the tall white boy. As they gave ground, he bared his teeth in a hideous snarl of fury. But he had his own work to do. The instant the landing was clear, the giant African seized Tad about the middle, swung him up under one huge arm, and sprang for the shoreward side of the boat. Locked in a death struggle with still another Negro, Allen could give him no assistance. The boy caught at the gunwale as they went up, and clinging desperately with hands and feet, held his captor back for a second or two. Then his grip was wrenched loose, and the big black scaled the landing and started with him across the levee. They were almost in the edge of the cane when Tad heard a thud of feet behind them. With a hoarse indrawing of breath, Congo turned at bay. Still clutching his prisoner with his left hand, the deaf-mute raised his tremendous right arm to demolish the pursuer. It must have been a long time before he used that arm again. Abe, coming in on the run, struck downward swiftly, savagely with the great oak cudgel. Under that crushing impact, the bones parted with a dull crack, and Congo staggered, dropped Tad, and scuttled into the cane, the broken arm dangling horribly at his side. The breath had been squeezed half out of the boy, but as he rose he managed to gasp, "Alan!" and pushed Abe in the direction of the boat. Alan, it seemed, had taken care of himself. He had been getting the better of the encounter when his antagonist had seen the others in flight and had jumped overboard and swum for it. One half-naked black still lay on the levee, moaning piteously. He had fallen a victim to Abe's first attack, and there is an ugly bruise on his head. The fire went out of the big backwoodsman's eyes as he came to the side of the wounded Negro. Stooping, he carried him to the landing, washed his broken crown, and wrapped about his head a bandage made of a piece of his own torn shirt. Gradually the man returned to full consciousness, and his groaning was quieted. "We all belongs on the plantation above yere," he said in response to Abe's questioning. "A white man done promise he gwine get us free if we help that Congo nigger catch the young white boy." Abe looked at him grimly. "Can you walk?" he said. The darky got painfully to his feet and stood looking at the tall young Hoosier in a palsy of terror. "What we ought to do is tie you up and take you on down to New Orleans to jail," said Abe. "But in this forsaken country I suppose they'd skin you alive down thar, and that don't seem hardly fair either. Go on, march yourself back where you belong and get there quick, for they find out you're gone." For a moment the Negro stared at him goggle-eyed with wonder. Then he was off, running up the levee as fast as his shaky legs could take him. "Well," said Alan, feeling of a barked elbow, "I reckon none of us is very sleepy right now." He went to the fire and threw on dry wood, poking it till a bright blaze sprang up. "Great wallopin' catamounts, eh? But you sartin did give 'em what for," he chuckled. "Next time you aim to start a ruckus like that, I want to be sure I'm on your side." The big youngster ambled into the circle of firelight. "You know me better than that, Alan," he grinned. "You never saw me start a fight in my life. But I figure when you do have to defend yourself, it pays to go after the other feller hard enough to put the fear of the Lord in him." He turned to the boy by his side. "How about ye, Tad? All right?" "Fine," said Tad. "But say, how about yourself?" He seized his big friend by the arm and swung him half around in the firelight. "Didn't you know you were bleeding?" Abe put up a hand to his face and brought it away, red and dripping. A deep gash over his right eye was bathing the side of his head and neck with blood. "Huh!" he laughed. "I didn't even know I had that one. I've been thinking all this time it was sweat I was tasting. Must have got cut with a knife in that fracas with the three of 'em here on the landing." He went down to the river and dipped his head in the water, after which Tad applied a tight bandage, and the bleeding soon stopped. "Well," said Alan, "I don't reckon they'll be back, but I ain't sleepy enough to turn in just yet. What say we mosey along a few miles?" "Suits me," Abe replied. "Only, before we go, there's one thing I want to look at." He selected a fat pine nut from the fire, and holding it as a torch to light his steps, walked slowly back to the edge of the cane, where Congo had vanished. They saw him stoop, as if searching for something. Then he called to them. Looking where he pointed in the soft black earth, they saw a track, deep, gigantic, splay-toed, the same footprint that had puzzled them that morning. "That's the feller," said Abe. "You've seen him before, I reckon, Tad. Wasn't that Morell's nigger?" "Yes," said Tad. "He must have followed us all the way down from Natchez." "But how in time did he keep up with us?" asked Abe. "He couldn't have been aboard of a boat, could he?" Tad told them of the canoe he had glimpsed, stealing between the islands when Abe was making his oar. The big flatboatman nodded.
"That was him, right enough," he said. "Only next time, Tad, don't be scared to come right out with what you think. We might have saved ourselves a heap of exercise tonight if we'd known they was laying for us."
"Wonder if he planned to paddle clear back to Natchez with Tad in the dugout," said Allen as they went back across the levee.
"No," Abe answered thoughtfully. "I believe it was 3 of Morrell's gang that I saw galloping down the bluff road that afternoon. Most likely they're waiting somewhere close, maybe in Baton Rouge, for this tongueless, earless devil to bring Tad in. Let's drift along."
They put out their fire, went aboard the Broadhorn, and cast off the mooring lines, glad to see the last of Madame Duquesne's plantation. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. 5 or 6 miles below, they sighted a tiny tree-clad island in midstream, and there once more made the boat fast. This time nothing interrupted their slumbers. They were under the west bank of the island, sheltered by overhanging branches, and the sun was high in the sky before they woke. It was the merry singing of a crew of rivermen floating past on the broad raft of steamboat fuel that roused Tad. He sat up, saw that the morning was already well along, and gave Allen a dig in the ribs. "Ahoy, you lubbers!" he cried. "Roll out, it's nearly noon." He built the breakfast fire, washed himself, and went over to give Poke his morning greeting. As he started to maul the cub playfully, he saw him wince. The little bear limped and held up one forepaw in apparent pain. Looking closer, Tad found that it was bruised, as if it had been trodden on. "Look at this, boys," he called. "Here's the real hero of the fight." And he told how Poke's growling had first awakened him in the night. "A mighty good little bar," said Abe approvingly. "If that big-footed Congo stepped on him, though, he's lucky he didn't have his whole leg squashed." Allen produced some bacon fat, which was rubbed on the wound, and which Poke at once set about licking off. After that he seemed to feel much better, and soon was his own droll self again. Breakfast over, Abe bent his back to the oars, and they soon overhauled the wood raft which had passed them. As the flatboat came alongside, one of the raftmen strolled over to the edge of the logs and hailed them. He was a tall, rangy Tennessean in homespun.
"Big doings in Baton Rouge last night,"
said he, shooting a dark stream of tobacco juice under the yellow current.
"So?" replied Abe. "We tied up down river here a ways and slept peaceful."
You don't look it,"
said the raft man, casting an eye at the red-tinged bandage around Abe's head.
"I figured maybe you all was in the fight."
"What fight?" asked Allen.
"Ain't you heard? Why, it seems there was a bunch of rivermen in Sancho's bar down by the levee, and Jack Morrell and 2 of his gang come in and ordered drinks. Pretty soon somebody spotted 'em, and a row started. Morrell and his men shot their way out, and they'd have got clean away, only their hosses took fright and began raring around. Before Bull Whaley could get mounted, somebody put a knife in him, killed him dead, and they grabbed Sam Jukes, too, and put him in the lockup. Morrell had his luck with them, same as usual. He gets on that old 3-stacking hoss of his and goes a-sailing off up the North Road, belly to the ground. He ain't got as many friends in Baton Rouge as he has upriver."
"He's got plenty in Natchez," Abe replied. "If he don't break his neck on the way, he'll be safe enough up thar."
"Ha!"
laughed the raft hand.
"Break his neck? Not him. He was born to be hung."
They discussed the weather, the state of the river, and General Jackson's chances in the coming presidential election. Alan traded a peck of potatoes for some pipe tobacco, and they were about to pass on when the raft man introduced a new topic.
"Did you see them notices stuck up around Natchez and Baton Rouge?" he asked. $5,000 reward for finding some boy that's lost.
"A lad about the size and looks of the one you got thar, I should say."
He cast a keen glance in Tad's direction. Tad grinned and stood up, stretching so that his ragged clothes and sunburnt legs and arms became visible.
"Yeah?" he remarked. "Some rich city kid from back east, wasn't he?"
If the Tennessee man had had any suspicions, they were allayed. He nodded.
"Some feller was tellin' how a broadhorn steerer from up the Ohio had done got hold of the boy and was bound to get the reward," said he.
"Humph," grunted Abe noncommittally, and dug deep with the oars. The Katie Roby went lumbering downstream, leaving the raft astern.
So long,
called Alan and Tad.
See you in New Orleans.
Gosh, chuckled Alan as they drew out of earshot. You sure fooled him that time, son. In that rig, I doubt if your own pappy'd know you. Notwithstanding the late start, Abe had put 20 miles behind them by the time Alan announced that the noon meal was ready. He stretched his big arms wearily and wiped away the sweat that was streaming out from beneath his piratical-looking bandage.
"Well,"
he said as he sat down,
"I promised Tad I'd get him to New Orleans most as soon as the mail, and you notice no steamboats have passed us yet."
"Don't worry," said Alan. "They will. I just heard one whistling up above the bend 4 or 5 minutes ago." Sure enough, before Abe had swallowed the last of his tea, they heard a loud blast close astern, and one of the stately white river steamers came plowing down the channel. Alan jumped to the sweep, and Abe to the bow oars, and they had barely time to swing the Katie Roby over toward the right when the nose of the big craft went sweeping by. Abe held the flatboat on her course as the wash from the paddles rocked her. Then he turned, leaning on his oars, and watched the steamer bear away to the east, rounding a bend.
"Maybe she won't beat us by so much at that,"
said the big rower with a laugh.
"I've got a sort of an idea that narrow cut ahead there will save us a few miles."
Instead of following the steamboat around the curve of the main river, Abe steered straight for the mouth of the cut, where a channel 100 feet wide led between low banks of willow. The current flowing through this cut was not as rapid as they had found it in some of the chutes farther north, and Tad remarked on the fact. "I suppose it's just because the whole river moves slower down here near the Gulf," he said. Abe made no reply, but pulled steadily forward between the close banks ranked with tropical vegetation. For a mile or more the cut ran fairly straight. Then it began to twist disconcertingly, first west, then north, then west and south again. Big live oaks and dark, mysterious-looking cypresses began to appear along the shores. The water, instead of having the yellow hue they had seen for the last 1,000 miles, was a dark brown, but clear enough to see the snags and weed clumps 2 or 3 feet below the surface. Rounding still another bend, they came suddenly on a wide reach, unlike any section of the river they had yet encountered. Enormous trees shut it in on both sides with high, thick walls of green. There were flowering vines twining high into the branches of these trees, and in some places the vermilion-tinted blossoms glowed like a flame against the dark background. Along the shores, in the edge of the stream, grew other flowers, solid masses of pink and purple water hyacinths, like low islands of bloom. A little breeze came up the reach from the south, and Tad saw a section of one of these islands detach itself and go drifting up the channel like a gay-colored pleasure barge. A blue heron almost as tall as a man looked up from his frog hunting and rose on great silent wings, flapping away to the depths of the cypress swamp. There were no songs of birds to break the funereal stillness. Even the water was still. If it had any movement, it was so sluggish that the eye could hardly detect it. Abe had stopped rowing and stood on the foredeck looking about him. The quietness affected all of them strangely. They felt like speaking in whispers. "Gosh," murmured Alan. "Ain't it pretty here? Spooky, though." "It's pretty, right enough," Abe answered. "But it's not the Mississippi. We've got into a slackwater somehow." "That's a fact," said Alan. "It don't seem quite like the river, does it? Jiminy Pete, look at thar. There's more alligators in this place than catfish in our creek back home." The roaring challenge of a bull gator came from down the reach, and others answered all along the bank, shattering the quiet of the place and re-echoing from the tall cypresses. The sound was almost terrifying in its intensity. Hardly had it died away when the boys heard the report of a gun close at hand, and a puff of blue smoke drifted out from behind a little point. Alan would have rushed under the shelter to get his own fowling piece, but Abe held up a warning hand. "Wait," he said in a low voice. "That wasn't meant for us. Here he comes now." Past the point there shot a long, low dugout canoe. A man knelt a little aft of the middle, driving her along with short, quick paddle strokes. As he caught sight of the Broadhorn, he paused with paddle lifted, as if in astonishment. Then he changed his course and came slowly toward them. They saw as he approached that he was a handsome young fellow with olive skin and long dark hair, a typical Creole of the river parishes. In the canoe just in front of him lay a fine silver-mounted shotgun, and beside it they saw the snowy white plumage of an egret. "Howdy, friend," said Abe. "Could you tell us about whar we might be now?" The youth looked them over calmly and a trifle patronizingly. "I tink you come from up the big riv," said he. "May you done lost the way, huh? You must come through the cut. That ain't right. The Mississip, she make a big bend. This where you are, it is Bayou Tante Lizette." "Thank ye," said Abe. "I reckon that means we've just got to pull back." He dipped deeply with the starboard oar and swung the blunt nose of the flatboat around. "Adieu," said the Creole with a grave little bow, and turned his canoe down the bayou in the opposite direction. Around the tortuous bends Abe retraced his course. It was hard rowing, and he had very little sympathy from the rest of the crew. "Seems to me," snickered Alan, "I recall a feller up near the Wabash mouth that got a smart answer when he asked whereabouts he was. Poor devil of a mover he was, too, with a whole family of kids. Not a tip-top high-rollin' river hand like you." Abe grinned good-naturedly. "That was up in God's own country, where I knew a thing or two," he answered. "We all make mistakes when we get in a strange place. But you can gamble on it I won't make this one twice." The afternoon was half gone when they got back into the main river. Tad had translated the French name of the picturesque backwater into which they had blundered, and Alan made frequent remarks about Abe's excursion to Aunt Lizzie's Bay, as he called it. The long-legged Hoosier stood it for a while in silence, then made a casual reference to Memphis and Natchez that effectually silenced his tormentor. Abe had been rowing almost without a stop since morning, and as soon as they reached the broad yellow flood of the Mississippi once more, he turned the oars over to Alan. "I'm glad, as a matter of fact, that we got in thar," the big backwoodsman told Tad as he sat down to rest. "For years I've heard tell, from the men on the river, about these bayous that go straggling off from the big channel and wander through the swamps into the Gulf. Now I've seen one, which I most likely never would if we hadn't lost our way." After supper, Abe mounted the foredeck again, and they pushed on steadily until dusk fell. There was a small landing with 2 or 3 houses in sight on the west bank, and to it they directed their course. Other flatboats were moored along the levee. As Abe tied up close to them, he hailed the occupants of the nearest craft. "How fur do you figure it is to New Orleans?" he asked.
"Not more'n 25 mile,"
the other flatboat hand replied.
"We aim to make it by noon."
They spread their blankets and said their good nights. Tad could not go to sleep at first for thinking of the morrow. Only a half-day's journey to New Orleans and his father. For the 20th time his eager mind anticipated their meeting. Would he be recognized? Allen had said even his own pappy wouldn't know him, but he had no fear of that. Tad could guess at Allen's thoughts as he lay there on the verge of sleep. They would be full of the Creole girls and the pretty quadroons, and what a dashing figure he would cut amongst them in his store clothes. And Abe? What was he thinking, rolled in his blanket on the forward deck under the stars? Not about girls. Tad knew him well enough to be sure of that. The big young riverman had ideas, queer, searching ideas about people, all sorts of people, rich and poor, about niggers even, and about right and wrong. He wrestled with them just as he had wrestled with the Tennessee bear hunter, long and hard, until they were down. Tad had some inkling of what this trip meant to him. Getting out of the little backwoods world where he had been raised, and seeing the great valley and the cities of the South. He thought a lot of Abe. He liked the big, homely, raw-boned youngster better than any friend he had ever had. He hoped his father would like him, too. Perhaps he could give him a good job in the New Orleans office. Perhaps... But sleep overtook Tad in the middle of his perhapsing, and he was kidnapped over the border into dreamland. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Tad was roused, as he had been on that eventful morning in the Ohio nearly 4 weeks earlier, by Allen's voice raised in song. Hard upon the beach shore, she moves too slow, all the way to New Orleans, long time ago. It was barely daylight, yet the breakfast fire was snapping merrily, and Abe was busy preparing for a start. As the boy washed himself, he saw signs of similar activity on board the other Broadhorns, and by the time they were finishing the morning meal, 1 or 2 of the craft had already taken their departure. Abe sent a loud challenge after them as he cast loose the mooring line, and in another 30 seconds he was boiling along in their wake. It was a brisk morning, with a little breeze from downriver ruffling the water. Everybody's spirits were high, and for the next half hour all the rowers put the best they had into the race. By the end of that time, Abe's brawny strokes had carried the Katie Roby so far into the lead that there was no longer any hope of catching her, and the other boats settled down to their normal gait. Not so Abe. He kept a wrinkle of foam under the flatboat's square bow for 2 hours without a let-up. When at last he snatched a moment's rest, he explained his haste to Tad. "You've eaten your last meal of hog meat and johnny cake for a spell, son," said he. "I aim to get you down there in time for you to have a civilized dinner with your paw." In spite of the boy's remonstrances, his big friend kept up the pace, and sure enough, by a little after 10 o'clock they came in sight of the upper outposts of the city. Along the left bank the vegetable gardens gave way to scattered hovels, and they in turn to houses, streets of them, closely built, all sheltered behind the broad rampart of the levee. Then came the steamboat landings, and all three of the Katie Roby's crew stared in open-mouthed wonder at the ranks of tall stacks and the glistening white and brass work of more than 30 steamers moored there, noses into the bank. Even along the waterfronts of New York and Philadelphia, Tad had never seen such swarming activity as he witnessed here. Hundreds of blacks toiled in the sun, rolling molasses barrels and cotton bales. Directing them were sharp-faced Yankee merchants and brawny steamboat mates, with an occasional soft-spoken Creole or gesticulating Spaniard. Anchored in the curving channel of the river were sailing ships, big and little, flying the flags of all the world. There were heavy British merchantmen, Dutch and Danish brigs, fast-sailing, tall-masted ships from Boston and New York and Baltimore, French barks, trim West Indian schooners, and slovenly little lateen-rigged boats from the bays and inlets along the Gulf. And then Tad saw the flatboat fleet. For the better part of a mile they lay along the levee, 4, 6, sometimes 10 deep, a solid mass of keelboats, broadhorns, and scows. It was impossible to count them, but there must have been not less than 400 or 500 in sight, and the noise that rose from them was terrific, as newcomers hailed each other and fought for places. "Whoa!" said Abe in some dismay. "Figuring ants at a camp-meeting picnic, ain't they? How in time are we going to get nigh this town?" At that moment, almost opposite the Katie Roby's bow, a keelboat was working its way out of the tangle of craft, and Abe backed water and stood by, ready to enter the space she was about to leave. By skillful jockeying, he worked the nose of the flatboat into the hole and succeeded in getting in until only one broadhorn separated them from the shore. The stout Kentuckian who owned her looked the newcomers over without any signs of welcome.
"Yeah, you all come a-crowdin' in," he grumbled. "And next, I suppose you'll want to fasten your worm-eating tub onto mine. Is that so?"
"I'm asking you," grinned Abe. "Will you do us that favor?" The Kentucky man eyed the big Hoosier, from his worn moccasins to his rugged fighting face still topped by the blood-stained bandage.
"I reckon so,"
said he, and grinned in his turn.
"Whereabouts you from?"
While Abe was telling him, he passed the Katie Roby's line across the deck of the other boat and took a hitch around one of the mooring posts on shore.
"I was born in your state myself," Abe told the Kentuckian. "My pa moved us across the river when I was 7.
Too bad,
commiserated the stocky flatboatman.
"Still, it's something to have come from Kentucky, even if you had the misfortune not to stay there."
He offered Abe a drink from his jug of red-eye, and when it was politely declined he seemed surprised, but not offended. From that time on he regarded the Hoosier crew as friends and allies. "Now then, Tad," said Abe when all was snug, "we'll go straight ashore and see if we can locate your pappy's office. Allen'll take care of the cargo for a spell. Won't ye, Allen?" The young man in question appeared sheepishly from under the tarpaulin with his razor and brush in his hand. "Sure," he answered. "I just thought I'd shave me up a little, first off, so when I go ashore I can talk to the commission merchants, without looking too much like a backwoods jay." Abe and Tad scrambled across the Kentucky Broadhorn and stepped out on the wide sun-baked levee top. Behind them the water, high with the April freshets, was a good 10 feet above the level of the streets to which they now descended. It gave Tad a queer feeling of insecurity to see the twin stacks of the steamers standing high above the church steeples. But that was only a momentary fancy. His attention was centered on his present errand, and he whistled merrily as he hurried along beside Abe. The towering young Hoosier's strides ate up distance, surprisingly, and they were soon well into the business section of the city. Tad asked a Creole shopkeeper, in good French, where they might find the Rue Saint-Louis, and was told, in funny but understandable English, that it was the next street but one. Going forward as directed, they quickly found not only the street, but the number they wanted. It was a large, severe-looking building of 3 stories, with none of the pretty tracery of iron balconies that adorned so many of the houses. The 2 lads entered the public hallway and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Tad felt a joyous pounding under his ribs at the sight of the name Jeremiah Hopkins lettered on the door. He opened it with trembling fingers and entered, Abe following at his heels. To his disappointment, his father was nowhere in sight. At the rear of the room a big desk and chair stood, vacant. 2 or 3 clerks sat on tall stools, scribbling away at their ledgers. A dapper young secretary with a small mustache and a supercilious air came forward to the rail. "I'm Thaddeus Hopkins," said Tad. "Isn't my father here?" The man seemed not at all impressed. He stroked his chin with one hand and smiled cynically.
"So you're the boy himself, eh?" said he. "Let's see, you're the 3rd, no, the 4th that's been here, and you aren't the likeliest looking one of the lot at that. You've come for the reward, I suppose."
"No," Tad replied, somewhat nettled by the fellow's attitude. "I haven't come for any reward. I've come to see my father. Where is he?" The secretary scowled.
"Now, see here," said he. "Don't give me any more of your impudence or I'll have you arrested. Mr. Hopkins went up river some days ago to follow up an important clue," he added weightily, as if to settle the matter.
Abe looked at Tad and grinned, and seeing him, the young man with the mustache flew into a rage.
"Get out of here!" he cried. "Get out at once before I call the police. And if I catch you in here again, I'll use a cane on you."
Tad's sense of humor got the better of his wrath at that. He stopped short of the hot answer he had started to make, and laughed with Abe at the sheer ridiculousness of the affair. They went slowly to the door. On the threshold, Tad turned and looked once more at the secretary, who was now fairly purple with indignation. "All right," said the boy, trying to hold back his laughter. "You'd better keep that cane handy, because we'll be back." And he closed the door quietly in the face of the sputtering clerk. When they reached the street once more, Abe looked at Tad with a droll expression and shook his head. "I can't rightly blame the feller," he chuckled. "I never thought how we were going to look, and you wouldn't be taken for any swell Easterner, you know." Tad glanced down at his costume. It was the first time he had even thought about his appearance for weeks, and as he realized how he must have looked to the dapperly attired young underling in his father's office, he burst into another shout of merriment. His shirt was in rags, with one sleeve torn out entirely at the shoulder. The butternut breeches of Abe's purchase had stood up better under hard service, but even they were tattered in several places, and very dirty. His bare feet and legs still showed the marks of the many scrapes and scratches he had got in his adventure with the outlaws, and he knew that his skin, tanned to the color of an Indian's, and his uncombed thatch of hair must give him anything but a prepossessing appearance. "I reckon what you really need," said Abe, "is a brand new suit of store clothes and a haircut. Then maybe some stockings and shoes, and a necktie might help. About $12.50 in government notes, and you'd be the real Tad Hopkins again, instead of just a plain ordinary little river rat. The only question now is, where are we going to get that much cash? Speaking for myself, just at the present moment, I haven't got even one lonesome cent. Looks like I'd have to break my promise and take you back to eat aboard the boat again." They wandered through the hot streets, picturesque but smelly, and came at length to the levee market, where long rows of booths under brightly striped canopies displayed eatables of every sort. There were rice and green corn, ginger, all kinds of berries, oranges, and bananas, live fowls tied in threes and hanging by their legs, quail and other game, fish and shrimps from the Gulf, and crawfish sold by wrinkled old Choctaw Indian women. At some of the stalls, mulattoes held up chocolate in big steaming cups, and from others came the delicious odor of hot rice and gumbo. Said Abe. "'Twon't do to hang round here very long. I'm commencing to get mighty hungry." They threaded their way through the crowds of Creole housewives with their black servants carrying market baskets, and emerged in front of a long warehouse opening on the levee near the steamboat landing. Before this warehouse stood a 2-horse dray, partly loaded with barrels and boxes, and around it were 3 Negroes apparently waiting for something. A well-dressed elderly white man fumed up and down meanwhile, and expressed his opinion of the colored race in no uncertain terms. As Tad and Abe drew near, he addressed his remarks to them.
"Look at this," he snorted. "For 15 minutes these good-for-nothing niggers of mine have been standing around, waiting for someone to fetch a plank so they can roll a barrel of indigo onto this wagon. The Maid of Camberwell sails on the next tide, and we have to haul the goods a mile to where her lighter is moored. If these blankety-blank sons of Ham were worth their salt, they could hoist the barrel up by hand, and I'd have some chance of making this ship. The next cargo for Liverpool may not go out for a month."
Abe strolled up to the huge blue-stained barrel and tipped it a little with his hand. "How much is it worth to you to get it loaded?" he asked the owner.
"How much? I'd give $1 to have that indigo on the dray," he replied.
"All right," said Abe. "That's a bargain." He rolled the barrel up to the rear of the wagon, spat on his hands, placed his feet carefully, and put his arms, back, and knees into a single mighty heave. With a resounding thump, 500 pounds of indigo landed on the tailboard and were rolled forward to stand beside the rest of the load. Abe dusted off his hands and jumped lightly to the ground. He was not even breathing hard. The merchant was still standing in the same spot, open-mouthed with astonishment.
"Great heavens, man!" he stammered, when he could find words. "Why, it's amazing, sir! Astounding! I can't believe my eyes. Here," and he thrust a hand into his pocket. "I'll be better than my word. Here's a $2 note."
Abe hesitated. "I agreed to do it for one," he said. "Still, if you mean it, I'll accept your offer. The boy here and we could sure use it." He took the bill, thanked the merchant, and they went on. "Tad," grinned the long-shanked Hoosier as he gave the boy's arm a squeeze, "by the sun and by my inward feelin's, it appears to be past noon. I vote we head straight for one of those rice and gumbo places." They retraced their steps and were soon served with bowls of the savory stuff ladled out of a huge copper pot by a motherly-looking quadroon woman. Tad smacked his lips. Tastes good, doesn't it?" he said. "How much did it cost?"
4 cents apiece," Abe answered. "We could live ashore quite a spell on our $2, couldn't we? Golly, $2. That's the easiest money I ever made. Why, think, it's the same as a whole week's pay navigating the Katy Roby."
They bought half a dozen oranges as a special treat — Abe had never eaten one in his life — and went back to the place where their flatboat was tied up. Allen looked up in surprise from the pans he was washing. "You back, Tad?" he exclaimed.
I figured next time I saw you, it would be in one of them shiny two-horse carriages with a brass-button nigger up in front."
They related the happenings of the morning, and Alan roared with laughter.
"Well," said he, "we're bound to stay here for a couple more days anyhow. None of the commission men can handle the cargo short of that time,
and you're welcome to sleep on board here as long as you've a mind to." "Thanks," said Tad. "I guess I'll have to do that until Dad comes back from upriver." While he was ashore, Alan had left the boat under the guardianship of their neighbor, the Kentucky man. "I don't see him anywhere around now," said he. "But you folks don't need to stay here. I'll watch the stuff this afternoon, and then you can take charge after supper. Reckon I'd rather go ashore in the evening, when it's cooler, anyway." Abe and Tad laughed at him, but they were glad to fall in with his idea, for both of them wanted to see the town. They made such repairs as they could to their clothes, and Abe hauled out from some hiding place a treasured old coonskin cap. "This'll keep the sun off my head," he explained, "and I reckon in the city it looks better'n no hat at all." Tad tried to reason with him, but it was to no purpose. Abe topped off his 6'4" of homespun shirt, buckskin breeches, and moccasins with a moth-eaten fur cap, and they set forth. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. New Orleans, in that spring of 1828, was as strange and fascinating a place as ever two boys wandered through on a sunny afternoon. It was a big town, big even to the eyes of Tad, who had seen other cities. 50,000 people lived in it, and there were usually 2,000 or 3,000 sailors from the ships in port, besides perhaps 5,000 wild roistering rivermen jostling through the streets. With half the commerce of the vast Mississippi Valley pouring through it, New Orleans was growing and spreading like one of its own rank tropical weeds. It had swept past the walls and moats of the old French-Spanish city years before, and now its newer sections filled most of the crescent-shaped bend above the original town. It was along the levee of this new part of the city that the flatboat fleet was moored, and the first mile that Abe and Tad traversed was through raw, fresh-built streets that had little of the picturesque about them. Only here and there ancient French houses, set among great trees, showed where the country estates of rich Creoles had once stood. But when they crossed Canal Street, they found themselves breathing a different atmosphere. There was none of the bustling newness of the American quarter. The houses, large and small, had cozy walled gardens and shady balconies, and even the flagstones seemed to drowse in the warm sunshine. From this residential district they bore southward again, and came to a region of old shops, old offices, and here and there a venerable church or public building. There seemed to be few people stirring at this time of day in the more ancient part of the city, but as they neared the waterfront, they found the streets busier. At one place in particular a crowd seemed to be collected. It was a ramshackle old hotel building with a driveway leading to an inner courtyard. On the sidewalk before the building and passing in and out were little knots and groups of men, talking and smoking Havana cigars. By far the larger number of these men were prosperous-looking planters from up and down the river and the outlying parishes. They were easily distinguishable by their broad-brimmed felt hats and riding boots, and by their talk, which was of crops and horses and Negroes, mostly of Negroes. 2 or 3 printed posters were tacked up on the wall of the building, and Tad strolled over to read them. One said, "Runaway, a bright mulatto boy named Cassius, about 18 years old, strong and large, will probably head north, as he was Kentucky raised." Another advertised, "For sale, a mighty valuable woman, 25, with 3 likely children. A bargain for the lot." The third and largest poster was what particularly attracted Tad's attention, however. As he finished reading it, he beckoned to Abe. It said, "On these premises, every Tuesday and Saturday afternoon will be held regular auctions of Negroes. We have now on hand a large, well-selected stock of field hands, houseboys, cooks, seamstresses, etc., and will sell as low as any house in New Orleans. Fresh arrivals keep our stock in prime condition at all times, and we have our own jail and yard for boarding them." "Abe," Tad asked, "isn't this Saturday?"
"Let's see, so 'tis," responded Abe.
"Want to go in?" Tad hesitated.
"Not much," said he. "And yet it's one of the things to see in New Orleans."
Abe led the way through the driveway into the courtyard. The throng of planters and city men inside made way grudgingly for the tall young backwoodsman in his outlandish costume, and Abe edged forward until he reached a place where both Tad and himself had a view of the auction platform. The auctioneer was a big, red-faced, jolly-looking man who spoke in a loud voice and was given to coarse jokes when he found the bidding too slow to suit him. On the ground beside the block stood a row of 8 or 10 Negroes awaiting their turn to be sold. Occasionally, one of the planters would go up to a slave, poke him in the ribs, feel of his arms and legs, and look him over much as a buyer of cattle would do. In the group of Negroes, Tad saw a bent old woman with gray hair, 1 or 2 handsome young mulatto girls, a smart-looking saddle-colored boy with the manners of a Virginia-bred house servant, and half a dozen coal-black Guinea Negroes scantily clothed in dingy cotton. On the faces of these last there was a wild, stupid, frightened look, quite different from the lazy good humor that Tad had always associated with their race. When he looked closely, he saw that one staggered a little, as if from weakness, and on the ankles of 3 or 4 he could make out raw new scars, chain and fetter scars. Abe had seen them too.
"They're just off the slaver," he whispered. "Smuggled in through the bayous, but they haven't been ashore more'n a week. Look at that poor devil that's sick."
The auctioneer had one of the young mulatto women on the block now. He pinched her sportively, chucked her under the chin, and made some ribald remark heard only by the men just below him. Then he brought down his gavel with a thump.
"Well, gents, what am I offered?"
he inquired genially.
$1,000 as a starter wouldn't be a bit too much for this wench. They don't come no better built. A mite broad in the shoulders, perhaps, but that's what a good housework nigger needs. Look her over now. Take your time. Now, who'll offer 1,000? No? Not yet, eh? Well, stutter at 500 then. What do you say? Will the tall gentleman in the fur cap make it 500 for this prime yaller gal?
There was a titter in the crowd, but Abe remained silent and impassive while the bidding went forward. Only Tad, looking up at him sidewise, could see a hard white ridge under the tanned skin of his jaw. The girl was sold at last, and the auctioneer replaced her with the feeble old grandmother, who was poked and prodded into straightening her bent back a trifle and stepping briskly about on the block.
"Now here's one that's a bargain," began the loud, droning voice of the seller. "There's 3 or 4 years of good hard work under her black hide yet. Now I'll take a starting offer of $40. Who will say 40?
Abe nudged the boy at his side.
"Come on," he muttered. "I can't stand any more of this."
Once outside, the tall young riverman took off his cap and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Tad, he said almost fiercely, it's all wrong. This whole slavery business. As wrong as murder. Let's get away from that place. He was sober and silent as they crossed Jackson Square, the old place d'armes of the Creoles, and it was not until they had walked up the levee for some distance and were nearing the flatboat moorings again that his old good humor returned. Golly, he marveled, aren't they a sight? I bet you could walk a mile on nothing but boats and never wet a toe. They found Alan ready to set forth on his evening's adventure. He was attired in all his finery, and had his hair slicked down so that it shone. "What the Sam Hill is that on your head?" asked Abe. "Lard?" "No," answered Alan proudly. "That's genuine bar's grease. I borrowed it from a Tennessee man, third boat up." "Say, speaking of bars," said Abe, "where's that good-for-nothing poke?" "Oh," Alan replied, a trifle shamefacedly. "He done pulled his staple and walked off before I could catch him. He was clear up on the levee and heading west last sight I had of him." Abe looked at him with withering scorn. "You must have taken a lot of care of the boat," said he. "It's a darn wonder the pork and provisions didn't climb out of the hold and walk off, too." These and other sarcastic remarks made Alan's supper uncomfortable, and he was in a hurry to leave as soon as it was eaten. Abe and Tad watched the young Hoosier dandy depart down the levee, then set to work straightening up the boat. They enjoyed the cool evening breeze for a while, and when the first stars appeared, they spread their blankets and went to sleep. What time Alan returned they did not know, but he was there in the bed next morning, far too drowsy to do more than open one eye when they called him to breakfast. They heard church bells tolling in different parts of the city and remembered that it was Sunday morning. That was the only indication of the day, for as the town awoke there was anything but a Sabbath calm in the air. All the saloons, dance halls, and gambling places along the waterfront were open for business, and the thousands of rivermen and sailors thronging the levee brought them plenty of it. Above the din of shouting, fighting, and merrymaking, Abe had to talk loud to make himself heard. "Alan won't want to go ashore again for a spell," he said. "We can leave the boat to him and go looking for that cub of yours." Tad, who had been considerably cast down by the loss of his pet, was eager to follow Abe's suggestion. They took their way along the waterfront, asking people they met if they had seen the little black bear. For the most part, the question was greeted with jeers or with blank astonishment. But once they encountered a half-drunken hand who testified somewhat hazily to having seen not merely one bear but a pair of them, dragging chains after them, and moving in the direction of the steamboat moorings. And a voluble Creole in a little tobacco shop told him that a bear, "so big as a cow," had looked in the door at him, growled, and passed on. "That bar knows what he's about," chuckled Abe. "He aims to travel back to Tennessee by steamboat, that's certain." A little farther on they asked their question of a British sailorman, and he nodded and pointed up the nearest street.
"Aye,"
said he.
"That must be the one they caught this morning and are going to bait with dogs. There's a bit of excitement up at the public house yonder. Perhaps they've started already."
As the two lads hurried forward, they saw that the bit of excitement had more the look of a general street fight. A crowd of 15 or 20 arc hands, all riotously drunk, were milling about a smaller group that seemed to be made up chiefly of steamboat men. In the center was a short, sturdy Irishman with his blue cap cocked at a pugnacious angle and the joy of battle in his blue eyes. Tad would have recognized that freckled face anywhere. It was Dennis McCann, the mate of the Ohio Belle. And crouched between his bowed seaman's legs was little black Poke. Already fists were flying, and matters looked bad for the steamboat men, when Abe hit the fringe of the mob like a tornado, with Tad right at his heels. Some he knocked down with his fists, some he flung out of his path, and those who came back for more were treated to a double dose. The vicious flank attack confused the backwoodsmen, and before they could rally, the steamboat crew were pummeling them from in front. In a moment the battle had turned into a rout. Some ran down the street with the victors at their heels, and others took refuge in the saloon.
"Here,"
panted Abe to McCann.
"Let's take the bar and get out of this before they get together again."
To the little Irishman, who had been slugging away blindly in the middle of the melee, all wearers of buckskin and homespun were enemies.
"And who the divil might you be?"
he growled, bristling. "Hold on," interposed Tad. "Don't you know me? You gave me breakfast on the Ohio Bell a month ago." McCann's eyes bulged.
"Sure, and it's the lad that disappeared," he cried. "It's himself that's in it, and saints be praised. Come to me, by, and let me look at ye."
He wrung Tad's hand with both of his, and then gripped Abe's big fist when the backwoods youth was introduced as a friend.
"So the little cub here is yours," said McCann. "Begorra, he come a-strayin' past our mooring last night, and thinks I, we'll have a mascot aboard the Ohio Bell. So I catches him and ties him to a beam. But this morning he was gone again, and when I come ashore I seen a bunch of these roustabouts getting ready to murther him with dogs. So I steps in and grabs him, and that's that. But come on board the boat with me now, and tell me how it comes you're not resting this minute at the bottom of the Ohio."
They followed the mate to his cabin on the steamer, and Tad had his first chance to unfold the long tale of his adventures. As he described how he was held prisoner by the outlaws, McCann rose and paced the room.
"Begob," said he, "and it's sorry I am that I didn't know the man Morrell was aboard. Think of the grand chances I had to bash him with a belaying pin, and him cleaning out the gamblers with the money he robbed you of."
Tad concluded his story by telling of the treatment he had received at his father's office.
"Mr. McCann," Abe put in, "I reckon you might be able to identify the lad. They seem powerful hard to satisfy, but they sure to take your word." "Faith, then I'll try," said the steamboat man. "I'll go with you tomorrow morning when the office opens. But I've got the afternoon off today. I'll take you around the town."
And when they had been all over the Ohio Bell, and Tad had shown Abe the stateroom where he had slept, and the rail over which he had been thrown, they left Poke securely chained, and started forth with the little Irishman as their guide. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Dennis McCann knew a lot about New Orleans. He had been spending days exploring the town every time he got into port, and there were few corners into which he had not penetrated. He took Tad and Abe a good 10 miles that Sunday afternoon, and Tad, at least, was footsore before they finished. First, the mate of the Ohio Bell led them northward and eastward through the hot streets to the green flats at the rear of the town. As they went, they were joined by other groups bound in the same direction, and soon they found themselves part of a huge throng, all moving steadily out toward the Congo Plains. Rising above the dust of the crowds, they saw the rough timber amphitheater of the bull ring, and near it the gaudy-hued canvas of a huge tent. There was no bullfight scheduled for that day, but Caetano's famous circus was in full swing. Pushing forward with the throng, they entered the big top, where snake charmers and sleek-skinned yellow dancers vied for attention with two-headed calves, fat ladies, and real wild animals in cages. The latter appealed most to Abe. He had read of lions in Aesop's fables, but never had he beheld one nor heard one roar, and Tad laughed to see the 6-foot Hoosier jump and shiver when that bass thunder sounded behind him. When they had finished with the circus, McCann led the way to another marvel, the roadbed of the New Orleans and Pontchartrain Railway, which was to connect the city with the lake on the north. This was to be one of the first steam railroads in the world, and Abe and Tad looked with awe on the preparations for it. People even said that with a steam engine on wheels, such as the owners proposed to run, you could pull half a dozen big wagons at once along level rails. "As strong as 6 teams of horses, Abe. Do you believe that?" asked Tad.
"Yes," said the backwoodsman. "I reckon I do, after seeing a steamboat work. But when they tell me this thing is faster than horses, I'll admit I'm a little bit doubtful."
They came back in the cool of the early evening and strolled along the levee above the town to the park-like drive where a long parade of carriages wound among the china trees. Planters and their wives, aristocratic Creole families, and the beautiful women of the free quadroon caste went smiling by behind their smartly trotting horses. From a little lake, a flock of pelicans rose on heavy wings and flapped away across the sunset to their nests. Fireflies began to twinkle in the gathering dusk. A guitar was strumming softly nearby. "Golly," murmured Tad, "I shouldn't wonder if heaven must be something like this." Abe's face was overspread by a grin. "Only," said he, "in heaven the folks have wings and the mosquitoes don't." And he emphasized this remark by slapping himself on the back of the neck. They strolled back through a summer night that was breathlessly hot in the narrow streets and cooled by a little breeze along the levee. "Huh," mused Abe. "Here it's acting like mid-July, and in a couple of weeks I'll be back in May again, with the trees just coming into full leaf and the lilacs hardly done bloomin' in the dooryards." "When'll you be leavin'?" asked McCann. "We've got most the cargo now, and if you are ready by tomorrow, say, I might get you a berth and a chance to earn your board loadin' wood for the engines." Abe thanked him. "First of all," said he, "I want to see Tad out of this scrape. And second, I've got to keep my partner Allen Gentry from getting into one when he sells his goods. After that, I'd be pleased to ship with you." As they parted from McCann at the gangplank of the Ohio Belle, the little Irishman pointed to Polk, snoring comfortably at the end of his chain on deck. "See," he laughed, "the little spalpeen's right at home. I'll give you $3 for him." Tad considered a moment. He could hardly hope to keep the cub with him, either in the city or at school, while with McCann he knew the little bear would be in good hands. "Right," he answered regretfully, and the transaction was completed then and there. As the boy trudged along at Abe's side, he pulled the money out of his pocket. "Here," said he, "this'll pay for those pants, Abe. And anyway, the bear was really yours. You saved his life and then wrestled for him." "No such of a thing," said Abe warmly. "That bar belonged to you." But Tad was adamant, and his big friend finally took the money on condition that he should buy them both a supper out of it. Accordingly, they stopped at the next tavern and ordered a meal. The table at which they sat was at the rear of the sanded floor near one end of the bar. A cosmopolitan throng of sailors and upriver men were drinking and quarreling noisily along the mahogany rail, and Tad watched them while Abe picked the bones of his fricasseed chicken. Suddenly, in the crowd, he caught sight of a familiar back and saw a hand filled with banknotes waving in the air. "Quick, Abe," said the boy. "Isn't that Alan with all that money?" The long-shanked backwoodsman turned, pushing back his chair, and looked where Tad was pointing. At that moment, a big German sailor reached over the heads of the eager fellows who surrounded Alan, seized his wrist with one hand, and snatched away the bills with the other. It was all done so quickly that none of the men at the bar knew what had happened, and Alan was left speechless, his empty fingers clawing at the air. Then Abe entered the picture. In 3 long strides he reached the sailor, who was just edging toward the door. The man's back was toward him. Abe caught him by the shoulder with iron fingers and jerked him around, and almost in the same motion he drove a solid smash to the fellow's chin with his right fist. The sailor lost his balance, staggered back a step or two, and toppled to the floor. Quick as a flash, Abe was on top of him, gripping his wrists in those big, horny paws of his. With an anguished groan, the German let go of the roll of money, and Abe, picking it up, jumped to his feet. As he did so, an empty bottle whizzed past his head, and 6 sailormen charged toward him from all parts of the room. Instantly, pandemonium was let loose. With wild yells of delight, the rivermen, always ready for a fight, set upon the deep-water sailors, and in 10 seconds the place was filled with fiercely struggling groups. Abe stuffed the bills into the breast of his shirt and battled his way toward the door, where Tad was already waiting for him. In a moment, Alan broke through the mob in front of the bar and joined them. His store clothes were disheveled, and one eye was nearly closed by a rapidly swelling bruise. "Run! Run!" he panted, and dodged down an alley with the 2 others following him. Not until they had zigzagged through the dark for 2 blocks and were out on the open levee front did Alan settle down once more to a walk. "Great shiverin' snakes!" he gasped. "I was glad to get clear of that place. Did you see 'em start to pull their knives? Why, there was enough dirks and daggers out to slaughter a regiment." Silently, Abe handed the crumpled banknotes back to their owner. A few steps farther, he stopped. "You boys wait here," he said. "I forgot something, but I'll be right back." Dumbfounded, they watched him stride along the levee in the direction from which they had just come. "Whar in Sam Hill can he be goin'?" muttered Alan. They waited with growing nervousness for several minutes, and just as Tad was starting to see what had happened, he reappeared. "Where were you, Abe?" the boy asked. "I'd clean forgot to pay for our supper," Abe replied. "Things had quieted down there a mite, but one poor feller was bleedin' terrible. Cut pretty bad, I guess." "Wall," said Alan, looking at him pop-eyed, "if you ain't the gall-derndest." "How'd you come to have all that money?" inquired Abe. "Must have sold the cargo, didn't you?" Alan nodded. "A man came along the levee this afternoon offering scandalous low prices for flour and pork. I was getting sick of waiting, so I dickered with him. I got him to raise the figure a little, and he agreed to take the boat, too. Anyhow, Father'll be satisfied." "He won't be if you go in any more saloons and get it stole," said Abe. "I reckon on board a steamboat is the safest place for you and me." They returned to the Katie Roby, now empty save for their blankets and personal belongings, a few cooking utensils, and a small pile of firewood. "The old gal looks sort of lonesome, don't she?" said Abe. "Well, her timbers'll make a stout shanty for somebody. There's not a cross-grained stick in her hull. I know because I cut and trimmed it myself." The other 2 were silent, for they also felt a twinge of homesickness at the idea of leaving the craft. Tad stretched out on the bare planking, ready for sleep after his miles of barefoot exploration. Soon he dropped off in spite of the raucous chorus of drunken rivermen returning to their boats, and it was to bright morning sunlight that he next opened his eyes. Abe was busy preparing some odds and ends of food for breakfast, while Alan sat back and plucked at his banjo strings. It was the old tune of Skip to My Lou that he was singing, but he had invented some new verses. Two of them were, New Orleans gals, you're feeling blue. New Orleans gals, you're feeling blue. New Orleans gals, you're feeling blue. Skip to my Lou, my darling. We're bound to say goodbye to you. We're bound to say goodbye to you. We're bound to say goodbye to you. Skip to my Lou, my darling. He rolled his eyes sentimentally as he sang, and Abe chuckled over the frying pan. Wait till he gets back to Gentryville, he said. Folks up thar will get the idea that the whole valley's littered up with the hearts he's broke. When breakfast was finished, Abe rolled up his axe and one or two other things he owned in his blanket, tied it with a rope, and laid it to one side. Now, Tad, said he, we'll go and rouse out this man McCann, so he can tell that lunkhead in your father's office who you are. They took their way along the levee in the direction of the steamboat landings. When they had covered a little over half the distance, they saw a 2-horse carriage coming rapidly toward them, and as it drew close, Abe pulled Tad out of its path behind a pile of baled cotton. Thus, it was not until the carriage had gone past that the boy had a good look at its occupant. He was a big-framed man of middle age, in a beaver hat that looked travel-stained. His head and shoulders were bowed slightly, as if by a burden. Tad seized Abe's arm. That was my dad, he said. He's on his way to the office from the boat. Come on! Quickly, they turned and followed the carriage toward the older section of the town. A few minutes of alternate running and walking brought them to St. Louis Street, and at the curb, sure enough, they saw the carriage drawn up. They went into the building and up the stairs 2 at a time. The door of the office stood ajar. Tad entered first. There at his desk on the other side of the room sat his father, looking so gray and sad and careworn that Tad felt a great lump in his throat at the sight. He tried to shout, Dad, but all that came was a choking sound. The officious young secretary advanced from his corner with what was intended for a threatening scowl, but Tad paid no attention to him. Then Jeremiah Hopkins must have sensed that something was happening, for he looked up wearily from the papers in his hands and saw a boy at the gate, a ragged barefoot youngster, brown as an Indian, with a mop of sandy hair and a mouth that grinned broadly while his eyes blinked back something suspiciously like tears. Don't you know me, Dad? Said the boy. And then Jeremiah Hopkins ran toward him, and they caught each other in a bear-like hug. The father's heart was too full for words, but he held the lad at arm's length and looked at him as if he could never get enough of the sight. Tad's power of speech came back to him first, and he talked in happy, jumbled sentences, trying to tell everything at once. I wrote to you, Dad, he said. But, you see, you never got my letter because it was blown up. It was on the Nancy Jones. But it's too bad you worried so about me. I was all right. Abe here was taking care of me, and come, I want you to meet him. Abe! But the young husky from Indiana was gone. He had slipped out quietly as soon as he saw his friend safe in his father's arms. Tad ran down the stairs and looked up and down the street, but the lanky figure was nowhere in sight. Distressed, he returned to his father. We must find him, he said. You've got to know Abe, because he's the best friend I ever had. Why, he saved my life. The young secretary, very crestfallen, came forward.
I think he went toward the levee, sir,
said he. You should have asked him to wait, the merchant answered curtly. We'll go in search of him directly, Tad, my boy. But first come and get some clothes on. They got into the carriage and were driven, despite the boy's protestations, to Mr. Hopkins' hotel, where the clothes found in the stateroom on the steamboat had been taken. In a few minutes Tad was dressed once more in the garb of civilization. Now, said he, tell the coachman we want to go to the flatboat moorings as fast as he can drive. Through the streets and along the levee they rumbled, and drew up at last where Tad pointed to the Katie Roby, tied up in the middle of the swarming rivercraft. But Abe and Allen were nowhere to be seen. The stout Kentucky man sat on the rail of his boat near the levee and spat judicially into the river before he answered Tad's eager query.
No,
said he finally.
They ain't here. They done picked up their blankets and stuff and put out for the steamboat landing some while back. Said they was going to go on the Ohio Belle if they got there afore she sailed.
Hurriedly the Hopkinses, father and son, climbed back into the carriage, and the coachman used his whip as they galloped toward the smoky forest of steamboat stacks. She's not gone yet, cried Tad. I can see her. But just then there came a long, deep whistle blast, and one of the great white steamers began to move slowly away from the levee side. The carriage rolled up to the landing, and the coachman pulled the rearing horses to a stop. As Tad jumped out, he saw a tall, awkward youth in homespun and deerskin waving to him from the forward rail of the upper deck. "Abe!" he cried. "Wait, wait!"
"Come back," shouted his father. "I want to give you a reward."
And he held up a fat black wallet. One of Abe's quaint grins overspread his homely face. "No," he called back. "He was a good hand and earned his keep." Tad ran forward to the edge of the levee and cupped his hands about his mouth. "Abe," he yelled, "what's your last name? I want to write to you." "Lincoln," the backwoods boy replied. "Just send it to Gentryville. They'll see that I get it." Then, with a clang of bells and a great splashing of foam as her paddles beat the water, the Ohio Belle swung out into the current and headed upstream. And the last thing Tad saw was Abe picking up the little bear, Poke, in his arms and waving one of the cub's black paws in a comical goodbye. End of chapter 21. End of Longshanks by Stephen W. Meader.